Volume 1. By Oskar Lange. Volume I. General Problems. Translated from Polish by A.H. Walker. Contents. / Forward to the first Polish edition. 11. Forward to the English translation. 13. Chapter 1. The subject matter of political economy. Elementary concepts. 1. Human needs and means of satisfying them. Production, labor. Means of production and means of consumption. Social nature of production and distribution. Productive and non-productive labor. Political economy, the science of the social laws of the economic process. Economic relations. Production relations and social productive forces. Distribution relations and production relations. Note on the expression political economy and related terms. 13. Chapter 2. Modes of production and social formations. The materialist interpretation of history. 15. Dependence of production relations on social productive forces. Ownership of the means of production as basis of production relations. Modes of production. Antagonistic and non-antagonistic modes of production. Law of necessary conformity between production relations and character of productive forces. Social consciousness. Concept of social formation. Base and superstructure. Law of necessary conformity between superstructure and economic base. Conservative character of social relations and social consciousness. Law of progressive development of productive forces. Process of development and change in social formations. Dialectical processes in social development. Social development in antagonistic formations, class struggle and social revolutions. Classes and social strata. Historical materialism. Note on some formulations and on the name of the materialist interpretation of history. 46. T. 6. Contents. Chapter 3. Economic laws. General concept. Laws of causative, concomitance and functional relationship. Objective character of economic laws. Economic laws and laws of political economy. Stochastic character of economic laws. Economic laws are independent of human consciousness and will. Technical and balance laws of production. Laws of human behavior and laws of interplay of human actions. Historical scope of economic laws. Scope of technical and balance laws of production. Laws specific to a given social formation. Economic laws common to different social formations. Laws resulting from the influence of superstructure. Mode of operation of social formation. Basic economic law of social formation. Economic laws and dialectic social processes. Economic law of motion of a social formation. Spontaneity in operation of economic laws. Fetishization of economic laws. Socialism overcomes spontaneity of economic laws. Economic laws under socialism. Objective character and spontaneity of economic laws. Dialectic processes in the socialist formation. Socialist formation opens new epoch in human history. Practical significance of knowledge of economic laws. Chapter 4. The method of political economy as a theoretical discipline. Economic sciences, their subject matter and relations to each other. Applied economics, its branches. Political economy and economies of various social formations. Political economy of pre-capitalist formations. Political economy of socialism. General characteristics of the method of political economy. Role of abstraction in political economy. Economic categories, laws of political economy and economic theories. Theoretical models. Historical basis of abstraction in political economy. Abstractions in political economy and the concrete nature of economic processes. Successive concretization of abstractions of political economy. Marx's Capital as example of successive concretization. Econometrics as an instrument in concretization of laws of political economy. Verification of laws of political economy and economic theories. Practical identification of economic categories. Degree of agreement of laws and theories of political economy with the real economic process. Statistical verification. Historical verification. Historical and statistical verification. Experiment as an instrument of verification in political economy. Modes of inference in political economy. Role of deduction in political economy. Axiomatization and formalization role. Contents of mathematics in political economy. Premises in deduction are result of induction. Reductive inference as instrument of verification. Economic policy as the practical application of political economy. Chapter 5. The principle of economic rationality and praxeology. 148 Economic activity and technique. Traditional character of economic activity in natural economy. Separation of gainful activity from household activity in a commodity money economy. Change in structure of ends of economic activity. Rationality the characteristic of gainful activity. Quantification of the aim and means of gainful activity. Category of profit. Calculation and bookkeeping in capitalist enterprises. Maximization of profit and economic necessity for a capitalist enterprise. The principle of economic rationality and its two variants, the principle of the greatest efficiency and the principle of the economy of means. Principle of economic rationality as historical product of capitalist enterprise. Operation of the principle of economic rationality under capitalism restricted to private activity and antagonistic in character. Planning of social economy. Realization of social economic rationality. Hierarchic structure of aims as a feature of socialist planning. Basic problems in social economic planning. The method of social economic balances. Different spheres of application of the economic principle. Praxeology the science of rational activity. Branches of scientific research belonging to praxeology, operations research and the science of programming. Cybernetics a science auxiliary to praxeology. The principles of programming. Marginal calculus. Linear programming. Methodological links between political economy and praxeology. Certain laws of political economy are conclusions deduced from praxeological principles of behavior. Study of economic laws by deduction dependent on the rationality of economic activity. The need to establish empirically the scope of the methodological knowledge applied in practice. General appraisal of the significance of praxeology in the rationalization of economic activity. Appendix, the mathematical foundations of programming. 207. Chapter 6. The subjectivist and the historical trend in. 226. The Marxist and other trends in political economy. Their relation to classical political economy. Subjectivist trend. Its connection with vulgar economy. Subject matter of political economy according to the subjectivist conception, analysis of man's relation to goods on the basis of the economic principle. The concept of utility according to the subjectivist conception. The tendency of the subjectivist trend to transform political economy into a branch of praxeology. The separation of subjectivist economic theory from the problem of social relations. The subjectivist trend and economic laws. The transformation of economic laws into praxeological principles of behavior. The role of exchange in subjectivist economic theory. Subjectivist trend implies the liquidation of political economy. Limited and historically conditioned scope of the economic principle. Is there a striving for the maximization of utility in household activity? Factors working against the rationalization of household activity under capitalism. Final assessment of the subjectivist trend. Historical trend. The theoretical character of political economy discarded. The views of Werner Sombart and Max Weber on the essence and origins of capitalism. Max Weber's work in the light of the materialist interpretation of history. Unhistorical nature of the methodological basis of the theories of Sombart and Max Weber. Final assessment of the historical trend. Chapter 7. The social conditioning and the social role of economic science. Two factors causing differences of opinion in science: internal dialectic of cognition and social conditions of development of science. Interest, material means and freedom from prejudice. Social basis of scientific development. The struggle of the bourgeoisie and lay intellectuals for the development of the natural sciences. Factors impeding natural sciences in the last phase of capitalism. The origin and development of political economy connected with the capitalist mode of production. Change in bourgeois attitude after the appearance of class conflict between proletariat and bourgeoisie. The attitude of the bourgeoisie to political economy in the early period of capitalist development. Change in the social base of political economy. Political economy becomes a science of the proletariat. Division of political economy into Marxist and bourgeois. Achievements and development of the Marxist trend. Bourgeoisie tends to liquidate political economy. Vulgar economy and the subjectivist trend, their basis and social function. Historical trend and expression of compromise of the German bourgeois with feudal elements and the Prussian monarchy. Need for economic knowledge in the management of capitalist economy. Practical needs of the bourgeoisie under monopoly capitalism. Development and function of applied economic sciences and auxiliary sciences. Econometrics, social accounting, operations research, programming, cybernetics. Influence of the Great Depression on bourgeois economic thought. Keynes theory and theories of the business cycle. Theory of economic growth. Historical circumstances of its origin. Petty bourgeois critique of capitalism. Critique of monopoly capitalism by ideologists of the petty and middle bourgeoisie. Professionalization of economic science. Petty bourgeois and national bourgeois critique of imperialism. The theory of imperfect competition. Welfare economy. Impossibility of complete liquidation of political economy by the bourgeoisie. Full development of political economy only possible in connection with the labor movement. Social conditions and the truth of scientific cognition. Science and ideology. Conservative, progressive, and reactionary ideologies. Compromise ideologies. Social apperception and the mental horizon of social classes and strata. Ideologies obscuring and ideologies revealing reality. Their importance for scientific cognition. Progressive ideologies as a stimulus in the development of political economy. Class conditioning of the development of political economy. Only the working class is interested in full scientific knowledge of economic laws. The working class movement's struggle to purge its ideology of all elements obscuring reality. Union with scientific socialism as the indispensable basis of the further development of economic science. Foreword to the first Polish edition. This book is the first part of a larger work which will deal with all of the most important problems in political economy. I began writing at the beginning of 1957, at first intending to confine myself to a single volume. In the course of composition the work increased in size and will consist of 3 volumes, of which this is the first. This volume deals with the general problems of political economy, its subject matter, the connection between political economy and the materialist interpretation of history, economic laws, the method employed by political economy, the relation of political economy to praxeology, the problem of social conditioning and the social function of economic knowledge. Non-Marxist trends in political economy are also briefly discussed. In this way the volume is a self-sufficient whole dealing with the general basis of the science of political economy. The next volume will be a critical exposition of the most fundamental problems of political economy. It will deal with the theory of reproduction and accumulation, market production, and the law of value, and will contain a general comparative economic analysis of social formations. The last volume will be devoted to a detailed analysis of the mode of operation and the law of motion of the capitalist and socialist formations. I had for a long time intended to write a systematic account of political economy. This intention hardened as my economic studies progressed and as I gained more experience in the practice of economic policy. This intention was finally crystallized by the conviction that many contentions and disputes in political economy can only be solved on the basis of 2. Means are drawn from nature. Some of these means, such as the air necessary for aeration, are provided directly by nature in a form requiring no human activity to prepare them for use. As no human activity is involved, political economy does not concern itself with them. The overwhelming majority of the means of satisfying human needs, however, are drawn from nature by extracting and processing them, by changing their physical, chemical, and biological properties, by conveying them in space and preserving them over time. Production, labor. The activity which adapts natural resources in order to make goods we call production, and the goods which are the result of this activity we call products. It follows that all the goods with which political economy deals are products. When we think of material objects as the means of satisfying human needs, we call them goods. When we think of them as being the result of the human activity of production, we call them products. Production is the human activity which adapts natural resources to human needs. It is a conscious and purposive activity, and it is this consciousness and purposiveness which distinguish men from animals. Production consists of various activities which we call labor. By labor man acts upon nature and transforms it according to his needs. But at the same time man transforms himself by the labor which he performs. He himself is molded as he acquires and develops the ability to perform various operations. Labor, writes Marx, is primarily a process going on between man and nature, a process in which man, through his own activity, initiates, regulates, and controls the material reactions between himself and nature. He confronts nature as one of her own forces. By thus acting on the external world and changing it, he at the same time changes his own nature. He develops the potentialities that slumber within him, and subjects these inner forces to his own control. Registered means of production and means of consumption. Production then is based on labor. But in his work man makes use of various material objects, example plows, draft animals, machines, trucks, ships, steel, sulfur, and so on. We call these objects the means of production. We can divide the means of production into two groups. The first group consists of those means of production which are processed by human labor. This category includes natural resources like soil, wild animals, minerals, together with raw materials and semi-finished products like cotton and unfinished machinery. Such objects are called objects of labor. The second group consists of those means of production which are used in processing the objects of labor. Under this heading we place the objects made for the performance of certain operations like axes, saws, machines, chemical apparatus and so on, which we call tools. Other objects which, although not in themselves tools, facilitate the use of tools, like buildings, stores, harbors, roads, and land, are also included in this group. All such objects we call the means of labor. Although the means of production do not serve directly to satisfy human needs, nonetheless, they are indispensable for the production of those objects which do directly satisfy human needs, and for that reason we classify them as goods. To differentiate between the means of production and other goods we call the former, producer goods, and the latter, consumer goods. Sometimes the self-explanatory terms indirect goods and direct goods are used. The difference between producer goods and consumer goods is not physical. The same object, coal for example, may be either a means of production or a means of consumption. The distinction is functional, it depends on the way in which a good is used to satisfy human needs. The activity by which man satisfies his needs is called consumption. Consumer goods are either, like food, used up in the process of consumption all at once, or, like clothes, over a period of time. Producer goods, or the means of production, are not the object of consumption. They are, however, used up in the process of production either, like raw materials, all at once, or, like machinery, over a period of time, and this process is sometimes called productive consumptions. This is not, however, consumption in the strict sense of the word, and it is better to distinguish between the immediate and the gradual using up of the means of production. Social nature of production and distribution. The production of the material means of satisfying human needs is always social production. Robinson Crusoe, who engaged in production in isolation from human society, is a fiction without counterpart in reality. As Marx, the first to make a consistent analysis of the social character of production, wrote, "The material production by individuals as determined by society, naturally constitutes the starting point. The further back we go into history, the more the individual, and, therefore the producing individual seems to depend on and constitute a part of a larger whole. Whenever we speak, therefore, of production, we always have in mind production at a certain stage of social development, or production by social individuals. The social character of production is a result of the social character of labor. Men producing goods do not work in isolation. The labor of an individual is closely connected with the activity of other workers. Men collaborate and they work for each other. The work of one man is dependent for its success in the completion of the production process on the work of another. Collaboration in production is called cooperation, and the working of men for each other takes the form of the division of labor by which men specialize in various kinds of labor. Thus the efforts of an individual are only part of the joint labor of all the members of society, of the social labor which produces goods which serve, directly or indirectly, to satisfy human needs in society. Since products re the result of social labor, they, too, are social in character. They serve, directly or indirectly, to satisfy the individual or collective needs of people living in society. This implies the distribution of products among the members of society. Products are distributed both to individuals for individual consumption and to organized groups of individuals like local authorities, associations, and institutions for collective consumption. The social character of distribution is obvious. Distribution by its very nature is a social act. Distribution assumes different forms at different stages in the historical development of society. One such form, of particular importance in social history, is the exchange of products. This is, however, not the only form of distribution to be found in history. Productive and non-productive labor services. The distribution of products is equally a human activity requiring the performance of conscious and purposive operations. The activity of a salesman in a shop or of a person allocating products in kind is labor. There are also human activities or kinds of labor, such as that of the artist or the teacher, which directly satisfy human needs without producing material objects or goods. Neither the labor involved in the distribution of goods nor activities which themselves directly satisfy human needs produce any material objects. For this reason they are usually called non-productive labor in contradistinction to productive labor. All activities connected with the satisfaction, directly or indirectly, of human needs which do not result directly in the production of goods are called services. For the sake of brevity from now on we shall use the word labor only in the sense of productive labor, i.e., labor engaged in the production of material objects, and use the word services to cover all other operations connected with the satisfaction of human needs. In order that services may be carried out, certain material objects like school buildings, films, musical instruments, and so on are necessary. These we call the means of performing services. Particularly important among these are the means of distribution in the shape of facilities like shop accommodation, shelves, cash registers. Since the performance of services satisfies human needs without producing material objects, the means of the performance of services must be classified as consumer goods. These means are employed and used up in the process of satisfying human needs. Political economy, the science of the social laws of the economic process. Political economy is concerned with the social laws of production and distribution. It deals with the social laws of the production of goods and their distribution to the consumers, i.e., to those who use the goods to satisfy their individual or collective needs. It does not deal with the act of consumption itself, the study of which is the concern of biology, hygiene, psychology, education, and other branches of science. Consumption, then, marks the boundary of political economy's sphere of interest. The production of goods and the distribution of goods, two fields of social activity, may, taken together, be called economic activity. So we can say that political economy is the science of the social laws of economic activity registered. The production and distribution of goods do not constitute a simple, single act. They involve the continual repetition of certain human activities. For this reason we talk about the process of production and distribution, the economic process. The word process means here a human activity which is continually repeated. It is only in such a process, in the continual repetition of a human activity, that a pattern of regularity can be observed. Strictly speaking, therefore, the concern of political economy is the investigation of the regularities in this process, the stpdy of the social laws governing the economic process. Economic relations. In the economic process, more or less permanent relations arise between men. Social relations are definite types of permanent mutual interactions among men arising out of a continuous activity of a definite kind. There are various kinds of social relations: the relation, for example, between those who govern and those who are governed, which results from the exercise of political power, or the relation between the teacher and the pupil, which is a result of the process of teaching. The social relations which emerge in the economic process differ from all other types of social relations in that they come into being in connection with material objects that serve to satisfy human needs. They arise in connection with the means of production or in connection with consumer goods. The social relations which come into being in this way are called economic relations. As Engels put it, these relations are always attached to things. Things, material objects, here constitute a binding social link between men. Registered. Economic relations can therefore be represented in the following way: man-thing man. Those relations between man and thing which form the intermediate link in relations between men constitute a component of economic relations. In the process of production, these relations between man and tiling appear as the relationship between the labor exerted and the quantity of products resulting, i.e., the productivity of labor. In the process of distribution, they appear as the relationship between human needs and the various products, i.e., utility, also called use value. These relations between man and thing are the subject of political economy only in so far as they constitute a link in the economic relations between men. In other words, political economy is only concerned with their social aspect. Their physical aspect lies outside the field of political economy. In the production process, this is the concern of technology, while in the distribution process it is the concern partly of technique, and partly of biology, medicine, psychology, and so on. Political economy, then, in investigating the social laws governing the economic process, deals with a certain specific type of social relations. This specific type is constituted by economic relations, a term which also covers those relations between man and thing which constitute links in economic relations. There are two kinds of economic relations. Those of the first kind appear in the process of production and are called relations of production or production relations. Those of the second kind appear in the process of distribution and are called relations of distribution or distribution relations, where, at a particular stage of historical development, distribution takes the form of exchange. Distribution relations are called exchange relations. Production relations and social productive forces. The special characteristic of production relations is that they are formed in the labor process, i.e., in the process of man's acting on nature and the course of the development of man himself as a result of this activity in the process, as Marx said, of an exchange between man and nature. Production relations are simply the result of the social character of labor, a result of the fact that the process of production involves cooperation and the division of labor. Hence, production relations depend on those relations between man and thing which develop in the production process, that is, they depend on the way in which man acts on nature and on the way in which he himself is formed by that activity. the mode and means used by man to act on nature in the process of production and the abilities which he develops in his activity were called by Marx productive forces. Since the process of production is a social phenomenon, then this is also true of productive forces, they are social productive forces. Within the category of social productive forces we place the technical methods of production, the means of production, and especially the instruments of labor, tools. Also under this heading are found human experience and men's ability to make use of the means of production, together with the men themselves who are experienced in this way and possess such ability. In other words, the social productive forces are a complex of all those factors which determine the social productivity of labor at a given stage in the historical development of society. They express the productive potential of society. A distinction can be made between physical productive forces and human productive forces registered. Both are developed in close interdependence, since it is human beings who create the means of production and the technical methods of applying them, while human abilities are themselves developed in the process of producing things and in the use of the means of production. Marx also teaches the term material productive forces ***, thus stressing the fact that productive forces express man's relation to the surrounding material world. At the same time they express the active nature of that relation. Since production relations develop in the process of production, they correspond to the requirements of cooperation and the division of labor in the social labor process. But in each case these requirements depend on the stage which the historical development of the social productive forces has reached at any given moment. This was described by Marx. In production, men not only act on nature but also one upon another. They produce only by cooperating in a certain way and mutually exchanging their activities. In order to produce, they enter into definite connections and relations with one another, and only within these social connections and relations does their action on nature, does production, take place. These social relations into which the producers enter with one another, the conditions under which they exchange their activities and participate in the whole act of production, will naturally vary according to the character of the means of production. Thus the social relations within which individuals produce, the social relations of production, change, are transformed, with the change and development of the material means of production, the productive forces distribution relations and production relations. While production relations are shaped according to the historical stage which the productive forces have reached, i.e., according to the way in which man's action on nature is developed, distribution relations are themselves dependent on production relations. The way in which products are distributed in society is determined by the way in which men participate in the social process of production. The relations and methods of distribution appear, therefore, merely as the reverse sides of the agents of production. An individual who participates in production as a wage laborer, receives his share of the products, i.e., of the results of production, in the form of wages. The subdivisions and organization of distribution are determined by the subdivisions and organization of production. Distribution is itself a product of production. Note online sofa.r as the material goods are concerned, since only the results of production can be distributed, but also as regards its form, since the definite manner of participation in production determines the particular form of distribution, the form under which participation in distribution takes place registered. Therefore distribution relations are determined by production relations, they change when the relations of production change. Production relations are thus the foundation of the whole of economic relations. Man's active attitude to the material world around him in the social process of production determines production relations, which in turn determine distribution relations. This is the key to the understanding of the laws governing the social process of the economic activity of human beings, the key to the understanding of the laws, the investigation of which is the concern of political economy. The word economy dates back to Aristotle and means the science of the principles of household management. It is derived from the Greek oikos meaning a house, and nomos meaning law. The term political economy was erst used early in the 17th century by Montesquieu in his Traité de l'économie politique, published in 1615. The adjective political indicates that the work was concerned with the principles of state economy, since Montcretien was mainly interested in state finance. Later the term political economy began to be widely used to denote research on problems of social economy. The Greek word means social. Therefore the terms political economy and social economy are considered to be synonymous, although social economy gives perhaps a better idea of the subject matter of the science. Political economy is, therefore, sometimes defined as the science of social economy. Supinski, for example, uses this expression in the title of his work Szkoła Polska Gospodarstwa Społecznego. In France, in conformity with the tradition originating with Montcretien in 1615, the term political economy has been and is used commonly right up to the present day. It is characteristic, however, that the well-known manual by Charles Gide, Principes d'Economie Politique, was published in Polish as Zasady Ekonomii Społecznej. The term social economy was widely used in Poland in the late 19th century and early 20th century. It had its supporters in other countries as well. In Italy, Luigi Casa published Economia Sociale. In Germany, Heinrich Dietzel wrote Theoretische Sozialo-Ökonomik. In England the term political economy came into use probably under the influence of French terminology. It was first used by James Stoyart in the title of his book Inquiry into the Principles of Political Economy. Generally the term political economy has been regularly used in Marxist literature. The only exception is Rosa Luxemburg, who in her expositions of political economy referred to the Kents of national economy. This term national economy from the middle of the 19th century established a firm place for itself in German learning. It is an expression of the specific role ascribed to the nation as an economic factor by what was known as the historical school, the dominant trend in the German academic circles of the time. It is worth noting that the same term was first used by the Venetian monk Guy-Maria Orts in his book Della Economia Nazionale. In Poland, Friedrich Skarbek entitled his lectures on political economy Ogólne Zasady Nauki Gospodarstwa Narodowego. In Russia, the term political economy was used consistently, at first under the influence of the Anglo-French tradition, and later as the term universally used in Marxist literature. After Alfred Marshall published his Principles of Economics in 1890, the term economics was used by increasing numbers of writers in academic circles in the English-speaking countries. Here it drove out the term political economy, which was still used by William Stanley Jevons. In Poland Edward Taylor placed a special stress on the term economics, CWST P. do Ekonomiki, 2nd ed., Gdynia 1947. See also Adam Krzyzanowski, Zalazania Ekonomiki, Krakow 1919. This is connected with a change in the object of economic research. At present, in English-speaking countries, the term political economy is used almost exclusively in Marxist literature, which consciously opposes the political economy of the classical school and of Marx and Engels to contemporary academic economics. Chapter 2. Modes of Production and Social Formations. The materialist interpretation of history. Dependence of production relations on social productive forces. The basic regularity encountered by political economy in its investigation of the social laws governing human economic activity is formed by the dependence of production relations on social productive forces. A given level of development of group of people, together with the entire railway line, form a single whole. Their activities cannot be understood without bearing 16. In mind the timetable, the way in which the trains operate, and the movement of goods carried. Production relations, however, are not confined to the single economic unit, within which the production process takes place. The social process of collaboration in labor extends so as to cover people working in different production units. Take, for example, a textile factory in Lodz. Its machines have been made in other factories which specialize in the production of machines and which may even be solely occupied with the production of machines for the textile industry. These factories may be situated in other cities, or even abroad. The cotton which a textile factory uses as its raw material may have been grown in Uzbekistan, America, or Egypt. The coal it uses has been mined in a Silesian colliery. The cotton and the coal are brought to the factory by ships and trains. Against this background arises the complicated system of social relations between individuals which we call production relations. Ownership of the means of production as basis of production relations. In order to understand the system of social relations which emerge in the process of production, one must first of all pick out from among them certain fundamental relations which determine the character of the entire complicated network. The basic relation arises from the ownership of the means of production. This ownership is not mere possession. It is property, i.e., possession which is recognized by members of society, which is protected by generally respected social standards in the shape of laws and customs, and which is guarded by the existence of sanctions against the violation of these social rules. The ownership of the means of production is the social relation on which the entire complex of human relations developed in the social process of production is based. For it is the ownership of the means of production which decides the ways in which they are used and which thereby determines the forms taken by cooperation and the division of labor. Moreover, the ownership of the means of production determines the issue of who owns the products, and hence decides how they are distributed. The ownership of the ipians of production forms the foundation, the organizational principle, of production relations and distribution relations. It follows that production relations must be classified according to the ownership of the means of production, which can be either social or private. If the means of production are socially owned, they are the common property of all members of society, where by society we mean all those who are connected by the relations resulting from cooperation and the division of labor. In a primitive tribe where all hunt together, society includes all the members of that tribe. In a self-sufficient village community, it includes all the village inhabitants. The contemporary use of the word society refers, in principle, to the citizens of a given nation, but because of the international division of labor it in fact has a wider scope. Private property may be owned by individuals, or it may be vested in groups of people like a family, a company, or corporation, provided only that such a group does not include all the members of a given society. Some forms of property occupy a halfway position, being neither purely social nor purely private. Such, for example, is the case with the property of a cooperative or of other associations which embrace only part of the members of a given society. Modes of production. The social productive forces and the production relations connected with them and based on a given type of the ownership of the means of production are jointly termed the mode of production. A study of the historical development of human society enables us to distinguish 5 basic modes of production, which roughly coincide with certain periods of human history. The first is the primitive community, where the majority of the means of production, especially land, is common property. The second is slavery, where both the means of production and those who use them are the property of others, the slave owners. Slaves can be either private property, or they may be the property of the state, that is to say, of a monarch. The third is feudalism. In this case the land is partly private and partly state property, or belongs to associations like the church or monastic orders. Those who till the land are attached to it as serfs and cannot leave it at will. The landowners allot them plots of land for their personal use, and in return they are obliged to till the landowners' fields and pay as tribute part of the produce of the land allotted to them. The fourth mode of production is capitalist production. Here, production is undertaken for exchange. It is what we call commodity production. The means of production are the property of a certain section of society, the capitalists. The rest of the members of such a society, and they form the majority, do not possess their own means of production. They work as free wage laborers, operating the means of production owned by the capitalists. The capitalists may own the means of production either individually or corporately. This kind of production is characterized by large production units, mainly factories or large farms, where large numbers of hired workers are employed and within which cooperation and the division of labor are well developed. Under such conditions, the owners of the means of production appropriate part of the product manufactured in the social process of labor. Finally, the fifth mode of production is socialist production. In this case, the means of production are the property of the whole society. Under certain conditions, part of the means of production may be jointly owned by cooperative associations or municipalities, rural communities, etc. The production process is deliberately planned and directed by society, i.e., by agencies representing the whole of the community, in order to satisfy the needs of all its members. These modes of production, as we have already stated, roughly correspond to certain periods in the historical development of mankind. Between these periods there are, however, transitional stages when two or more different modes of production exist side by side registered. Moreover, even in an epoch characterized by a particular mode of production, remnants of some other mode may persist for a long time, and may even survive the epoch itself. Under capitalism, for example, elements of feudalism in many countries survived and still have not been finally extinguished. In identifying certain modes of production with certain periods, the modes of production we have in mind are those whose production relations determine the development of economic relations in society. The elements of other modes of production which are found along with the dominant one are not only those which have survived from the past, but also those incipient forms which will only develop fully later in the historical process. There were, for instance, incipient forms of capitalist production in the period when feudalism was prevalent. Apart from these five modes of production, there is also another which, although never dominant in any period, continually appears as a subsidiary mode of production, and one which is frequently very important. This is simple commodity production, also called small-scale commodity production. In this case, the means of production are the private property of the producers, who themselves, and sometimes together with their families, use them and exchange their products for the products of other producers. Simple commodity production in the shape of handicrafts plays a particularly important role in the later feudal period. In the form of private peasant production, it plays an important part under capitalism and in the initial phases of the development of pchelism. Antagonistic and non-antagonistic modes of production. An examination of the modes of production specified above shows that they can be classed into two types according to their production relations. In one type of production relations, all members of society share in the ownership of the means of production. This is the case when the means of production are socially owned, i.e., in the primitive community and in the socialist mode of production. The situation would be similar in the case of simple commodity production should it ever dominate society, for then each member of society would be the individual owner of the means of production which he used in his work. In the other type of production relations, not all members of society share in the ownership of the means of production. Slaves do not own any means of production and, moreover, they themselves are the property of other people. Serfs own no land. They work on land belonging to others, they are tied to the land on which they work, and must pay tribute for the land allotted to them for their own use. Under capitalism, hired laborers use the means of production owned by the capitalists. In all these modes of production, the ownership of the means of production is the privilege, or, as some put it, the monopoly of one part of society only. In such a case we say that society is divided into social classes and that production relations, and consequently the whole mode of production, are antagonistics. In an antagonistic mode of production there are two social classes, one made up of those who own the means of production and the other comprising those who are deprived of the means of production. Those who belong to the second class use in their work means of production owned by members of the first class. As a result, the means of production are employed in such a way that the process of production does not serve to give the best satisfaction of the needs of society as a whole, but serves first and foremost the satisfaction of the needs of the owners of the means of production, even to the detriment of the rest of society. Hence the term antagonistic. Law of necessary conformity between production relations and character of productive forces. The mode of production is an internally balanced whole in which production relations, and especially the base on which they /rest the ownership of the means of production are adjusted to the requirements of a given state of the development of social productive forces. We know that production relations cannot be arbitrary for given productive forces. A large industrial unit like an iron works or a locomotive factory, where a great number of people are employed using large and numerous specialized machines and technical installations, cannot exist in conditions of simple commodity production, where the ownership of the means of production is scattered among a very large number of individuals. Such a production unit requires either capitalist or socialist production relations. Slavery as a mode of production is characterized by great carelessness on the part of the slave in the handling the instruments of labor. Marx gives the following example: it is a universal principle in production by slave labor that none but the rudest and heaviest implements shall be used, such tools as are difficult to damage owing to their sheer clumsiness. In some of the slave states of the American Union, those bordering on the Gulf of Mexico, down to the outbreak of the Civil War, the only plows used were constructed upon an old Chinese model, plows which burrowed into the soil like a pig or a mole, but did not cut a furrow and turn the earth over. Registered. Better, improved instruments of labor require different production relations. Nor was the development of large-scale industry based on modern technology possible under feudalism, since such development is dependent on the emancipation of the peasants from serfdom and the emergence of a class of free hired workers /who can be employed in large factories. A given state of productive forces demands, as we can see, appropriate production relations. Equally, production relations influence the development of productive forces. Production relations adjusted to the requirements of the productive forces stimulate the further development of these forces. On the other hand, production relations which are not adjusted to the productive forces impede this development. A feudal serf, for example, takes greater care of the instruments of labor than a slave, but makes poor material for factory work, as the experience of several countries in the 18th century demonstrates. Accumulation: the increase in the stock of the means of production finds more favorable conditions under capitalist ownership of the means of production than when production is in the hands of small craftsmen. Capitalist ownership is also a powerful stimulus to technical progress, whereas hand workers are noted for their conservative attitude to any change in production methods. The socialist ownership of the means of production ensures greater accumulation and a quicker economic growth than capitalist ownership. In this way, the stimuli resulting from production relations either help or hinder the growth of productive forces. It depends on the degree to which production relations are adjusted to the needs of the productive forces. This connection between production relations with the state and the development of productive forces accounts for the fact that the mode of production at a definite stage in social development is an internally balanced whole. Marx put this in an undoubtedly oversimplified but terse and suggestive way. The hand mill gives you society with the feudal lord, the steam mill, society with the industrial capitalist. Registered. K. Marx, The Poverty of Philosophy, Lawrence and Wishart, London 1936, p. 92. Modes of Production and Social Formations 23. This is the basic pattern to which conforms the development of production relations. We define it as the law of the necessary conformity between production relations and the character of the productive forces carried. This is the first and basic law of political economy. We shall see, however, as we go on, that the dependence of production relations on productive forces is of vital importance not only for the shaping of all economic relations but also for the shaping of all other social relations. For this reason we shall also term this law the first basic law of sociology. By sociology we mean the science of the laws governing the development of human societies. Social consciousness. Economic relations are not the only social relations. Apart from economic relations in which the social bond is forged through the intermediary of material objects, there are other social relations which result directly from the behavior of men towards each other, from behavior which is constantly repeated according to a given pattern. These are the social relations which result from family customs and the moral rules recognized by society. The activity of state authorities gives rise to political relations, and there are also legal relations resulting from rules laid down by the state which regulate human activity. Such social relations as mentioned are characterized by the fact that they are conscious relations. People are conscious of the fact that they affect one another through the behavior in which these social relations are revealed. On the other hand, people are usually, although not always, unconscious of the economic relations existing between them. They are generally aware of the existence of distribution relations, collecting wages, interest, rent, and so forth. Certain production relations, like the relations between slave owner and slaves or the relations of cooperation and of the division of labor in a factory, are also conscious. Men are not, however, aware of the relations of the division of labor which are created by the exchange of products between producers in simple commodity production and capitalist production. A Manchester mill worker and a Negro working on an African cotton plantation are not conscious of the social relation between them. The same applies to a textile worker in Manchester and a steel worker in Sheffield who is producing the steel of which textile machinery is made. In all social formations of any complexity, writes Lenin, and in the capitalist social formation in particular, people in their intercourse are not conscious of what kind of social relations are being formed, in accordance with what laws they develop, etc. For instance, a peasant when he sells his grain enters into intercourse with the world producers of grain in the world market, but he is not conscious of it, nor is he conscious of the kind of social relations that are formed on the basis of exchange registered. In so far as men are conscious of social relations, certain ideas take shape in their minds. They are conscious of social relations through the agency of these ideas. There also emerge legal and political, moral and religious, philosophical, scientific and artistic ideas, on the basis of which men evaluate social relations. Such ideas are called social ideas, and a system of such ideas is called an ideology. Along with social ideas, people also develop certa in more or less distinct psychological attitudes towards various social relations. These attitudes constitute what we call social psychology. An ideology or social psychology may be the expression of the social ideas and socio-psychological attitudes of an entire society or of parts of that society, such as social classes or other social groups. To this complex of social ideas and psychological attitudes we give the name social consciousness. The social relations themselves of which people are aware and which are the subject of social ideas and socio-psychological attitudes we call the object of social consciousness. Within the complicated arrangement of social relations other than production relations and of the various elements of social consciousness existing in a given society, some are indispensable for a given mode of production. In every antagonistic mode of production, for example, there must be legal and political relations arising from the activity of the state authority in protecting the privilege enjoyed by one part of society through its ownership of the means of production. There must be moral, religious, and philosophical ideas which convince the whole of society that the ownership of the means of production is in the right hands. In addition to the appropriate legal and political relations, the feudal mode of production requires the appropriate moral, religious and philosophical ideas. The socio-psychological attitude of submissiveness on the part of the peasant towards his lord is indispensable. The capitalist mode of production requires of its social psychology that, among other things, private property should be respected, that workers should be accustomed to the discipline of working together in a factory, and that people should feel professionally responsible for the quality of the work they do. Concept of social formation. Base and superstructure. We call the superstructure of a given mode of production that part of social relations and of social consciousness which is indispensable for the existence of that particular mode of production. The mode of production, together with its superstructure, is called the social formation or social system, and the production relations proper to a given social formation are called its economic base. The superstructure does not include all conscious social relations nor the whole social consciousness of a given society. It embraces only those conscious social relations and those social ideas and socio-psychological attitudes which are necessary for the existence of a given mode of production, which make possible the continuation of the existing production relations and which, in particular, consolidate the established system of ownership of the means of productions carried. Thus, a social formation is an internally balanced and harmonized whole, a definite objective historical fact. Marx distinguished the Asiatic, ancient, feudal, and bourgeois formations with their corresponding historical periods. Today we can add to this list the primitive community and the socialist formation. These formations correspond to the modes of production described above, the ancient formative corresponding to slavery and the bourgeois formation to capitalist production. The mode of production which was the base of the formation called by Marx Asiatic still includes many obscure points which remain to be cleared up. It was founded on the state ownership of the land, which resulted from the necessity for large-scale collective works connected with the regulation of rivers and the building of reservoirs and canals in an agriculture relying on artificial irrigation. Such state ownership of land existed in Egypt, Mesopotamia, Persia, India, China, Ceylon, and other Eastern countries. As Arx says, here the state is the supreme owner of land. Sovereignty depends on the ownership of land concentrated at the national level. For this reason there is no private ownership of land, although the possession and use of land may be both private and common. The political superstructure corresponding to the mode of production based on the state ownership of land took the form of Oriental despotism, whose social function was the central direction of the collective works connected with artificial irrigation. The collapse of the power of the Eastern monarchies resulted in the ruin of the irrigation systems, a decline in production, and the decline of the highly developed civilizations based on this mode of production. However great the number of despotisms, writes Engels, which rose and fell in Persia and India, each was fully aware that above all it was the entrepreneur responsible for the collective maintenance of irrigation throughout the river valleys, without which no agriculture was possible there. It was reserved for the enlightened English to lose sight of this in India. They let the irrigation canals and sluices fall into decay. Opinions differ as to the type of labor employed in the Asiatic social formation. A widely held view, shared by K. Ostrovichanov, is that it was slave labor. He states that this social formation is a mode of production constituting a form of slavery, in which the majority of people are slaves owned by the monarch. This, however, seems to be an oversimplification, since the Asiatic social formation preserved for millennia village communities that had developed from the primitive community. This had already been noted by Marx. Registered although slavery undoubtedly existed in ancient Asiatic societies, the position of the majority of peasants who lived in village communities was much more like that of the serfs who had to pay taxes in kind to the state and contribute forced labor. According to Marx, the surplus product took the form of a tax in kind or labor service. Registered. On the strength of this observation, some authors have tried to define the Asiatic social formation as a variation of feudalism, using the term bureaucratic feudalism. Registered. This, too, is an oversimplification. The Asiatic social formation is an independent formation in which taxes in kind, compulsory peasant labor and slavery are combined into a uniform mode of production by the state ownership of land and large-scale collective irrigation works undertaken by the state. Law of necessary conformity between superstructure and economic base. Superstructure cannot be arbitrary, by its very nature it is adjusted to the economic base, and consequently to the entire mode of production characteristic of a historical period. When the fundamental production relations change, the superstructure changes as well. A new social formation is born. This is called the law of necessary conformity between superstructure and the economic base, or the second basic law of sociology. When the economic base changes, only these other social relations and those elements of social consciousness which are incompatible with the requirements of the new economic base change with it. At the same time, such new social relations and new elements of social consciousness are developed as are indispensable for the new economic base and the new mode of production. Other social relations and elements of social consciousness remain unchanged. Hence the social relations other than production relations and the social consciousness of a given society, shaped by the historical process, are only in part the superstructure of the social formation existing in that historical period. In part they derive from earlier times, are survivals from the superstructure formed in previous social formations registered, remnants which do not hinder the development of the new economic base. Sometimes these surviving elements become included in the superstructure of the new social formation. Christianity, for example, originated as part of the superstructure of the ancient social formation during its decline, was then transformed into the superstructure of the feudal formation, survived the period of capitalism partly as a remnant, partly included in the new superstructure, and continues to survive in the first phase of socialism. Thus we may illustrate the structure of the social activity of man as well as the structure of the social relations, social ideas, and socio-psychological attitudes resulting from that activity by means of the diagram on p. 33. Of course, social consciousness and social relations become much more complicate in the periods of transition between social formations, when different modes of production coexist, or when, though one mode of production clearly predominates, remnants of another mode of production are yet preserved. In such cases, superstructures of different existing economic bases, possibly together with remnants of the superstructure of extinct production relations and the nuclei of the superstructure of the future social formation, are found in the existing social relations and the social consciousness. The diagram we have given makes it possible, however, to dismantle such a complex situation into its component parts, or, as Marx put it, to disclose the anatomy of human society. K. The first and second basic laws of sociology lay down the conditions necessary for the inner harmony and balance of social formations, the conditions for the mutual adjustment of the component parts of a given formation. The first law states that there must be conformity between the production relations and the character of the productive forces. The second, that there must be conformity between the superstructure and the production relations. We might describe these laws as the laws of the conservation of social formations. If the conditions laid down by these laws are not satisfied, an inner contradiction develops within the formation, and the various component parts of that formation cease to be adjusted to one another. In such a case the social formation disintegrates and a new one emerges in its place. To understand the historical process by which human society changes from one social formation into another, it is necessary to know what factor it is that upsets the inner balance of the social formation, undermines the mutual adjustment of the component parts, and breaks the formation to pieces. This factor is to be found in the development of the productive forces. Man's growing ability to transform nature and adapt it to his needs leads to changes in the way in which he acts upon it in the process of production. Conservative character of social relations and social consciousness / Every social process consists of a continually repeated human activity of a certain kind. Social relations are types of repeated behavior of men towards each other. As a result of this continual interaction, social ideas and socio-psychological attitudes emerge and take shape in men's minds. Actions continually repeated form the foundation of the patterns of regularity discernible in social life and thus make it possible to analyze it scientifically. Schema of social structure and development. Social consciousness and conscious social relations except prokaryotic relations. I. Law of progressive development of producive forces operates. 1. Nature. The continual repetition of an action results in the forming of habit or routine, i.e., a tendency to go on repeating that action in the same way as before. Registered. A complex of actions which are performed habitually and become a routine is called a custom. Habits and customs repeated until a new, external stimulus brings them to an end and introduces a change into the kind of activity which has been going on. This new activity then in turn becomes a habit. This is a general feature of the behavior of human beings as biopsychical organisms. As a result of this regularity, social relations, which are, after all, nothing more than continually repeated actions of certain kinds, together with the social ideas and socio-psychological attitudes which result from these social relations, have a tendency to grow into habits and to form a complex of customary social behavior. Social relations and the whole of social consciousness tend to be slow to change, weighed down by conservatism and a peculiar inertia which can only be overcome by external stimuli. Law of progressive development of productive forces. There is, however, one field of human activity in which habit and routine can never prevail for long, since new external stimuli are continually appearing, forcing men to alter their behavior. That field is the process of production, in which man acts on nature and is himself affected by it in the social process of labor. The way in which man acts on nature is determined by the existing productive forces, i.e., by the means of production, and in particular by the instruments of labor and the human experience and ability available to use such instruments. In the social process of labor, man transforms his natural environment and creates a new one which consists of the products of his labor. These new surroundings are sometimes called the artificial environment or the historical material attainment of society . This new material environment is a stimulus which causes changes in the social process of production. New or better instruments of labor arimiad, the possibility of making use of new objects of labor arises and the ability to make use of instruments increases. This in turn brings about a further change in the new artificial environment, thus creating a new stimulus toward changes in behavior, and so on. Man surrounds himself with an artificial environment, the complexity of which incessantly increases. This artificial environment continually supplements man's natural powers, thus strengthening his domination over nature. Each new human action gives rise to more and more new external stimuli which bring about fresh changes in human activity. In this way, the social forces of production are continually developing. Thus, whereas social relations, social ideas, and socio-psychological attitudes tend to be slow to change, productive forces are constantly developing and raising the production potential of society. The American anthropologist A.L. Kroeber has drawn attention to the difference between the ease with which changes are introduced into production processes and the slowness of adaptation in other fields of human activity. In mechanical or practical matters, people adjust themselves to the pressure of new conditions more quickly. If, on the other hand, a calendar becomes antiquated, the simple act of will, the mere exercise of community reason needed to correct it, is resisted vigorously. As long as men are concerned with their bodily wants, those which they share with the lower animals, they appear plastic and adaptable. In proportion, however, as the socially systematized products of their intellects are involved, when one might most expect foresight, reason, and cool calculation to be influential, societies seem swayed by a conservatism the strength of which looms greater as we examine history more deeply. This shrewd observation by an eminent student of human societies needs only to be expanded by noting that the ability to adapt quickly to new conditions is not connected with the satisfaction of basic biological needs. This human flexibility results from the process we have described above, in which each change in behavior gives rise to new stimuli which in turn bring about a new change in behavior. The pattern of regularity in the development of the social productive forces described above is called the law of the progressive development of productive forces. This law states the necessity of a continual change in productive forces, leading to a higher and higher production potential of society. As we have shown, this necessity is the result of the continual emergence of new stimuli which, by altering the artificial material environment created by man in the process of production, also bring about changes in the mode of interaction between man and nature. This is a process which leads to an ever greater domination by man over the material world around him. Process of development and change in social formations. The operation of the law of the progressive development of productive forces undermines, sooner or later, the conformity between production relations and the character of the productive forces. The inner harmony of the mode of production is broken, it ceases to be an internally balanced whole, and a contradiction arises between production relations and the new productive forces. The operation of the first basic law of sociology restores conformity between the production relations and the new productive forces. The production relations are adjusted to the new requirements of the productive forces. A change in the relations of production undermines, however, the conformity between superstructure and economic base. An internal contradiction between the superstructure and the requirements of the new economic base shows itself. The working of the second basic law of sociology restores the conformity between the superstructure and the requirements of the economic base. A change in superstructure occurs, and this issues in the emergence of a new social formation. This process is illustrated by the diagram on p. 33. The development of productive forces is always the primary stimulus to changes in social formations, or, in Engels' phrase, the stimulus in the last resort registered. This is because social relations, social ideas, and socio-psychological attitudes are slow to change, whereas productive forces undergo incessant changes and are always rising to higher levels of development. From the conservative character of both the economic base and its superstructure, it follows that they are adjusted only to the degree required by the two basic laws of sociology. Hence, remnants of the production relations dominant in a previous formation often survive into a new social formation. Hence also a change in superstructure does not entail a transformation of all the ancient social relations and of the entire social consciousness. Many elements from the superstructures of former social formations continue to exist alongside the new superstructure. Finally, it must be pointed out that the first and second basic laws of sociology do not operate consecutively in different periods of time, they work simultaneously, although the adjustment of superstructure usually takes considerably longer than the process of adapting the relations of production. Moreover, the new superstructure is not created out of nothing. It draws its component parts from past and present social relations, social ideas, socio-psychological attitudes, and then transforms and adapts them all to the needs of the new economic base. Ideas do not fall from heaven, nor do we receive them as a gift of God while we sleep, says Antonio Labriola. Registered. The same capitalist production relations gave rise in England to a superstructure in the form of Puritanism, and in France to materialism and the freethinker movement. Registered. This was due to the fact that what we call the historical substratum on which the new superstructure was shaped, was different in the two cases. It often happens that the emerging superstructure takes up social relations and social ideas from an earlier period which have ceased to be valid, but which recover their validity in the new social formation. Roman civil law, for example, suited as it was to commodity production, became obsolete under the feudal mode of production but recovered its force under the capitalist mode of production. Further, it often happens that a superstructure or the elements of a superstructure are taken over from other countries, where the new production relations with their corresponding superstructure are already well established and developed. Registered. In this way, various elements drawn from different periods of time combine to make up the superstructures of emerging social formations. Consequently, the superstructure corresponding to a new set of production relations varies from country to country according to the historical substratum from which it emerged. Within the same capitalist formation, there are considerable differences between the superstructure in different countries. There are still greater differences in social consciousness as a whole, which includes, besides the superstructure of a given social formation, numerous elements inherited from the superstructures of earlier formations like Christianity in Europe, Shintoism and Buddhism in Japan, or the monarchy in Great Britain and the Republic in North America. In this way, a given social formation can display a great wealth and a variety in social relations and in the social ideas and socio-psychological attitudes which go to make up social consciousness. The same mode of production may be associated with widely differing structures of social relations and of social consciousness, even with profoundly different features of its superstructure. Thus, the process of transition from one social formation to another consists in the appearance in society of a number of contradictions followed by a series of adjustments which lead to the disappearance of these contradictions. Such a process of development through the emergence and disappearance of contradictions is called a dialectical process. The development of human society consists of three dialectical processes. The first is to be found in the continual emergence of contradictions in the interaction between man and nature, in that exchange of matter between man and nature in the social process of labor. By the creation of an artificial material environment, contradictions are set up between his previous activity and the stimuli to which this new environment gives rise. These contradictions are eliminated by a change in activity, i.e., by a change in productive forces which, however, produces new stimuli and, consequently, new contradictions, and so the whole process goes on continually. The second dialectical process starts with the appearance of a contradiction between the new productive forces and the old production relations. This contradiction, which at first hampers the productive forces, disappears when the production relations have been adjusted to the new productive forces. The third dialectical process starts with the emergence of a contradiction between the new production relations, i.e., the new economic base, and the old superstructure. This contradiction, which at first hinders the birth and growth of the new economic base, is eliminated when the superstructure has been adjusted to it. These three dialectical processes taken together form the social development of mankind. Social development in antagonistic formations, class struggle, and social revolutions. This pattern in the process of social development is true of all social formations. The source pf this regularity lies in the conservative nature of the economic base and superstructure, as contrasted with the continuous development of productive forces. In social formations based on antagonistic production relations, there is an additional factor which fortifies the conservative character of production relations and their superstructure. This lies in the fact that it is in the interest of the class to which the established production relations ensure the privilege of owning the means of production to maintain these production relations and their corresponding superstructure. This class strives to maintain, more or less consciously, in its own interest, the existing economic base and superstructure, thus further holding up any tendency to change. To this end it employs legislation and the apparatus of the state. As a result, the class, or classes whose interests are bound up with the development of productive forces, fight for the abolition of the social privilege arising from the established production relations and demand changes in the superstructure corresponding to these relations. In these circumstances, the contradictions between the new productive forces and the old production relations, and between the requirement of the new production relations and old superstructure, give rise to a class struggle. These contradictions are eliminated by depriving the possessing class bound up with the old production relations of their social privilege, i.e., by means of a social revolution. This is not normally a gradual transformation but a more or less violent upheaval, especially in the political and legal superstructure which protects the relations of ownership of the means of production. Because of the resistance to change by the class interested in maintaining the old production relations, the class, or classes interested in the new mode of production produce its or their own social ideas and socio-psychological attitudes, and under favorable circumstances also its or their own political organizations. A split in social consciousness takes place. Alongside the superstructure of the existing economic base and the remnants of the superstructures of earlier social formations, a nucleus of the superstructure of the future social formation appears in the social consciousness. This nucleus emerges in the class or classes struggling for new production relations. The class struggle becomes a struggle between ideas and entire social ideologies, a struggle between different socio-psychological attitudes, and, under favorable circumstances, a struggle waged by new political organizations against the existing state authority. This struggle is guided by new social ideas and new socio-psychological attitudes. The class privileged under the old production relations usually succeeds, with the help of the state authority, legal relations, ideology, and those socio-psychological attitudes which are favorable to it, in prolonging the life of the old social formation. Consequently, the transition from one social formation to another is delayed, so that when the transition does finally take place it tends to be explosive. The explosion takes place when the growing new social forces break the dam of the old social formation. The dialectical process of social development takes on the form of class struggle and social revolution. Marx gave what is now the classical account of the transition from one social formation to another when production relations are antagonistic, at a certain stage of their development, the material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or what is but a legal expression for the same thing with the property relations within which they have been at work hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an epoch of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed, registered classes and social strata. To this we should add that the preservation of the production relations and superstructure is supported not only by the class whose privileges are bound up with the established relations of ownership of the means of production, but also by those social strata who owe their economic and social position to the superstructure of the existing social formation. By social stratum, as opposed to social class, we mean a group whose position is determined not by the relations of ownership of means of production, but by the specific features of a given superstructure. Groups like state officials who exercise the functions of the state authority, or the priests of a religion forming part of the superstructure of a society, may equally have a vested interest in the preservation of the old social formation. They are part of the establishment provided by this social formation. Registered conservative social strata of this kind, owing their social position to the existing superstructure, may also be found in non-antagonistic social formations, example in the socialist formation. The existence of these groups may result in a certain turbulence in social development even where society is based on non-antagonistic production relations and in which there is no class struggle. Nonetheless, these obstacles to social progress are overcome, if not without resistance and struggle, at least without social revolution. Their elimination requires the adjustment of the superstructure to the requirements of the economic base. It is not necessary to change production relations. Historical materialism. The theory which maintains that there is a pattern of regularity in social development as we have set it out is called the materialistic interpretation of history, or historical materialism. It explains the entire development of human society as a complex of dialectical processes in which the primary, incessantly repeated stimulus is the interaction between man and his material environment in the social process of production. Marx's discovery of this pattern and the further study of its principal consequences by Engels laid the foundations for a scientific analysis of the development of human society. The historic importance of this discovery was appraised by Engels in the following words: just as Darwin discovered the law of development of organic nature, so Marx discovered the law of development of human history. Registered. Certain variations in the formulation of the materialist interpretation of history are to be found in Engels' works. In Anti-Düring he writes, the materialist conception of history starts from the proposition that the production and, next to production, the exchange of things produced is the basis of all social structure. It follows from the context that by exchange Engels means the division or distribution of products. This is not an incorrect formulation, since distribution depends ultimately on production relations and is closely connected with the mode of production. To specify distribution in this context is, however, superfluous, since it obscures the formulation. We find a considerably greater difference in formulation in Engels' preface to the first edition of Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, in K. Marx and F. Engels, Selected Works, ed. Cit. pages 155-6. According to the materialistic conception, the determining factor in history is, in the last resort, the production and reproduction of immediate life. But this itself is of a twofold character. On the one hand, the production of the means of subsistence, of food, clothing, and shelter and the tools requisite therefor; on the other, the production of human beings themselves, the propagation of the species. The social institutions under which men of a definite historical epoch and of a definite country live are conditioned by both kinds of production, by the stage of development of labor, on the one hand, and of the family, on the other. The less the development of labor, and the more limited its volume of production and, therefore, the wealth of society, the more preponderating does the social order appear to be dominated by ties of sex. Thus, in a primitive society, not only the development of productive forces but also the development of family relations, operating as an dependent factor, would determine social development. This assertion was criticized by K. Krauss' Economic Materialism, ed. Cit. p. 71 ff. HQ now, Die Marx-Geschichts-Gesellschafts- Staatstheorie, Volume 2, pages 138 to 142, and K. Koski, Die Materialistische Geschichtsauffassung, Volume I, p. 842 ff. See also K. Ostrovichanov, An Outline of the Economics of Pre-Capitalistic Formations, ed. Cit. p. 26. Krzyzewicki, on the other hand, defended a view similar to that held by Engels, maintaining that the laws of historical materialism as formulated by Marx did not hold for the class system. According to Krzyzewicki, the laws of the materialistic interpretation of history begin to operate only in what he called the territorial system, in which material objects become the binding link in social relations. He thought that in the clan system there were no production relations, that the only social relations were direct ones between individuals of the clan, relations based on kinship. This view is incorrect, since the production process is also found in the clan system, and consequently there arises a social bond resulting from the use of material objects, i.e., production relations appear. Softy writers have tried to introduce other terms to describe the materialist interpretation of history. Paul Lafargue, Marx's son-in-law, who was one of the first to write about historical materialism, entitled his principal work Le Déterminisme économique de Karl Marx. George Plekhanov called his exposition of historical materialism a contribution to the problem of the development of a monistic interpretation of history. The expression monistic interpretation of history was probably included with an eye on the Tsarist censorship. In the text he wrote plainly of materialism as the foundation of the comprehension of the historical processes. Since then, especially in the beginning of the 20th century, many authors preferred to use the term economic interpretation of history. Kazimierz Krauss, who in principle, despite inconsistencies, was an adherent of the materialist interpretation of history, suggested the term mono-economic interpretation of history. Economic interpretation of history and similar terms are not appropriate, since they do not convey the sense of historical materialism. According to historical materialism, the primary and decisive stimulus in social development is not economic relations, nor even that part of economic relations which constitutes production relations. It is the dialectic process of interaction between man and his material environment that is the development of social productive forces. It is, quite literally, a materialist interpretation of history. Some authors like to use the term economic materialism in order to dissociate themselves from philosophical materialism, i.e., a materialist view of the world. But historical materialism originates from this materialist view of the world, not, of course, a primitive, metaphysical materialism, but dialectical materialism which takes into consideration man's active role in knowing and changing the material world. C. F. Engels, Ludwig Feuerbach, and the End of Classical German Philosophy, in K. Marx and F. Engels, Selected Works, ed. Cit. Volume 2, pages 324 to 364. The materialist interpretation of history cannot be treated in isolation from the view of the world from which it sprang. The interaction between 48. Man and his material environment, which manifests itself in the development of productive forces, is man's grappling with what really and objectively exists, independently of his will and consciousness. It is man's grappling with his objective material environment, with matter, and not with products of his own imagination, mind or will. Human activity is also part of the real, objectively existing world. It changes the objective world and adapts it to man's needs. Without the premise that the material world is an objective reality transformed in the social process of production, any scientific analysis of the laws governing the development of human societies would be devoid of all sense. It would be a mere figment of human fantasy. Chapter 3. Economic Laws. General Concept. The economic process is a complex of continually repeated human actions. Under certain conditions, resulting from the historical development of a given society, this activity repeats itself in a particular way, that is to say, it has its own peculiar pattern of regularity. This pattern may be resolved into certain elements, i.e., continually recurrent connections or relationships carried between various actions or the simpler acts of which these actions consist. Such relationships or connections are called economic laws. Laws of causation, concomitance and functional relationship. All laws, economic and other, i.e. all relationships continually recurring in nature and human society, can be classified into three types: causal laws, concomitance laws, and functional laws. Causal laws are relationships in which a given event is always followed by some other definite event, such sequence of events taking place in time. The first, earlier event, is called the cause, and the second, later event, is called the effect. Concomitance laws are relationships in which two or more events always occur jointly. Concomitance laws are often called structural laws since events continually occurring together form a kind of regular structure. Finally, there are functional laws which operate when there is a connection or relationship between events that are measurable quantitatively. These can be formulated as mathematical functions. 50. Of these three kinds of laws, it is the causal laws which are of fundamental importance, since both concomitance and functional laws are reducible to causal laws. If certain events always occur jointly in a particular structure, then this structure is a result of certain earlier events which are its cause. Concomitance laws are simply descriptions of the effects of certain causes. Functional laws are relationships which consist either of a constant sequence of events in time, or else a regular concomitance of events which are quantitatively measurable. Thus, they are a special case of either laws of causation or laws of concomitance, which arises when the events in question are quantitatively measurable. These general considerations hold good for every kind of law in nature and human society, and are thus also applicable to economic laws. Consequently, we may distinguish between causal economic laws, structural economic laws, and functional economic laws. It is, however, the causal economic laws which are of fundamental importance, since the other kinds of economic laws are reducible to them. Objective character of economic laws. Economic laws are continually repeated connections between various elements of the economic process. They are thus specific to a certain complex of human actions, and express certain inner relationships within that complex of human actions. Therefore, economic laws are objective, i.e., they are a real and actual characteristic of the economic process. A law, says Lenin, is what is identical in phenomena. 2. We express this by saying that economic laws govern the economic process, that they operate in the course of that process. These are metaphorical statements which indicate the objective character of economic laws. Political economy studies these objectively operating economic laws, or, speaking colloquially, discovers them. The results of this study are formulated in statements about the operation of economic laws. These statements are called the laws of political economy. The laws of political economy constitute a more or less adequate reflection of the objective economic laws. The conformity of the statements formulating the laws of political economy with the real operation of objective economic laws is the criterion of their truth, the criterion of whether such statements reflect objective economic laws, and whether they have equivalence in the real economic process. The laws of political economy are a more or less adequate reflection of economic laws. This means that economic laws do not reflect all the details of the repeatable connections or relationships which occur in the economic process. They reflect only what is necessary, i.e., essential, in these relationships. The adequacy of the laws of political economy depends precisely on their subsuming from the relationships occurring in reality all that is necessary or essential in them, i.e., all that always repeats itself in each real occurrence of a given connection or relationship. It is precisely these necessary, i.e., always recurrent, connections or relationships, which constitute economic laws. The laws of political economy are adequate reflections of economic laws insofar as they reflect what is necessary, i.e., essential. In the individual, single acts, of which the economic process consists, those necessary, i.e., essential, relationships do not occur in isolation. There are other connections or relationships which do not appear every time that a given activity takes place but which only accompany particular individual acts. These are called accessory or accidental relationship Atches. Accidental relationships, accompanying individual acts but not recurring in every comma. Disturb, as it were, the operation of economic laws. For this reason economic laws can only be observed if the human actions which are the elements of the economic process are frequently repeated. The laws of exchange, like the laws of price formation or of money circulation, are not revealed in single, isolated acts of exchange, but only if these acts are repeated in large numbers. The laws characteristic of certain relations of production are similarly only revealed when the activity of production is repeated on a mass scale. In single isolated cases no regularity may be perceptible since the operation of economic laws is sometimes disturbed by accessory connections or relationships which may occur only in one particular case. Because they only reveal themselves when human actions are repeated on a mass scale, we say that economic laws are stochastic or statistical. Stochastic, or statistical, laws, are laws which can only be observed when events of a given type are repeated on a mass scale. Stochastic character of economic laws. The statistical character of economic laws was noted by Marx and Engels. Analyzing the process of production, Marx writes, in every branch of industry, the individual worker, Peter or Paul, differs to a greater or lesser extent from the average worker. These individual variations balance one another, and rule one another out, when we come to deal with a large number of workers at the same time registered. Discussing the process of the realization of value in the market, Marx writes, if each case is taken separately, chance governs everything. The inner law which emerges from the operation of chance becomes visible only when individual cases are combined in large numbers registered. Engels, discussing the formation of the average rate of profit under capitalism, writes, in reality the rates of profit vary from business to business and from year to year according to different circumstances, and the general rate only exists as an average of many businesses and a series of years. But if we were to demand that the rate of profit, say 14.876934, should be exactly similar in every business and every year down to the 100th decimal place, on pain of degradation to fiction, we should be grossly misunderstanding the nature of the rate of profit and of economic laws in general. None of them has any reality except as approximation, tendency, average, and not as immediate reality. This is due partly to the fact that their action clashes with the simultaneous action of other laws, but partly to their own nature as concepts. Further on he writes, or take the law of wages, the realization of the value of labor power, which is only realized as an average, and even that not always, and which varies in every locality, even in every branch, according to the customary standard of life registered. In this way, to use Engels' words again, necessity asserts itself athwart all accident registered when a great number of actions is repeated on a large scale. In a mass of repeated actions, the consequences of accidental relationships cancel one another out and the necessary or essential relationships, i.e., economic laws, can be clearly seen. The mutual compensation of the results of accidental relationships, and the appearance of necessary relationships, which occurs under certain conditions when events of a given kind are repeated on a mass scale, is called the law of large numbers. The law of large numbers enables economic laws to manifest themselves in the economic process, or, as it is sometimes put, it constitutes the specific form in which economic laws manifest themselves. That is why we have said that economic laws are stochastic or statistical. The law of large numbers also serves as a basis on which political economy can formulate its laws as approximate and adequate reflections of the objective economic laws operating in the actual economic process, It makes it possible to distinguish between the necessary or essential relationships and the merely casual. Economic laws are independent of human consciousness and will. The objective character of economic laws arises from the fact that they are a real characteristic of economic processes. They are not, as idealistic theories of cognition would have it, a product of the human mind, either as a priori categories of perception, or as convenient conventions. Neither are they a product of the science of political economy. As we have seen, science merely studies and discovers laws. Furthermore, economic laws are not a product of human consciousness or will. They operate regardless of whether people are conscious of them or not, and regardless of whether or not they conform to human intentions. Since economic relations and especially the relations of production are only high part conscious the economic laws which result from such relations of production also operate independently of human consciousness. For example, the laws governing the exchange of products under capitalist production relations operate in such a way that the producers are either not conscious of them at all or else they think of them falsely as laws dealing with the relationships between things instead of as relations between the activities of producers. These magnitudes, writes Marx, are perpetually changing, independently of the will, foreknowledge, and activity of those who make the exchanges, whose own social movement seems to them a movement of things which control them, instead of being controlled by them. Thus, conscious and ss of the fact that economic laws operate is not a condition of their operation. Lack of such consciousness, or even quite mistaken ideas about them, do not prevent economic and the manner in which the activities of individuals interoperate. Hence, although the individual actions of persons and groups are consciously and purposively undertaken, the social result of these actions is different from the intentions of those engaged in the economic process and, moreover, is often either misunderstood or not comprehended at all. Engels writes, in the history of society, the actors are all endowed with consciousness, are men acting with deliberation or passion, working towards definite goals. Nothing happens without a conscious purpose, without an intended aim. That which is willed happens but rarely. In the majority of instances the numerous desired ends cross and conflict with each other, or these ends themselves are from the outset incapable of realization or the means of attaining them are insufficient. Thus the conflicts of innumerable individual wills and individual actions in the domain of history produce a state of affairs entirely analogous to that prevailing in the realm of unconscious nature. The ends of the actions are intended, but the results which actually follow from these actions are not intended, or when they do seem to correspond to the end intended, they ultimately have consequences quite other than those intended. Historical events thus appear on the whole to be likewise governed by chance. But where on the surface accident holds sway, actually it is always governed there by inner, hidden laws, and it is only a matter of discovering these laws registered. What Engels has to say ABC the independence of the results of the complex of human activity from human will and consciousness applies also to economic laws. That is why economic laws are necessary relationships, independent of the consciousness and will of the human beings from whose activity they result. Technical and balance laws of production. We come now to study more closely the way in which material productive forces and economic relations determine economic laws. Necessary relationships between individual acts or actions develop in the process of production, in the course of man's acting upon nature, in the course of his own conditioning by his own activity, in that exchange of matter between man and nature referred to by Marx. These relationships are determined by the technical conditions of production existing at a given stage of historical development. A particular expenditure of labor and particular quantities of the various means of production are needed to produce a definite product, example definite quantities of labor, coal, ore, electric power, etc., are needed to produce a definite quantity of steel, definite quantities of raw materials, machines, buildings, and human labor are needed to produce a certain quantity of textiles. In this way relationships resulting from the technical conditions of production develop between human actions or acts. These are technical relations in production. Over and above this, material technical conditions determine certain relationships which might be called balance relationships. For example, no more coal can be used than has been produced. A given product cannot be stored in reserve if the whole output is used up. Balance relationships result from the fact that production, like all economic activity, deals with material objects. Certain technical and balance relations appear particularly clearly if we regard the production process as a continually repeated process, as a process of reproduction. If the production process is to be maintained at a given level, all the products cannot be consumed. Some of the products must be devoted to ing the means of production as they are used up. As a result, only a portion of the products can be held to be means of consumption, another portion must take the physical form of the means of production which it is necessary to renew. The quantity of products taking the physical form of the means of production depends on the degree to which the means of production are used up and hence on the technical conditions of production. If, however, an increase in the stock of the means of production takes place, the quantity of the means of production produced in the production process must be greater than the amount required to renew the means of production. The amount of the means of consumption produced must be correspondingly smaller registered. Technical and balance relations occurring in production make it imperative that certain relationships be maintained in the production process. These relations we call the technical and balance laws of production. Laws of human behavior and laws of interplay of human actions. The economic relations between men existing at a given stage of historical development also give rise to necessary relations between various economic actions and acts. Production relations determine the ownership of the means of production and thereby the ownership of the products. Thus, production relations determine the relations of distribution, the categories of the distribution of the product and whether distribution is to take place in the form of exchange or allotment. Production and distribution relations determine the objectives of men's economic activity, as well as the way in which these objectives are attained. A situation which induces men to pursue a certain objective in their economic activity is called an economic stimulus, and the objective itself is frequently called an economic incentive. It can also be said that production relations and distribution relations determine the economic stimuli and incentives which guide human activity, and also the way in which men react to those stimuli. In this way, economic laws emerge which are the expression of existing economic stimuli and the way in which men react to them. These are called the laws of human behavior. Degree. Production and distribution relations also determine the way in which people cooperate and work for one another. That is to say, they decide the form taken by cooperation and the division of labor, the way in which the production process is organized, the way in which distribution is organized, and so on. This in turn determines the way in which human economic activities interoperate. For instance, the activities of enterprises under free competition interoperate differently if certain enterprises have monopoly positions, and work differently again if they are all covered by a common economic plan. As human economic activities interoperate, balance relationships between material objects appear as they do in the production process. It is not possible, for example, in the process of distribution, to allot a greater quantity of a given product than is available. Given a definite quantity of a specific product, the purchase of a greater quantity by some people reduces the quantity which others can buy. These balance relationships also cause the activities of the individuals participating in the economic process to interoperate. Thus, economic relations give rise to laws of the interoperation or interplay of human actions. Some economic relations, certain relations of distribution, do not depend directly on the relations of production, but are a result of the superstructure of a given mode of production. For instance, the state imposes taxes and duties, regulates conditions of exchange, pays salaries and wages, and grants subsidies. Social organizations collect voluntary contributions and spend them on specified purposes. Religious organizations prohibit certain activities, accepted systems require the performance of certain activities, etc. The influence of THQ superstructure of the state in particular on the relations of distribution creates new stimuli, modifies existing stimuli, and also affects the possibility of reacting to certain stimuli. In this way it becomes the source of certain laws of human behavior. At the same time, the superstructure, the state in particular, influences the way in which human activities interoperate. For instance, the state, in the field of distribution, may introduce rationing and the allotment of certain commodities, fixing their prices, ordering enterprises to combine in cartels, and prohibiting certain activities. This affects the interplay of human actions. Thus, with regard to the conditioning effect of the material productive forces and the economic relations between men, we distinguish three kinds of economic laws. They are, the technical and balance laws of production, the laws of human behavior, and the laws of interplay of human actions. Laws of the first kind result from the material and technical necessities of the production process. That is why they are independent of human will, but, on the other hand, people are as a rule conscious of them, and those involved in the production process take them into account in their activity. Laws of the second kind, laws of human behavior, are also independent of human will, though they deal with purposive activity. Yet a given system of economic relations gives rise, inescapably, to definite economic stimuli and certain ways of reacting to them. Reacting to economic stimuli is in itself conscious and purposive behavior, but the very fact that given economic relations create certain economic stimuli and not others is something independent of human will, and is, moreover, something which people do not often realize. Certain economic stimuli cannot be separated from certain economic relations. Finally, laws of the third kind, laws of interplay of human actions, are also independent of human will and frequently do not enter into men's consciousness or else are misunderstood. Individual actions by human individuals and groups are conscious and purposive, but the complexes of these actions, which arise in particular economic relations, are, as Engels demonstrated, unintended and unconscious. A typical example is to be found in the operation of the laws of the market under capitalist relations of production, which we discussed above. The law of the average rate of profit under capitalist competition provides a further illustration. Every capitalist strives to obtain the maximum profit, but competition accounts for the fact that the rate of profit in the various industries levels down to an average. The law of the appearance and disappearance of surplus profit operates in a similar way. Every capitalist endeavors to obtain surplus profit by introducing technological improvements which cut down production costs, but competition forces all capitalists to introduce technological improvements in order to reduce production costs, so that the price of the product falls and the surplus profit vanishes. All these are examples of the laws of interplay of human actions. In other economic relations, example, if competition is replaced by a monopoly or by planning on a national scale, human actions interoperate in other ways, and other laws of interplay of human actions develop. Economic Laws 63. Historical scope of economic laws. Economic laws, being a result of the historical development of material productive forces and economic relations, are products of the historical development of human society, and the scope of their operation is also historically determined. Every law, whether in nature or in human society, has its scope of operation limited both in time and space. For every law operates in strictly defined conditions, and ceases to operate when these conditions are changed. Since nature also has its history in time, the laws of nature also change. Yet the changes occurring in nature are extremely slow as compared with changes in the history of mankind, and consequently as compared with changes in the conditions of the operation of economic laws. These conditions change from one historical epoch to another. Political economy, as Engels observed, deals with material which is historical, that is, constantly changing. It must first investigate the special laws of each individual stage in the evolution of production and exchange. Thus economic laws are not universally valid covering all stages of social development, but are historical laws dealing with definite stages of social development. They emerge at certain moments in that process and disappear as society develops further. As Engels put it, so-called economic laws are not eternal laws of nature but historic laws which arise and disappear. The historical duration of economic laws varies, however, with the duration of the conditions which account for the Operation of such laws. For this reason, the field within which the various conditions and THIRD corresponding economic laws are vod me st be described more exactly. Scope of technical and balance laws of production. The laws with the widest application in history are those arising from the production process, the technical and balance laws of production. The most general of these laws are universal in character, which means that they are valid at all stages of social development in which production is a conscious and purposive human activity, i.e., beginning with the appearance of mankind. A general technical and balance law of production of this kind arises from the very existence of certain necessary technical and balance relationships in the production process. General technical and balance laws also appear in the process of simple reproduction, namely in the renewal of the means of production as they are used up. The more detailed technical and balance laws of production, however, change with the development of the productive forces. The greater the development of productive forces, the more developed these laws are. At a certain stage of development we find, for example, a differentiation between fixed and circulating means of production, the accumulation of a part of the product for the purpose of increasing the stock of the means of production, the storage of goods earmarked for the replacement of the means of production as they are used up, the storage of goods as an emergency reserve, the intensified use of labor and of the durable means of production, and so on. Detailed technical and balance laws of production corresponding to these new conditions develop. Such laws are not universal in application and appear only at a definite level of the development of productive forces. They are, however, characterized by the fact that they are not directly dependent on economic relations between men, but develop in the process of interaction between man and nature in the process of production. The technical and balance laws of production are social and historical insofar as the very process of production is a social and historical process. Since according to the law of the progressive development of productive forces registered, these forces in principle develop in one direction, their development gives rise to new, more diversified, technical and balance laws of production. The older, more general laws do not, however, cease to operate on that account. Every new social formation which emerges in history inherits old productive forces to which in the course of time it adds. It also takes over the old technical and balance laws of production and prepares the ground for new ones. Capitalism took over such laws from the pre-capitalistic formations, and socialism is taking them over from capitalism. The laws of production do not cease to operate with the transition from one social formation to another, they are only enriched by more highly developed ways of operating arising from the development of productive forces in the new social formation. Laws specific to a given social formation. The situation is different when it comes to the laws of human behavior and the laws of interplay of human actions. These laws are products of economic relations between men, and change as those relations change. Three kinds of these laws can be distinguished. 66. Laws of the first type are determined by the relations of production and the corresponding relations of distribution, so that the operation of these laws is confined to a single social formation or even to a single phase in the development of a formation. These are the specific economic laws of a given social formation. They form a set of laws of human behavior and laws of interplay of human actions which result exclusively from the relations of production forming the economic base of a given formation. The decisive role is played by the ownership of the means of production, which conditions all the relations of production constituting the economic base of the social formation in question. The ownership of the means of production determines the goals to which the means of production are directed and hence to which all the productive forces of a given society are turned. It also determines the means of obtaining those objectives. The ownership of the means of production determines, moreover, the objectives and activity of all those persons who are not owners of the means of production. Thus the ownership of the means of production determines the economic stimuli at work in a given social formation, as well as the nature of reactions to such stimuli. This is the way laws specific to capitalism develop in the capitalist formation. Other specific laws of human behavior operate under feudalism and other ones under socialism. Under socialism, the productive forces are employed to obtain the best possible satisfaction of the needs of society, and the ways of achieving this end, including the forms of reaction to economic stimuli, depend on the organization of the socialist production relations and on the management of the process of production and distribution. The relations of production forming the economic base of a given social formation also determine certain laws of interplay of human actions. Some of these laws do not result from the general character of the relations of production specific to a given formation, but from certain more detailed forms assumed by these relations, forms which change as the formation develops. The activities of capitalist entrepreneurs at first interoperate through competition. This gives rise, as we have already pointed out, to the law of the average rate of profit. In the next phase of the development of capitalism, competition gives way to monopolies which dominate certain branches of production. The law of the average rate of profit loses its validity for those branches and is replaced by new laws dealing with the division of profits within the capitalist class. Under socialism, the activities of individual enterprises interoperate on the basis of a general plan covering the whole of society. Yet the details of that interoperation depend on the way in which production is directed and planned. Changes in methods of planning and management give rise to changes in the way in which the activities of enterprises interoperate and also produce changes in some of the economic laws. In general, it might be said that, in difference to the laws of human behavior which are generally specific to a given social formation throughout its duration, a considerable part of the laws of interplay of human actions changes in the course of the historical development of a formation. Economic laws common to different social formations. The second type of laws of human behavior and of interplay of human actions are economic laws, also determined by relations of production, but by the properties of those relations which appear in more than one social formation. These laws express features common to the economic bases of more than one social formation. They are valid in all those formations whose economic bases reveal those common features. They are common economic laws, common to certain social formations registered. This is seen very clearly when production. 68. Relations are such that products are exchanged. This feature of the relations of production is hence expressed by the operation of the law of value, and the distribution relations determined by that law find expression in the laws of the market. When exchange is effected by means of money, a number of general laws of money circulation also begin to operate. The historical extent of these laws coincides with the historical extent of the features of the production or distribution relations with which they are associated. Laws resulting from the influence of superstructure. Finally, economic laws of the third type are those which result from the influence of the superstructure on economic relations in a social formation, or the laws arising from the influence of superstructure. Economic laws of this kind change in the course of the development of a social formation together with changes in the operation of the superstructure. In a capitalist economy, for example, there may either be free trade or tariff protection, there may be a currency based on gold, or there may be various forms of fiduciary currency or paper money, there may be a free market for foreign currency, or there may be special foreign currency regulations, and so on. All this is a result of the action of superstructure, in this case of legislation imposed by the state. This activity molds certain economic relations to which definite economic laws correspond. These laws operate as long as the economic relations resulting from these state activities exist. Gresham's law, for example, dealing with the circulation of metal currency, states that bad money drives out good. Obviously, this law ceases to operate when a metallic currency is replaced by paper money. But even with metallic currency, it operates only if different kinds of money with differing values of metallic content have the same legal force on. If there is no rate of exchange fixed by the state, Gresham's law does not operate, and the relationships between the rates of exchange of the various kinds of money are determined by the laws of the market in proportion to the value of the metal they contain. Thus Gresham's law is typical of the laws arising from the action of superstructure, in this case from the action of the state in fixing the legal rate of exchange for various kinds of money. Thus in every historically determined social formation, the economic laws operating it are, as it were, stratified according to their various validities over time, and the various ways in which they are connected with the economic base. These laws include technical and balance laws of production, which are determined by the stage reached in the development of the productive forces. The majority of these laws have been inherited from previous formations and are transmitted to future formations together with the given formation's own contributions. Further, they include economic laws common to several formations, laws resulting from certain features of the economic base, common to a number of social formations. They also include economic laws specific to a given formation, the expression of the specific properties of the relations of production which form the base of that formation, and distinguish that base from the bases of all other social formations. Some of these specific properties change in the course of historical development, a process which is accompanied by changes in certain economic laws specific to that formation, so that such laws are specific only to certain phases in the development of the formation concerned. Finally, they include laws resulting from the influence 70 of the superstructure, and these change as the superstructure itself, in particular the political and legal superstructure, undergoes various changes. Among the economic laws operating in a given social formation, those laws which are specific to the formation are especially important. For they express what distinguishes that formation from other social formations, they express the specific properties of that formation as well as of the corresponding historical epoch. As we shall see later, such laws decide a social formation's character and development. Mode of operation of social formation. As we know, every social formation is an internally balanced whole. Such a balanced whole is formed by the productive forces and relations of production which make up the mode of production. The relations of production themselves are also a balanced whole, since they form the economic base of a social formation and its superstructure. The inner balance of a social formation, the mutual adjustment of its productive forces, and the relations of production and superstructure are maintained by the operation of the first and second basic laws of sociology: the law of necessary conformity between the relations of production and the character of the productive forces, and the law of necessary conformity between superstructure and economic base. All this means that human actions within a given social formation, the process of production in which man transforms nature, the mutual interaction of men constituted by the relations of production and of distribution, and the social relations forming part of the superstructure are all connected with each other. They form a whole, a system of actions bound together internally. These inner links, the fact that human actions form a whole, mean that social formations are objective products of social development existing independently of human will and consciousness registered. Thus the definition and classification of social formations are not the results of an arbitrary semantic convention, but the reflections of objective historical facts. Feudalism, socialism, capitalism and other. Economic Laws 71. Therefore, laws operating within a social formation do not operate in accidental combinations, independently of one another. Their operation forms a whole. A system of economic laws develops which is characteristic of the social formation. This kind of system is called the mode of operation of the social formation. Sometimes the description mechanism of operation or mode of functioning is used. It is a network of connections of cause and effect arising within a social formation, with individual economic laws forming the links registered. 1. The key to the understanding of the mode of operation of a social formation is to be found in the economic laws resulting from the relations of production specific to that formation. Neither the technical and balance laws of production, the majority of which are inherited from earlier formations, nor the economic laws expressing properties common to the relations of production in more than one social formation can provide such a key. Nor can this role be played by the economic laws resulting from the influence of superstructure, since their operation changes as the formation develops. Hence the particular importance of the economic laws specific to a given formation in understanding its mode of operation, for these laws express the specific properties of the relations of production in a given formation. Basic economic law of a social formation. As we know, the relations of production in every social formation result from the fundamental relationship constituted by the ownership of the means of production. The ownership of the means of production is, so to speak, the organizing principle which determines the relations of production in their entirety. Out of the economic laws specific to a given formation it fashions a single law which determines the entire mode of functioning of that social formation. This is called the basic economic law of the social formation registered THIRD. The basic economic law, resulting from the type of ownership of the means of production dominant in a given social formation, determines the goal to which the means of production and the entire productive forces of society are directed. In other words, it determines the main economic incentive of the owners of means of production. It also determines the means of attaining this goal. In other words, the basic economic law of a given formation determines the main economic stimulus together with the way of reacting to that stimulus within the formation. When, for example, the means of production are owned by capitalists, the stimulus is the capitalist's desire of maximum profits. When the ownership of the means of production is socialist, the stimulus is constituted by the desire to provide the maximum satisfaction of the needs of society registered THIRD. The basic economic law of a given social formation also determines the objectives and means of action of those persons who are not owners of means of production, and thereby determines also the economic laws governing the stimuli which arise in these circumstances and the way people react to them. It also determines the inter-operations of human activity and its corresponding economic laws resulting from the nature of the ownership of the means of production. The basic economic law of a given social formation thus determines the operation of all the other economic laws specific to that formation. Moreover, in any given social formation it also influences the operation of the economic laws expressing the features of the relations of production common to more than one social formation as well as the form of the technical and balance laws of production. The basic economic law of capitalism, for example, influences the operation of the law of value, which under capitalism leads to the production and appropriation of surplus value. Competition, which is a particular complex of human activity found in various forms of commodity production, under capitalism leads to the formation of an average rate of profit. The basic economic law of a social formation also gives a specific form to the operation of the technical and balance laws of production. Under SM, means of production take on the form of constant capital, and their replacement takes place through amortization. Human labor power engaged in the production process becomes variable capital, technical relationships become the costs of production while balance relationships become profits and losses. The consequences of the economic laws arising from the influence of superstructure, the imposition of taxes and duties, for example, similarly depend on the basic economic law of the social formation. They are different, for instance, under capitalism and feudalism, since economic stimuli and the ways of reacting to them are different in these formations. The operation of all economic laws is thus subordinated to the basic economic law of a given formation. Economic laws and dialectic social processes. It can be said, therefore, that the basic economic law of a given social formation determines that formation's mode of operation. It combines all the economic laws operating in a given formation into a systematic whole and gives its own stamp to their operation. But social formations are not static, they emerge, develop, and decay, making way for new formations. This, as we know, is the result of three dialectic processes. 1. The continual appearance of contradictions in the process of the mutual interaction between man and nature, which causes the development of productive forces. 2. The accumulation of contradictions between the new productive forces and the old relations of production. And 3. The emergence of contradictions between the new relations of production required by the productive forces and the old superstructure carried. Undermined by these contradictions, the social formation loses its internal balance and coherence. The operation of the first and second laws of sociology sets in motion carried process of adjustment which results in the birth of a new social formation. These dialectical social processes affect the operation of economic laws. As the inner contradictions within a given social formation accumulate and undermine the mutual adjustment of productive forces, production relations, and superstructure, contradictions in the operation of the economic laws of that formation also begin to appear. These laws are no longer properly adjusted to one another and their operation becomes contradictory, finally rendering impossible the functioning of that social formation. The process of aging registered equals, a decline of the social formation, sets in, and this can only end with the birth of a new formation with an internally balanced mode of operation registered. Contradictions in the operation of economic laws reflect the sociological contradictions we have enumerated. Contradictions arise between the operation of the technical and balance laws of production, on the one hand, and the operation of the specific economic laws resulting from production relations, on the other. The technical and balance laws also conflict with the economic laws common to the production relations of their own and other social formations. Contradictions arise between the operation of economic laws resulting from production relations, and the operation of the economic laws which result from the influence of superstructure. In particular, a contradiction emerges between the operation of the various economic laws and that of the basic law of the formation concerned. As we shall see later, the operation of the basic laws of capitalism, for example, eventually contradicts the economic technical and balance laws, the operation of the law of value, and the various laws resulting from the influence of superstructure. Contradictions which develop in the operation of economic laws within a given formation, in particular contradictions between the formation's basic economic law and the other economic laws, are the moving force of its development and final decline. Economic law of motion of a social formation. The contradictions which manifest themselves in the working of economic laws impart a specific character to the mode of operation of social formations. The operation of economic laws in a given social formation forms a system of actions which are both interconnected and contradictory. The mode of operation of a social formation becomes a dialectic process of development. This dialectic character of the mode of operation of a social formation Marx called its economic law of motion. The economic law of motion arises from the operation of the basic economic law of a given formation, which, working in his preface to the first edition of Volume I of Capital, Marx writes that it is the ultimate aim of this work to lay bare the economic law of motion of modern society. Undoubtedly he was thinking here of what we have called the mode of operation of a social formation, and thought of that mode of operation as a dialectical process of development. This is borne out by his approving reference to a review of the Russian edition of Capital. We read there, "The one thing which is of moment to Marx, is to find the law of the phenomena with whose investigation he is concerned, and not only is that law of moment to him, which governs these phenomena, in so far as they have a definite form and mutual connection within a given historical period. Of still greater moment to him is the law of their variation, of their development, i.e., of their transition from one form into another, from one series of connections into a different one. Through the contradictions in the operation of the various economic laws, prevents the formation from congealing in a stationary state and produces continuous changes of a definite direction. The economic law of motion produces development of the social formation, it also sets the direction of this development. Spontaneity in operation of economic laws. Economic laws are objective phenomena. Their existence and operation is independent of human will and consciousness. But economic laws may operate in a way which coincides with man's conscious aims and the activities intended to achieve those aims, or they may not. In the first case we say that economic laws operate in a way intended by man, and in the second case, that they operate spontaneously. The majority of economic laws in all the social formations preceding the emergence of the socialist formation have worked spontaneously. It is true that even in pre-socialist formations certain economic laws may operate in a way intended by man, but they are not laws which determine the development of the social formation. In most cases they are laws of the economic influence of superstructure, especially of the state, or certain technical and balance laws of production. The specific economic laws which result from the relations of production, in particular the basic economic law of a social formation, and those laws which express features common to the relations of production in more than one social formation, do not operate in conformity with man's aims. The spontaneity of their operation is partly due to the fact that economic stimuli and the ways of reacting to them in ways that are unintended and in most cases unconscious arise from the historic arrangement of the relations of production and the corresponding relations of distribution, partly because the various stimuli are at variance with each other, and partly because a complex of human actions gives a combined result which was not intended by any of the persons or human groups involved. We, again quote Engels, that which is willed happens but rarely, in the majority of instances. N. 78. The numerous desired ends cross and conflict with one another, or these ends themselves are from the outset incapable of realization, or the means of attaining them are insufficient. Registered. Thus, the mode of operation of the pre-socialist formation and the dialectical process of development, the economic law of motion, as Marx called it, are spontaneous. The birth, development, and decline of social formations is a spontaneous process. Fetishization of economic laws. The spontaneity of this process accounts for the fact that it develops like a process of natural history even though it is the result of conscious and purposive human actions. As Engels goes on to say in the passage from which we have already quoted, the conflicts of innumerable individual wills and individual actions in the domain of history produce a state of affairs entirely analogous to that prevailing in the realm of unconscious nature. Registered. In the same sense, Marx, writing about the development of capitalism, stated that my standpoint is one from which the evolution of the economic formation of society is viewed as a process of natural history. This natural history type of process is in fact the result of human actions. Each of these actions taken separately is conscious and purposive, but the conditions independent of human will in which these actions take place, as also the interplay of those actions, make their social outcome a spontaneous process. This spontaneity explains why men misunderstand the nature of economic and sociological laws. Instead of the unintended result of their own actions, they see the verb ng of some superhuman force, the operation of the eternal laws of nature, or the influence of supernatural divine, or demonic powers. A metaphysical fetishization of economic and sociological laws takes place. They become dehumaniized and their origin is sought outside the sphere of human activity. Scientific socialism is an undertaking to overcome the spontaneity of social development and to set up a system of production relations in which economic laws would work in a way intended by man. It starts from the assumption that the evolution of the capitalist mode of production itself prepared conditions in which the new, socialist system of relations of production becomes both possible and necessary. Necessary, that is, in the sense that it constitutes a condition for the further development of productive forces and the saving of society from disintegration caused by the spontaneous accumulation of inner contradictions in the capitalist social formation, contradictions leading inevitably to its collapse. The basic condition for controlling the mode of operation of social formation is the establishment of social ownership of the principal means of production. This makes it possible to set economic stimuli so that people react to them in conformity with the will of organized society. When this is so, the economic laws of human behavior operate in a way intended by man. Moreover, social ownership of the means of production makes it possible to plan the way in which human actions interoperate. As a result, the laws of interplay of human actions also operate in a way intended by man. Finally, social ownership of the means of production eliminates the antagonistic character of production relations and at the same time removes the obstacle formed by privileged, vested class interests which oppose any attempt to make economic laws operate in a way intended by, and in conformity with the will of the whole of society. Registered. In this way the socialist mode of production affords an opportunity for controlling social development and the working of economic laws. Economic laws under socialism. This does not mean to say that in the socialist social formation economic laws cease to operate independently of human will and consciousness. The technical and balance laws of production, the laws of human behavior, and the laws of interplay of human actions continue to operate objectively, independently of human will and consciousness. This cannot be changed by the socialist, or any other, mode of production. Yet the social ownership of the means of production enables these laws to give results intended by man. This was very clearly set out by Engels, when he explained the difference between the way in which economic laws operated in pre-socialist formations and the way in which they operate under socialism. They can, in the hands of the producers working together, be transformed from master demons into willing servants. The difference is as that between the destructive force of electricity in the lightning of the storm, and electricity under command in the telegraph and the voltaic arc, the difference between a conflagration, and fire working in the service of man. Just as the laws of nature are utilized by contemporary technology, so economic laws are also put to use by creating conditions in which these economic laws operate in such a way that their effects coincide with the aims of man. As Engels so clearly put it, the laws of his own social action, hitherto standing face to face with man as laws of nature foreign to, and dominating him, will then be used with full understanding, and so mastered by him. Man's own social organization, hitherto confronting him as a necessity imposed by nature and history, now becomes the result of his own free action. The extraneous objective forces that have hitherto governed history pass under the control of man himself. Only from that time will man himself, with full consciousness, make his own history. Only from that time will the social causes set in movement by him have, in the main and in a constantly growing measure, the results intended by him registered. The control of social development consists, then, not in the elimination of the operation of economic laws, since this is impossible, but in the creation of conditions in which social causes set in movement by him produce the results intended by him. But the intended effects of social causes set in movement by men are a result of the operation of objective laws, independently of human will. It is necessary to bear in mind the difference between the spontaneity of operation and the objective character of economic laws. Their objectivity stems from the fact that they are a characteristic of the real economic process taking place in objective reality, i.e., independently of human will and consciousness, whereas spontaneity is a characteristic of the way in which economic laws operate and is an indication that the operation of economic laws does not agree with the intentions of man. The control of the operation of economic laws, that is to say, the securing of their agreement with human intentions, is achieved by the proper use of the objective operation of economic laws. Objective character and spontaneity of economic laws. Confusion of the concept alt. The spontaneity of the operation of economy 9 laws with the concept of the objectivity of economic laws has led some economists to the false conclusion that there are no objective economic laws in the socialist formation and that the fact that their spontaneity has been overcome is the result of the fact that they have ceased to operate. To appreciate the falsity of this conclusion, it is only necessary to realize that without objective economic laws it would not be possible to direct social development consciously and purposively. Incalculable chaos would prevail, in which man would be utterly lost and unable to influence the economic process. Objective laws do continue to exist in the socialist formation, and are no less objective than in the pre-socialist formations. But economic laws operate differently under socialism. Socialist relations of production mean that it is possible to control economic law. Conditions are created in which the operation of those laws conforms more and more closely to the intentions of man. Dialectic processes in the socialist formation. The dialectic processes which are the moving force of the development of a social formation are also at work in the socialist social formation. Productive forces develop as a result of the dialectic process of mutual interaction between man and nature. There always remains the necessity to adjust, on the one hand, the relations of production to the development of productive forces, and the superstructure to the changes in the relations of production on the other. Registered. This necessity gives rise to contradictions which have to be resolved. These contradictions are, like economic laws, objective and are a property of real social development, independent of human will and consciousness. These contradictions in turn lead to contradictions in the operation of economic laws and, if they are not removed in time, to disturbances in the economic process. In the socialist formation, however, these sociological contradictions, like the contradictions in the operation of economic laws which result from them, can be removed before they become a source of uncontrolled processes. When the means of production are socially owned, there are no privileged class interests to oppose the adjustment of the relations of production to the needs of the development of the productive forces, and although certain social groups and social strata may be interested in the preservation of obsolete elements of the superstructure, yet, lacking the support of any privileged social class, they are unable, in the long run, to oppose the adjustment of the superstructure to changes in the social formation's economic base registered. Consequently, the operation of the first and second basic sociological laws in the socialist formation is controlled by man and ceases to be a source of spontaneous disturbances in social development. Thus, even under socialism, development is still a dialectic process of the emergence and resolution of contradictions, a process in which tensions arise and are removed. All this, however, does not take place spontaneously but is mastered by the conscious and purposive activity of organized society, an activity which utilizes objective sociological and economic laws in order to realize human aspirations registered. Socialist formation opens new epoch in human history. Since the contradictions which arise in the course of the development of socialist society are consciously and purposively removed, the intensification of those contradictions which is a feature of all earlier social formations does not occur. The contradictions between the organization of the relations of production and the requirements of the new productive forces are removed in time by a conscious adjustment of this organization. Superstructure is similarly adjusted to the new conditions. Because of this, the socialist formation is not subject to the process of aging and is not threatened with decay. The social ownership of the means of production makes it possible to resolve consciously and purposively the contradictions in the operation of economic laws, which emerge in the process of development. In other words, the socialist formation has an unlimited ability to adjust its relations of production and superstructure to the requirements of developing social productive forces. Thus, instead of decaying as do all earlier social formations, it transforms itself into new and ever higher phases of social development registered. By controlling social development and by creating conditions in which it is possible for man consciously to employ economic laws for his own ends, socialism opens a new epoch in human history. The spontaneous and repetitive cycles of the emergence, development, and decay of consecutive social formations are replaced by social development controlled by man and taking place within a social formation capable of unlimited adjustment to the needs of the development of human society. Practical significance of knowledge of economic laws. As we know, economic laws operate independently of human consciousness, independently of whether men are conscious of their operation or not, and independently of whether they understand their operation correctly or not. Yet economic laws will operate as man intends only if he understands them correctly. A proper understanding of economic laws is an indispensable condition for their control. For men cannot control economic and sociological laws as well as laws of nature and use these laws in order to achieve certain aims, if they do not know these laws or if they misconceive them. Without a true knowledge of the laws governing nature and the social life of men, no effective activity is possible. Laws which are unknown or misunderstood will always operate spontaneously. A true understanding of economic laws is thus a prerequisite for controlling them, and hence the practical importance of political economy as a science. Since it is the science which studies the social laws governing the economic process, political economy provides man with knowledge indispensable for his utilization of the operation of economic laws to serve his ends. Thus, the knowledge supplied by political economy is an instrument of social practice. From the very beginning, political economy was intended by those who studied it to be a source of knowledge at the service of social practice. Yet the possibilities of using political economy for practical purposes were at first limited by the fragmentary understanding of economic laws and the fact that, as a result of the social conditions that then prevailed, the operation of many economic laws was misunderstood. Before there could be an effective social application of the results obtained by political economy, two historical conditions had to be satisfied. In the first place, social conditions were required which would make it possible for at least some of those who study political economy to understand correctly the economic and sociological laws governing the development of social formations. Secondly, social conditions were required which would make it possible to undertake to control economic laws. As we have already stated, even in pre-socialist formations, certain economic laws could operate as man intended. For this reason, a knowledge of economic laws, gradually acquired and deepened by political economy, always had a certain practical importance. Since, however, these laws had no fundamental significance for the operation and development of society, the practical importance of political economy was necessarily quite limited. Even in those cases where political economy succeeded in acquiring a true knowledge of the more important laws governing the economic process, it remained practically ineffective. At best, it could do no more than come to an understanding of the spontaneous economic process of social development, upon which man could exert no influence whatsoever. It was only with the emergence of scientific socialism, a historic undertaking intended to control social development, and to create conditions in which it would be possible to use economic laws in order to obtain intended effects, that political economy acquired a new, creative, practical role. From being a passive observer of the spontaneous economic process, it has changed into a source of knowledge serving to direct that process. To fulfill this function, political economy must supply true knowledge, i.e., knowledge, which is an adequate reflection of the social laws operating in the economic process. Chapter 4. The method of political economy as a theoretical discipline. Political economy is the study of economic laws, that is, the study of the relationships continually recurring between the elements of the economic process. It establishes the existence of economic laws, their character, extent in history, mode of operation and mutual interrelationships. Political economy is thus the study of aspects of the economic process which manifest themselves in economic laws. It is a theoretical discipline, in contradistinction to economic history and descriptive economics, which study concrete economic processes at definite times and in definite places. Economic sciences, their subject matter and relations to each other. The study of the development of concrete economic processes in time is the concern of economic history. Descriptive economics is concerned with concrete contemporary economic processes. If concrete economic processes are formulated quantitatively, this is economic statistics. If they are discussed with regard to their distribution on the surface of the earth, then this is the concern of economic geography. Economic statistics and economic geography form part of descriptive economics and, in so far as they refer to concrete economic processes in time, part of economic history. Political economy, economic history, and descriptive economics together form what are known as the economic sciences, i.e., the disciplines dealing with the economic process. The various economic disciplines are dependent on each other. The study of concrete economic processes demands a knowledge of the laws which govern these processes. Economic history and descriptive economics must therefore make use of political economy, at the same time supplying political economy with information about concrete economic processes, information which is necessary if the theoretical generalizations of political economy are to reflect reality. Applied economics, its branches. Political economy deals with the economic process as a whole, in which the constituent parts are connected with each other by economic laws. For practical purposes, it is necessary, however, to analyze separately the various fields or aspects of the economic process, both theoretically and descriptively. These problems are dealt with by the various branches of applied economics. These are often, although not always, called branch economics. We refer to the economics of industry, the economics of agriculture, the economics of trade, the economics of banking, but we refer to the science of public finance, etc. Economics is thus a combination of sections of political and descriptive economics corresponding to the division of the economic process into branches or aspects. A combination of this kind is needed in teaching, in the organization of research institutions, and especially in training a qualified personnel specializing in various aspects of the economic process. The various branches of applied economics are, of course, reckoned as part of economic science. Political economy and economies of various social formations. As we know, the operation of economic laws is confined to particular periods of time in history. These laws, moreover, do not operate in isolation, but combine within a given social formation to form an interconnected system which is called the mode of operation of the social formation. Here the economic laws specific to a given social formation are of basic importance, especially the basic economic law of the formation. Political economy, therefore, investigates economic laws historically, analyzes the operation of economic laws within various social formations, studies the mutual connections in the operation of economic laws, and endeavors to discover the mode of operation of social formations in order to lay bare their economic law of movement. Because of this, political economy is divided into parts corresponding to historical social formations: the political economy of the primitive community, the political economy of the Asiatic and ancient formation, the political economy of feudalism, the political economy of capitalism, and the political economy of socialism. Each of these political economies deals with the economic laws specific to its social formation, the mode of operation of that formation and its economic law of movement, thereby providing an explanation of the process of emergence, development, and decay of each social formation concerned. The historical scope of economic laws does not always exactly cover the same period of time as the social formations. Only those laws which are specific to a given social formation synchronize with it. Other economic laws operate over more than one social formation, as in the case of the technical and balance laws of production and those economic laws which express characteristics of the economic base common to more than one social formation. Others, like those economic laws which are the expression of a single phase of the development of the base of a social formation, operate over a shorter period, as is often true also of the laws resulting from the influence of superstructure. The stratification of economic laws operating within a given social formation, the fact that laws are not synchronous in their historic scope, and the fact that various laws are differently connected with the economic bases of social formations means that the political economies of the various formations do not form independent and separate disciplines. Their investigations to some extent overlap and are based on a common foundation. This common basis is to be found in the fact that the various regularities in the economic process in different social formations are manifestations in different historical conditions of the same social process, i.e., the production and distribution of the material means of satisfying human needs. The political economies corresponding to various social formations are therefore ramifications of a single omen discipline, which is political economy. But political economy is more than the political economies of individual social formations. It also deals with problems which affect more than one social formation, and there are even general properties of the economic process which appear in all social formations. Besides the parts dealing with the economic laws and mode of operation of various social formations, political economy must also comprise a part which deals with the general problems common to various social formations. Political economy of pre-capitalist formations. When discussing the division of political economy into parts corresponding to the various social formations, it must be borne in mind that so far only the political economy of capitalism is a fully developed branch of political economy. Classical political economy confined itself to the study of the capitalist mode of productio and regarded pre-capitalist social formations much as the fathers of the Church have always treated pre-Christian religions. 3. Marx himself explicitly stated that the subject matter of his investigations was the capitalist mode of production, and that it is the ultimate aim of this work to lay bare the economic law of motion of modern society. What was called by Marx vulgar economy also confined itself, in practice, to the study of the problems of the capitalist social formation. In 1878 Engels could say political economy, however, as the science of the conditions and forms under which the various human societies have produced and exchanged and on this basis have distributed their products. Political economy in this wider sense has still to be brought into being. Such economic science as we possess up to the present is limited almost exclusively to the genesis and development of the capitalist mode of production registered. The later development of political economy has not much progressed beyond the investigation of the economic processes of capitalist society registered. As Krzyzewski wrote in 1900, the first economists examined economic phenomena from the standpoint of our own times, and added there have been other formations apart from our own which have, or at least ought to have, their own political economy also, and the economy of the future should embrace all those economic epochs which followed one another and whose development is mutually involved. Let it be made clear in advance that it is only a desideratum which textbooks do not fill. A number of studies have been made of the political economy of pre-capitalist formations, of feudalism in particular, especially by Marx and Engels. For, as Engels said, in order to carry out this critique of bourgeois economy completely, an acquaintance with the capitalist form ETF production, exchange, and distribution did not suffice. The forms WHI-H had preceded it or those which still exist alongside it in less developed countries, had also, at least in their main features, to be examined and compared registered. An important contribution to the study of the political economy of feudalism was made by Lenin, in his discussion of the development of capitalism in Tsarist Russia where feudal elements still prevailed registered. When discussing the political economy of pre-capitalist social formations, the works of Krzyzewski and Kunow call for special attention registered. Koski also devoted a great deal of study to problems connected with the political economy of pre-capitalist social formations. In recent years in Soviet Union there has been much discussion about the basic economic law of the pre-capitalist social formations. It has helped to elucidate certain aspects of the political economy of these formations. The first attempt to work out in outline the political economy of feudalism has been made by Porshna. All these studies are, however, fragmentary. Thus the political economy of pre-capitalist social formations, as a systematic branch of political economy, still does not exist. Registered. Political economy of socialism. The Socialist October Revolution in Russia, the revolutions in Central Europe which followed the end of the First World War, the emergence and development in the Soviet Union of the socialist mode of production, and the building of socialist economies in many other countries after the Second World War have raised the question of the political economy of socialism. Much of importance was written on the subject in post-1917 revolutionary Russia and in Central Europe, and it found an echo in Western Europe and America, especially during the Great Depression of the 1930s. In the Soviet Union the discussion has been carried further. In the light of the practical issues of planning and management of the socialist economy. In recent years the discussion has become particularly vigorous in all socialist countries, especially in the Soviet Union, Poland, and Hungary. The first outlines of the political economy of socialism are now beginning to emerge. The fact that the socialist mode of production is still very young and in many countries still in statu nascendi, and that the superstructure of the socialist formation is still quite fluid, explains why the economic laws specific to the socialist formation have not yet fully crystallized. The weight of the capitalist, and in some countries the pre-capitalist, heritage is still being felt. The specific historical conditions in which the first socialist societies emerged, the fact that they appeared in backward countries and that the capitalist world engaged in a fierce struggle against socialism, have been responsible for deformations in the development of these societies, especially in their superstructures, i.e., they have produced phenomena which contradict the character and requirements of progress of socialist society. The operation of economic laws has also been affected. The shaping of these laws has further been made difficult by the extraordinarily swift development of productive forces in the contemporary world, a world of atomic energy, electronic brains and space flights. This development has been much more rapid than in the dawn of capitalism, not to mention earlier social formations. The results achieved in the field of the political economy of socialism, although considerable, are thus still only a beginning. General characteristics of the method of political economy in order to achieve its aim of understanding economic laws, their character, historical scope and mode of operation, their relations to each other and the economic law of motion of social formations. Political economy employs a number of cognitive means, systematically applied. The stock of cognitive means forming a systematic procedure for obtaining true knowledge, i.e., knowledge forming an adequate reflection of objective economic laws, is the method proper to this science. The use of an effective method, adapted to the general conditions of human cognition as well as to the specific conditions of observation arising from the nature of the subject, is indispensable for political economy, as indeed it is for every science. The method of political economy consists of three consecutive investigation procedures: abstraction, successive concretization, and verification. Abstraction consists in isolating the essential elements of the economic process and of the constant relationships between them. Abstraction establishes the most general elements and laws in the economic process. The successive concretization of the result obtained by abstraction consists in taking into consideration increasingly detailed elements of the economic process and the relationships between them. This is done by introducing those elements and relationships which repeat themselves only in more specific conditions, which are, in other words, the less essential elements and relationships. Finally, verification consists in confronting the results obtained by successive concretization with the concrete, actual economic process observed in given conditions. These three procedures of investigation are common to all theoretical sciences dealing with processes taking place in the empirical world. From experience to abstraction, and from abstraction, through successive concretization, back to experience, this is the path of all cognition from which true knowledge emerges. This process expresses the dialectic character of cognition. Human thought is shaped through practice in continual friction with the external objective world. An abstraction is made from objective experience, a simplified reflection of the external world in the human mind. Successive concretization and verification lead to the renewed confrontation of the thought with objective reality. As a result of this confrontation, the original abstraction is improved in order to adjust it more closely to reality. Once again, successive concretization and verification follow and the whole process is repeated. In the course of the repetition of this process, the contradiction between thought and practical experience is gradually removed. In its general outline, the method of political economy does not differ from the method employed by other theoretical disciplines concerned with the various aspects of the empirical world. But the nature of the subject matter of political economy causes these procedures of investigation to assume particular forms. The exposition of these forms is the task of the methodology of political economy. Role of abstraction in political economy. Abstraction plays a particularly important part in political economy. This is because the economic process is very complex. The economic process is a set of highly diverse actions repeated many times by a great number of people, performing various activities in varying conditions. Further, every activity consists of diverse acts and operations. These activities affect man's material environment and are themselves affected by it. They are a reaction to various kinds of stimuli and are interconnected in different ways. Only by the use of abstraction can this complex of interconnected and repeated human activities be unraveled and the economic relations between men, together with their regularities, be laid bare. Abstraction consists in the mental elimination of everything which is casual or accidental, i.e., occurring only occasionally, and in singling out the event which constantly under given conditions reappears, which constantly repeats itself, i.e., is essential, or necessary. Abstraction also consists in the careful separation of the elements and relations which are interwoven and meshed together in order to establish those peculiar to given conditions. The more complicated the subject of investigation, the more numerous the accidental elements which intertwine with the essential elements, the greater the number of essential elements in the process under examination, the greater the importance of abstraction in research. Abstraction, therefore, is of particular importance in political economy. In political economy, abstraction is especially difficult since political economy cannot experiment. Abstraction is much easier in those disciplines which are not hampered in this way. Experiment makes it possible to eliminate accidental elements from the actual process under observation and to isolate the various constituent elements. In this way, experiment makes it possible to state which elements and relationships are essential in a process under investigation. This provides a basis for mental abstraction and adequate reflection of the real processes under investigation. This is impossible in political economy because the economic process is an indissoluble whole composed of human activities and the relationships between them, all combining to form the mode of operation of a given social formation. N. 104. Since large-scale experiment is impossible, registered, scientific abstraction in political economy is based on the comparative observation ext analysis of the process under investigation, the analysis consisting in differentiating between those elements and relationships which are more, and those which are less general, those which are essential and those which are casual. Abstraction based on comparative observation is a considerably more difficult way of obtaining an adequate reflection of real processes than abstraction based on experiment, since it demands much more efficient analytic thought. In the analysis of economic forms, moreover, says Marx, neither microscopes nor chemical reagents are of use. The force of abstraction must replace both registered economic categories, laws of political economy and economic theories. The result of scientific abstraction by political economy is the creation of abstract concepts which express the general properties common to the elements of the economic process in given conditions, i.e., common properties of certain economic activities and relations. These are concepts like labor, exchange, commodity, value, money, price, market, capital, interest, wages, rent, etc., and are called economic categories. These represent general properties either of actions continually repeated in certain conditions, example labor or exchange, or of economic relations which always appear, given certain conditions like value, capital, wages, interest, or rent. Economic categories are thus the result of abstraction generalizing individual aspects of the real economic process. Political economy establishes between economic categories relationships which always appear in specified conditions. In this way we arrive at general, abstract laws of political economy, i.e., statements about the operation of certain economic laws. Laws of this kind are, the law of supply and demand, which states the market relationship between price and the readiness of buyers and sellers to exchange certain quantities of a commodity at a certain price, the law of value, which states the relations between the amounts of social labor represented by commodities and the corresponding rates of exchange, the law of the average rate of profit, which states the relations between the rate of profit obtained by various capitalists in free competition. These laws are established on the basis of scientific abstraction which, in this case, consists in the elimination of casual relationships, inessential in given conditions, from the relations between the elements of the actual economic process. In this way the regular patterns in the actual economic process are treated as abstract relations between economic categories. Finally, the abstract laws obtained in this way are combined to form logical systems called economic theories. Economic theories give simplified pictures of the economic process, including only what is essential and leaving out what is casual and accidental. The theory of value, for example, gives a simplified, abstract picture of the economic relations between producers who exchange their products. The theory of the business cycle gives an abstract picture of the cyclical process of reproduction in a capitalist economy, etc. Theoretical models. Economic theories specify the conditions in which abstract laws are true and connected in a definite way. The conditions specified in an economic theory are called its assumptions, and a set of such assumptions has recently come to be called a theoretical economic mode p. Thus we refer to a model of free competition capitalism, i.e., an abstract picture of capitalist relations of production in which all capitalists operate in conditions of free competition, or we speak of a model of the process of reproduction in which, let us say, all the means of production are used up in the same period of time, or of a model of the process of accumulation in which accumulation consists of a certain percentage of the national income, and so on. Economic theories and their corresponding models normally cover part or one aspect of the economic process, example the theory of money, the theory of rent. The aim of political economy, however, is the formulation of a general theory for every social formation, which would cover abstractly the whole mode of operation of that formation. This is the economic theory of a social formation. A fully developed theory of this kind so far exists only for the capitalist mode of production carried by a logical process of generalization and the isolation of the essential from the accidental. Hence the picture of the properties and patterns of regularity of the actual economic process which they give is not only simplified but clarified, registered. This is so because it sets out the basic features and relationships of the economic process, which in reality reconfused, blurred, and not immediately visible. This is only so, however, if these abstractions adequately reflect the real historical economic process, that is to say, when they really omit all that which is accidental and separate out all that which is essential. Thus the abstractions of political economy, like those of every science dealing with empirical phenomena, cannot be arbitrary. These abstractions cannot be subjective mental constructions but must be dictated by, and must be the adequate expression of, the objective properties of the economic process. Historical basis of abstraction in political economy. Abstractions in political economy must thus be based on, and correspond to, the real historical economic process. It follows that abstractions in political economy categories, laws, and theories are both logical and historical. Logical, because they are the product of a logical process of analysis and generalization; historical, because they correspond to the actual economic process which is a historical development. Engels formulated this very clearly: the logical method is nothing else but the historical method, only divested of its historical form and disturbing fortuities. The chain of thought must begin with the same thing with which this history begins, and its further course will be nothing else but the reflection of the historical course in, abstract and theoretically consistent form, a corrected reflection but corrected according to laws furnished by the real course of history itself. 2. Consequently, validity of categories, laws, and theories of political economy have a definite historical extent which corresponds to the historical scope of the processes which they reflect. Economic categories, says Marx, are only the theoretical expressions, the abstractions of the social relations of production. Thus these ideas, these categories, are as little eternal as the relations they express. They are histophical and transitory products. The historical periods covered by economic categories coincide with the historical extent of the specific conditions under which the phenomena represented by these categories occur. As Marx observed, so, likewise, the economic categories previously considered bear traces of their historical origin. Special historical conditions are requisite before a product can become a commodity. If a product is to become a commodity, it must not be produced for the direct purpose of satisfying the producer's wants, of satisfying his need for the means of subsistence. On the other hand, when we turn to consider money, we find that its existence presupposes that the exchange of commodities must have undergone a very considerable evolution. It is otherwise with capital. The mere appearance of the circulation of commodities and the currency of money does not suffice to supply the historical conditions necessary for the existence of capital. It arises only where the owner of the means of production and the means of subsistence finds in the market a free worker who offers his labor power for sale. This one historical condition implies a whole phase of universal history. The first appearance of capital therefore heralds a new epoch in the social process of production. The same is true of the laws of political economy and economic theories. The laws of political economy have a historical validity which coincides with the economic laws which they reflect. The law of value goes as far back into history as does commodity production and the objective economic laws connected with it. The law of surplus value goes as far back as does capitalist production and the objective process of the production of surplus value. The laws of money circulation go back as far as the established use of money and the regularities associated with it. The same holds for economic theories. The theory of price formation applies only to those historical conditions in which goods are exchanged by means of money. The theory of wages is applicable only in those historical conditions in which there is hired labor, etc. Thus, economic theories, economic categories, have a definite historical scope. Abstractions in political economy are thus a product of the logical analysis of the properties and regularities of the real process, which is itself subject to historical development. They make it possible to take this process at certain stages of its development and to isolate its essential aspects, but they lose their validity when that stage is superseded by another. These stages of development are primarily social formations, since within individual social formations the operation of economic laws combines to form a whole, the mode of operation of the formation. Above all, abstraction in political economy endeavors to isolate the economic categories and laws specific to a given formation. It defines a formation's basic economic category and formulates the corresponding basic law. In the capitalist formation, for instance, the basic economic category is surplus value, and the basic economic law, the law of surplus value. These are the principal fundamental scientific abstractions in the political economy of capitalism. Writing about the method of political economy, Marx said, for instance, nothing seems more natural than to start with rent, with landed property, since it is bound up with land, the source of all production and existence, and with the first form of production in all more or less settled communities, viz. agriculture. But nothing would be more erroneous. The reverse is true of bourgeois society. Agriculture comes to be more and more merely a branch of industry and is completely dominated by capital. Rent cannot be understood without capital, nor can capital, without rent. Capital is the all-dominating economic power of bourgeois society. It must form the starting point as well as the end and be developed before land ownership is too registered. It follows from this that surplus value, produced by capital, is the basic economic category of the capitalist social formation. What especially characterizes the capitalist mode of production is the production of surplus value as the immediate aim and decisive motive of production. Basically, capital produces capital, and does this only insofar as it produces surplus value too registered. It is otherwise in the feudal social formation. There the base is formed by the ownership of land and the basic economic category is land rent. One can understand the nature of tribute, tithes, etc., writes Marx, after one has learned the nature of rent registered. To some extent, however, abstractions in political economy extend beyond the historical scope of individual social formations. They also include, without straying from their historical basis, properties and regularities in the economic process common to several social formations. The corresponding economic categories, theories, and laws are derived from this. The economic category of value and the law of value are an abstraction of this kind. Although the historic validity of the category of value is wider than that of the capitalist social formation, this category is nonetheless indispensable to an understanding of capitalism, since under capitalism all production is commodity production. The production of commodities, says Marx, does not differentiate it from other modes of production. What does make it different is the fact that the governing and determining characteristic of the product is that it is a commodity registered. In earlier social formations, commodity production forms a more or less considerable part of social production, but under capitalism all production is commodity production, and as such it is also the production of surplus value. The basic economic relation in the capitalist mode of production, i.e., the employment of hired labor and the production of surplus value, also takes effect through the medium of commodity production. Thus the economic categories of commodity and value are indispensable for an understanding of the economic process in the capitalist formation, since only such categories make it possible to define the economic category of surplus value. Thus abstractions are needed, which extend beyond the limits of individual social formations and deal with such aspects of the economic process as appear in more than one social formation. Finally, political economy produces even wider abstractions which embrace all social formations, thus reflecting the most general aspects of the economic process appearing at all stages of its historical development. Abstractions of this kind are economic categories like labor, the means and objects of H**. Labor, productive forces and relations of production, simple and expanded reproduction, the means of production and the means of consumption, etc. The most general of these economic categories, like the categories of productive forces and the relations of production, also form part of sociology, which formulates general laws of social development as part of the theory of historical materialism. Abstractions in political economy and the concrete nature of economic processes. The definition of the basic economic category and the formulation of the basic economic law of a social formation demand very far-reaching abstraction. This abstraction omits as accidental everything which is not directly connected with the nature of ownership of the means of production, the foundation of the relations of production forming the economic base of a social formation. This abstraction thus omits everything which does not always reappear in a given formation. An economic category of this kind, the most general category of the capitalist mode of production, ds(had of capital, i.e., capitalist ownership of the means of production, (nd its result is surplus value. At this level of abstraction the various forms in which surplus value empirically manifests itself, profit, interest, and rent, are disregarded. They are complications for which there is here no room. When it comes to isolating the economic category of surplus value, it is also of no importance that the organic composition of capital is different in different branches of production and that the prices of commodities do not exactly reflect their value. These problems, vital in the consideration of the division of surplus value among capitalists, are not only unimportant in a consideration of the economic category of surplus value and the law of surplus value, but even constitute a superfluous complication. In other social formations the situation is similar. The understanding of their mode of operation demands a very far-reaching abstraction. When establishing, for example, the basic economic category of the feudal formation rent, it is necessary to disregard the various forms in which rent empirically manifests itself, as well as many other important aspects of feudal economy. A very advanced stage of abstraction is indispensable for the isolation of the basic economic category of social formations, for the formulation of the basic economic law of these formations, and thus for obtaining the key to the understanding of their mode of operation. Abstraction at an equally advanced level is necessary in order to establish categories which reach beyond the individual social formations, e.g., the category of value or the categories connected with the social process of reproduction. Abstraction of this kind, however, while picking out the essential elements of the economic process, carries us away from the actual economic process from which we started. The essential aspects are emphasized at the cost of disregarding many aspects of reality, regarded as accidental and casual, which nevertheless make their appearance in the course of the actual economic process. Abstractions, then economic categories, laws, and theories cannot be directly confronted with the actual economic process with its great variety of concrete facts, they cannot be directly verified. Surplus value as such, for example, does not appear in the actual economic process. On the other hand, various forms of it, like profit in industry and trade, interest on loans, dividends from shares, rent for the use of agricultural or building land, etc., appear in its place. Similarly, value does not appear as such in reality, it appears in the form of prices and the costs of production. Successive concretization of abstractions of political economy. The confrontation of highly abstract economic categories with reality thus cannot take place directly, a number of intermediate steps are necessary. These intermediate steps consist in introducing more detailed assumptions into the theoretical model, in passing from general to less general abstraction. For example, when passing from a general consideration to a more detailed examination of capital, we have to take into account the fact that the owners of capital may be divided into the owners of industrial enterprises, merchants, financiers, landowners, urban real estate owners, etc. Or when confronting the category of value with reality, we must take into consideration the fact that the organic composition of capital varies according to the branch of industry in which it is invested, and that products are sold in a market where there may be free competition, monopoly, or various kinds of oligopoly. Sometimes the transition from a higher to a more detailed stage of abstraction must be gradual. It may be insufficient, for example, to distinguish between the basic forms of surplus value, profit, rent, and interest. These forms may demand more detailed specification. Interest must be considered by division into discount on bills of exchange, interest from bank deposits, interest from bonds, mortgages, etc., and rent may be divided into rent from tenants, sharecropping, participation in profits, etc. The laws of political economy and economic theories at a high level of abstraction like economic categories cannot be directly verified. Their verification, like the confrontation of economic categories with reality, requires a transition to a lower level of abstraction by enriching the theoretical model with more detailed assumptions. The law of surplus value must be actualized in the theory of profit, the theory of interest, the theory of land rent, the theory of urban rent, etc. The law of value must be rendered into the more concrete form of the theory of production prices, the theory of monopoly and oligopoly prices, the theory of prices in international trade, the theory of regional price formation, etc. Only by lowering the level of abstraction it is possible to verify the laws and theories formulated by political economy. The transition from a higher to a lower level of abstraction must often be made in several EPS, with each step, new, more detailed assumptions are added to the theoretical model. For example, in order to verify the theory of capitalist reproduction and accumulation, it is necessary to take into account the fact that goods are sold at production prices or at monopoly prices, that there are, besides capitalists and wage laborers, other categories, i.e., small commodity producers, or even producers working within the framework of natural economy, the existence of foreign trade, that the life of the durable means of production often varies, that enterprises have amortization funds that vary in size, that changes in money circulation occur, that the credit apparatus of the banks is at work, that the state collects taxes and spends money. All this is disregarded in the most general and abstract formulation of the theory of capitalist reproduction and accumulation. The lowering of the level of abstraction through the introduction of more and more detailed assumptions into the theoretical model is called successive concretization or successive appromization. This is, after abstraction, the second procedure of investigation in political economy, the second stage in its method. It leads back to the actual economic process, but at the same time differentiating the essential from the accessory and accidental. After abstraction, the method of political economy returns by way of successive concretization to reality, a reality now better understood than before, subjecting it to the logical procedure of abstraction. This has been put very well by Vladimir Tsbrus. To give a true and exhaustive picture of reality, it is necessary to start from concrete manifestations and by analyzing them, that is by using the method of abstraction, to reach the essence of the phenomena, and then to go backwards, from the abstract to the concrete, to concrete manifestations now illuminated by an understanding of their real content and therefore constituting a many-sided whole, rich and pulsating with life. Marx's Capital is example of successive concretization. Marx's Capital is a classic example of successive concretization. As Bruss says, the whole of the further exposition of the first volume of Capital is a progress, step by step, from abstraction to ever higher stages of concretization until the historical tendency of capitalist accumulation is shown. but the whole of Volume 1 gives a picture of capitalism at a certain level only. For in principle, it is an analysis of the capitalist process of production in its pure form, an analysis of the essence of capitalist production relations. Marx here omits the circulation of capital and the concrete forms assumed by the essential content of capitalist relations of production. The second volume of Capital contains an analysis of the circulation of capital, and it is only in the third volume that Marx gives an analysis of the process of capitalist production viewed as a whole, in which the production process and the circulation process, the content of capitalist relations and their concrete forms are subsumed in a single unit. Moreover, within both the second and third volumes, Marx's exposition proceeds from the abstract to the concrete. In passing from higher to lower levels of abstraction by means of successive concretization, the method of political economy brings the abstraction nearer and nearer to the reality of the concrete economic process and attains a degree of concretization which allows the laws and theories formulated by economic science to be directly confronted with reality. Then the way is open to verification. Econometrics as an instrument in concretization of laws of political economy. In the procedure of concretization discussed here, an important part is played by a method developed in the course of the last 30 years called econometrics. Econometrics deals with the numerical concretization of the laws established by political economy on the basis of a concrete description of economic processes supplied by economic statistics. To this end it employs the scientific apparatus of mathematical statistics. Two examples by way of illustration. Political economy formulates the law of supply and demand in the form of functional laws to which a mathematical expression may be given. Econometrics makes it possible to determine the concrete form of the functional relationship BEV/in the demand for a commodity, on the one hand, and its price and the consumer's income, on the other, in given historical conditions, example the functional relationship between the demand for butter, its price, and the income of manual and white-collar workers in Poland in 1959. Political economy formulates laws for the process of reproduction and accumulation, and establishes the general relationship, in given conditions, between the rate of growth of the production of the means of production and the rate of increase in the production of the means of consumption. Econometrics makes it possible to establish a concrete numerical expression of this relationship in concrete historical circumstances, example in Poland in 1959. Hence econometrics is an important instrument in the concretization of the laws and theories formulated by political economy, and as such constitutes a means of their verification. Verification of laws of political economy and economic theories. The verification of laws and theories is the third and last procedure of investigation, the third and last stage in the method of political economy. This stage consists in the confrontation of laws and theories, formulated at an appropriately low level of abstraction, with the actual economic process, and in verifying the agreement or otherwise of the assertions of science with reality. In this way the truth or falsity of these assertions is established, i.e., the truth or falsity of the laws and theories formulated by political economy. It should be noted here that not all laws and theories subjected to verification need to be formulated at the same level of abstraction. In every case of verification, successive concretization must have been carried far enough to allow a confrontation with reality. Economic categories, the laws of political economy and economic theories on different levels of abstraction may, however, be confronted with various aspects of the concrete economic process. It depends on the empirical extent of repetition of these aspects. Those aspects which are repeated on a wider scale, i.e., those which repeat themselves within the framework of a wider set of conditions, make it possible to confront categories, laws, and theories formulated at a higher level of abstraction with reality. On the other hand, those aspects the scale of whose recurrence is narrower, i.e., those which only repeat themselves under comparatively restricted conditions, can only be confronted with more concrete economic categories, laws, and theories of political economy. In other words, they require a more detailed economic model. Thus the degree of concretization necessary for verification varies according to the extent to which the various aspects of the concrete economic process are repeated. The verification of the laws and theories of political economy requires, first of all, the confrontation of the economic categories, which appear in these laws and theories with actual properties of the concrete economic process, i.e., with actual economic activities and relations. Secondly, it requires the confrontation of the laws formulated by science with the regularities appearing in the concrete economic process. This gives rise to two problems, that of practical identification and that of the required degree of agreement. The SE are the two fundamental problems of the verification procedure. They are to be found in the verification of assertions in all theoretical disciplines registered, but they cause especial difficulties in political economy because of the complicate nature of its subject matter. Practical identification of economic categories. Economic categories, even if their concretization is very far advanced, are general concepts, i.e., they are still abstract. The properties of the actual economic process, on the other hand, are quite concrete. They are always individual, repeating themselves in a way which is more or less similar but never identical. Consequently, it is necessary to confront a still abstract economic category with the concrete, individual properties of the actual economic process. It is necessary to establish which elements of reality correspond to the theoretical economic category, i.e., those concrete elements of reality which we consider to be the equivalent of the economic categories must be identified. This problem is found in all economic sciences dealing with the concrete economic process, and therefore in descriptive economics and economic history, and with particular clarity in economic statistics. It most frequently appears in these sciences in the form of the problem of classification and aggregation of the concrete elements of the economic process. Two examples, in which the difficulty of identification depends on the difficulty of classification, make this clear. For instance, in the theory of reproduction we divide products into the means of production and the means of consumption. Theoretical schemata are erected on this basis to represent the relations which must exist between the production of the means of production and the production of the means of consumption in order to ensure the smoothness of the process of reproduction. When, however, it comes to the practical identification of certain products as belonging to this or that category, it turns out that the problem is not so simple. Coal, for example, serves both as a means of production and as a means of consumption, and so it is necessary to divide the production of coal according to its actual use. But how is the actual use of the coal burnt by a hand worker working in a room which is both his workshop and his home to be reckoned? A similar difficulty arises when industry is divided into branches producing the means of production and the means of consumption. Another example of the difficulty of classification is the difficulty of dividing the rural population into working peasants and rural capitalists. In Poland, we have found that such a classification and consequently the class identification of individual holdings is not at all easy. There is often a similar difficulty in the division of the rural population into peasants and industrial workers. Many problems of classification causing difficulties in practical identification are found in economic statistics and other branches of descriptive economy, and also in economic history, where they are aggravated by a scarcity of sources. It is, for example, difficult to decide whether certain rural relations are feudal or capitalist, and it is correspondingly difficult to identify the concrete historical processes concerned. Another difficulty is found in proper aggregation. In political economy we have an economic category of the price of a given commodity. Let us try and establish in practice the price of rye in Poland in 1959. It turns out that the price varies in different parts of the country, that there are regional differences. Furthermore, the price varies with the time of year. Which of these prices is the true price of rye of which political economy speaks? Moreover, rye is not a homogeneous commodity, there are various kinds of it and each one has a different price. Reality is much richer than the economic category, the price of rye. Thus in this case the difficulty of practical identification depends on the difficulty of making a proper aggregate of the different varieties of rye in an unqualified aggregate rye, and a proper aggregation of the different prices varying according to time and locality into a single aggregate, the price of rye in Poland in 1959. The practical identification of economic categories forms part of the disciplines which are concerned with the concrete economic process, like economic history and descriptive economies, and especially economic statistics. It is also carried out by various branches of applied economics which, as we know, unites theoretical consideration with concrete descriptive study. The results obtained by these disciplines are used in the practical identification of the economic categories formulated by political economy. It must, however, be remembered that the identification of economic categories by these disciplines is necessarily imprecise and that certain conventional elements are unavoidable. Sometimes it is difficult to identify laws formulated by political economy with the corresponding regularities in the concrete economic process. It is known that if a functional relationship is established between price, on the one hand, and supply or demand, on the other, on the basis of statistical data in the form of time series of prices of commodities and quantities of commodities sold, it is not clear whether the empirical relationship obtained represents a demand function, a supply function, or neither. A special procedure has been worked out in econometrics which makes an approximate identification possible degree of agreement of laws A-D theories of political economy with the real economic process. After the practical identification of economic categories, it is possible to proceed to the verification of the laws and theories of political economy. This is done by confronting them with the actual economic process and checking their agreement with the regularities which appear there. This agreement, however, can never be complete. In the first place, the practical identification of the economic categories which appear in the laws and theories of political economy is only approximate and to some extent even arbitrary. Secondly, and more important, the laws and theories of political economy, even at a low level of abstraction, only express the essential relationships between economic categories. The actual economic process, on the other hand, is quite concrete. Apart from the essential elements, which find their expression in theoretical formulations, it contains a great many of more or less important accidental elements. Hence, as we know, the economic laws operating in the real economic process are stochastic and can be seen only when the human actions which are the components of the economic process are repeated on a mass scale. Only the operation of the law of large numbers makes it possible to see these laws at work. As a result, the verification of the laws and theories of political economy is only possible when they are confronted with real processes taking place on a mass scale and not by a confrontation with a single case. Yet even such a confrontation can only establish approximate agreement with the patterns which occur in reality, since these patterns, even in phenomena occurring on a mass scale, always contain an accidental component which disturbs the operation of economic laws registered. The question then arises as to what degree of agreement between scientific assertions and the real economic process is sufficient for their verification. This is the problem of the required degree of agreement referred to above. Statistical verification. Two kinds of verification may be distinguished, depending on the nature of the accidental component preventing complete agreement between a scientific assertion and the real economic process. If the process under investigation is quantitatively measurable registered, and if, moreover, the accidental component is a result of the operation of a great number of causes, each of which, if taken separately, produces a comparatively small random effect, then probability calculus may be applied. Here the required degree of agreement between the assertions of a theory and the actual economic process can be established by the use of mathematical statistics. Mathematical statistics has developed a procedure which makes it possible to verify statistical hypotheses. H. This procedure makes it possible to accept or reject hypotheses with the minimum probability of accepting a false hypothesis, if there is an arbitrarily determined probability of rejecting a true hypothesis. Thus, adopting a certain value for the probability of rejecting a true hypothesis, or vice versa, adopting a certain value for the probability of accepting a false hypothesis, Mathematical statistics determines the minimum degree of agreement between the hypothesis and reality required before a hypothesis may be accepted as true. Or, in other words, mathematical statistics establishes the largest permissible degree of non-agreement between a hypothesis and reality for which the hypothesis can still be accepted as true. This kind of verification is called statistical verification. Detailed statistical methods of verifying the agreement of the laws and theories of political economy with reality are dealt with by econometrics registered. In many cases, however, sufficient agreement between the assertions of political economy and the actual economic process as shown by economic statistics is immediately obvious. In such cases, verification can be carried out without resorting to the special procedures of mathematical statistics and econometrics. This is called simple statistical verification. Historical verification. If the accidental component disturbing the operation of economic laws does not allow the application of the probability calculus, then historical verification is used. This is when the economic process under examination is not quantitatively measurable, or when, although the process is measurable by economic statistics, there is a chance element resulting from individual causes or a group of causes which have large effects and which are at the same time unique events. Causes of this kind may be historical events like wars or changes in economic policy, or natural disasters. Historical verification consists in the detailed determination of those historical events or processes which may interfere with the operation of economic laws, and in deciding whether these events are sufficient to explain the divergence between the assertions of political economy and the actual economic process. If this is not so, then the relevant assertions are rejected as false. The English political economist, John Neville Keynes, gives the following example of historical verification. It may be pointed out that in accordance with the principles of deductive political economy, the repeal of the Corn Laws must have tended to bring about a permanent fall in the price of wheat in England. Yet no such fall occurred immediately. The explanation of the apparent discrepancy is to be found in the interference of such circumstances as the failure of the potato crop, the Crimean War, and especially the depreciation of gold, which contributed to maintain the price up to 1862, notwithstanding free trade registered. Another example, in the most advanced capitalist countries at the end of the 19th century, a growing number of monopolistic combinations of large capital began to appear. This should have led, according to the theory of accumulation developed by Marx, to an aggravation of economic crises. In fact, the period 1896 to 1913 was one of mild and short depressions. Does this mean that Marx's theory of capitalist accumulation is false? In order to answer this question, it is necessary to examine the historical events and processes which might explain the lack of agreement between the theory of capitalist accumulation and the actual course of the business cycle. It turns out that the period 1896 to 1913 is one of a large and rapidly increasing export of capital from the most advanced capitalist countries, a period of great investment in underdeveloped countries, especially outside Europe. At the same time, there were political changes as a result of which these countries passed under the rule, or at least the influence, of the most advanced capitalist countries. This is sufficient to explain the divergence between Marx's theory of capitalist accumulation and actual historical and economic development. Similar observations must be made with regard to the theory held by many, especially American, economists, according to which there is a tendency to stagnation and the incomplete employment of the labor force in highly developed capitalist countries and especially in the United States. Registered. The historical verification of this theory must take into account historical events like the Second World War, post-war reconstruction in Europe, the Marshall Plan, the huge scale of armaments, the Korean War, military aid for certain countries in Europe and Asia, the fact that a great deal of investment is carried out by the state, etc. In none of the cases mentioned above does historical verification justify the rejection of the economic theories subjected to this verification. What it does show, on the other hand, is that the level of abstraction at which these theories are formulated is so high that considerable divergences between the formulated theories and the actual economic process are only to be expected. Theoretical models must be more concrete if they are to show better agreement. Sometimes, however, laws and theories of political economy formulated at a high level of abstraction may be verified without further concretization. This is so when the most general laws of the mode of operation and the development of social formations are concerned. 4. Example, Marx's theory of the concentration and centralization of capital and the related Lenin's theory of the increasing monopolization of capitalist production, of the consequent growing importance of the export of capital from the most advanced capitalist countries, of the growing conflicts between capitalist powers, and of the transformation of capitalist economy from free competition to monopoly and imperialism all find confirmation in the actual historical Q&D economic process, without any need of further concretization. Historical and statistical verification. As we know, political economy attempts to construct theories of the operation of social formations, embracing the whole mode of operation of social formations at a high level of abstraction and especially their economic law of motion. These theories require historical verification on the basis of the whole concrete economic process of a given social formation. Further concretization, a transition to a lower level of abstraction, is unnecessary, since the numerous and diverse manifestations of the economic process only include limited aspects of it and are not essential to the mode of operation and the development of a social formation as a whole. Historical verification is also the verification proper to detailed laws and theories dealing with those aspects of the economic process which do not lend themselves to statistical verification. Both simple statistical verification and verification carried out by the use of mathematical statistics and econometrics are confined to laws and theories at a high level of concretization dealing with processes which are numerically measurable and in which accidental disturbances are such that probability calculus may be applied, i.e. they are random disturbances. This is a relatively narrow class of economic processes, and historical verification is hence the principal method of verifying the laws and theories of political economy. Furthermore, historical verification is necessary in ascertaining the historical scope of the validity of these laws and theories. Historical verification and statistical verification are not mutually exclusive. They may supplement each other. Statistical verification often plays a role auxiliary to historical verification. This is the case when economic theories which include a complex of connected laws at different levels of abstraction referring to different aspects of the economic process are verified. The most general of these laws, together with those laws which deal with aspects which are not quantitatively measurable and aspects where the operation of economic laws is disturbed by unique historical events, are verified historically. More detailed laws, on the other hand, where disturbances are random, i.e. they are the result of a large number of causes each of which has a relatively small effect, are verified statistically. The process of verification as a whole forms a joint historico-statistical verification. The classical field of operation of this verification is the capitalist business cycle. Here, verification is both historical, based on the examination of the history of business cycles in capitalist economy, and also statistical, often employing a complicated apparatus of mathematical statistics and econometrics. Only by the joint application of these methods of verification is an evaluation of the agreement with reality of various theories of the business cycle possible. The problem of changes in the socio-economic structure of capitalist agriculture may serve as another example. The various laws and theories dealing with this question must be subjected to historico-statistical verification. Experiment as an instrument of verification in political economy. Finally, an additional method of verifying the results of political economy is by experiment. Experiment consists in, it is worthwhile making mention here of the numerous writings. Changing some of the conditions in which the economic process takes place, in order to establish relations between various properties of the process, and in the elimination of external influences which might disturb these relations. As we have shown, experiment cannot be the foundation of scientific abstraction in political economy, since it cannot be carried out on an adequate scale. It can, however, be used as a method of verification on a limited scale. The limitations in the employment of experiment arise from the fact that the economic process is a complicated and indivisible whole of human activities, economic relations, and their connections. Certain aspects of the process cannot be completely isolated and arbitrarily changed, and it is not possible to create conditions in which some aspects would not influence other aspects. It is possible, however, in some special fields, in detailed processes of production and exchange, in the circulation of money and in credit relations, in the tax policy of the state, etc. In these areas, which are mainly the concern of applied economics, experiment is possible. Kotarbiski, who was probably the first to draw attention to the significance of experiment as a method of verification in political economy, gives the following examples: for example, return tickets, season tickets valid for particular lines, or a particular kind of train, or for certain times of day, are introduced, and then statistical data are collected to show how a particular kind of innovation has affected the number of passengers and the finances of the transport concern. Various methods of encouraging particular kinds of saving are introduced, and then an investigation is made to see how these measures have affected the total sum of savings registered. In 1957–8 many experiments were carried out in Poland in the management of socialist industrial and construction enterprises. These experiments consisted in studying the effects of various incentives and various forms of organization. The possibility of carrying out such experiments depends, however, on the conditions of the social system in which the economic process takes place. In free competition capitalism, experiments are in principle impossible. In the face of competition, a single enterprise has very little freedom to deviate from the universally adopted standard pattern. Its activity is imposed by the market, and a firm cannot behave differently without running the risk of bankruptcy. The state, on the other hand, following the principle of laissez-faire, does not interfere with economic relations. At the most, then, there is room for experiment in monetary and financial policy, etc. The possibility of experiment increases under monopoly capitalism, since monopolies and oligopolies are not obliged to submit passively to the spontaneity of competition and the market, and increases still further as the intervention of the state in economic relations gradually grows. Monopolies and oligopolies can experiment with price policy, with the organization of advertising, with the organization of their contacts with other firms, etc. Similarly, the state acquires more room for experiment. But a really broad field for experiment aimed at verifying economic theories is only provided under socialism, under the social ownership of the means of production. Yet even here experiment must be confined to detailed theories dealing with limited sections of the whole economic process. It is further limited by the impossibility of isolating these sections from the economic process as a whole. The more general laws and theories cannot be verified experimentally, only historically and statistically *registered. Modes of inference in political economy. The methods of investigation which constitute the method of political economy employ certain logical operations, which consist in various methods of inference, i.e., of reasoning asserting the truth of certain statements on the basis of the truth of other statements. Contemporary logic distinguishes three basic types of inference. They are: deduction, i.e., the drawing of conclusions from premises; reduction, i.e., the justification of premises on the basis of conclusions drawn from them; and induction, i.e., the drawing of general conclusions from premises which are particular cases of these conclusions registered. Political economy makes use of all these methods of inference, each of them being particularly connected with one of the three procedure of investigation which make up the method of political economy. The first procedure, abstraction, consists in induction. The starting point here, as we have already pointed out, is the comparative observation of the concrete economic process in different historical conditions. Material is provided by descriptive economics, economic history, and by direct observation of the current economic process. Comparative observation and analysis based on it enable certain generalizations to be made and make it possible to remark the recurrence of various properties of the economic process and the connections between them, and to note the extent and kind of chance disturbances in them. Then the essential and accidental aspects are distinguished, i.e., abstraction is applied. Finally, economic categories, theoretical models and their corresponding laws and theories are formulated. All this is done by induction. The second procedure, successive concretization, consists in principle of deduction, with induction playing an important auxiliary role. A theoretical model is successively completed with additional, more detailed assumptions, after which, with the help of deductive inference, the economic categories, laws, and theories are made more concrete. The introduction of additio-NAL more detailed assumptions into the theoretical model is the result of inductive inference, based quite as in the model on a higher level of abstraction on the comparative observation of the concrete economic process. On the other hand, the concretization of economic categories and the development of more detailed laws and theories from more abstract laws and theories is accomplished by deduction. The concretization of economic categories is arrived at by classification, i.e., by making more detailed categories within the more general ones, by differentiating, for instance, between industrial capital, commercial capital, and money capital within the general category of capital. The criteria for this concretizing classification are provided by the comparative observation of the actual economic process, they are established by inductive inference. But the act of classification is itself the application of deductive inference. Similarly with the development of the more detailed laws and theories. Laws and theories at a higher level of abstraction together with the additional concretizing assumptions are premises from which the conclusions drawn are more detailed laws and theories. Finally, the third procedure, verification, consists in reduction. After the practical identification of economic categories, the theoretical model having been brought to the desired level of concreteness, conclusions are drawn which are verified by confronting them with the corresponding aspects of the concrete economic process. Having established the truth or falsity of these conclusions, it can then be said whether their premises are true or false. Hence this is reductive inference, i.e., inference in the reverse direction to that followed by deductive inference. Induction, deduction, and reduction are thus the three modes of inference employed by the method of political economy. From induction, based on the comparative observation of reality, through deduction, THIRD draws verifiable conclusions from the results of induction, to reduction, which states on the basis of the verification of these conclusions, whether the results of the induction first carried out are true or not. This is the order of inference in political economy as in every theoretical discipline, concerned with the examination of empirical reality. All three modes of inference are necessary here. Without induction, deductive inference would be based on premises unconnected with reality, it would not be inference relating to the real economic process. Without reduction it would not be possible to state whether or not the results of induction are true, it would not be possible to verify these results. Finally, without deduction there could be no transition from the results of induction to verifiable conclusions, making it possible to state whether or not the results of induction are true. Role of deduction in political economy. The role of deduction in political economy deserves special attention. Induction is effected on the basis of the data supplied by descriptive economics and economic history, as well as by the direct observation of the economic process. Reduction is based on the confrontation of the conclusions with these same data. The major part of reasoning done in political economy itself consists in deduction, i.e., in drawing verifiable conclusions from abstract general assumptions which are the result of previous induction. That part of political economy which consists in deduction is often separated from the rest and called economic theory or pure theory. Such a separation is permissible on the condition that it is not forgotten that pure theory is only part of political economy, that the whole of political economy is a theoretical science, and that part of it which consists in induction and reduction also serves in the discovery of economic laws and in verifying the results obtained. The identification of what is called pure theory, i.e., that part of political economy which employs deduction with the discipline as a whole, is erroneous, as we shall show below. The importance of deduction lies in the fact that it is only on this basis that the logical necessity of the operation of definite economic laws under given conditions can be established. Given the assumptions on which the theoretical model is based, then economic laws can be deduced. We know that deductive inference is infallible. The conclusions follow from the premises with logical necessity. Assuming, for example, the operation of certain economic stimuli and a certain mode of the interplay of human actions in the economic model, by deduction we arrive at conclusions which are logically necessary. If, for example, the incentive to production is the desire of the owners of capital to obtain maximum profit, and if production is carried on in conditions of free competition and capital may be freely transferred from one branch of production to another, then the rate of profit in the various branches of production tends to the same level. This is the logically necessary conclusion from the premises adopted. This necessity could not be established without deductive inference. This also applies to other theoretical disciplines engaged in the study of empirical reality. The empiricism of observation alone can never adequately prove necessity. Post hoc but not propter hoc. This is so very correct that it does not follow from the continual rising of the sun in the morning that it will rise again tomorrow registered . However, if the statement that the sun will rise tomorrow is a conclusion based on true premises, i.e., here, that the earth revolves on its axis, then this is a logical necessity. This necessity is at the same time an objective necessity as long as the premises remain true, i.e., as long as the objective conditions of which these premises are a mental reflection prevail. It follows that objective necessity has a definite historical compass. The sun will no longer rise every day if the earth ceases to revolve on its axis. The rates of profit in the various branches of production cease to tend to a common level when free competition is replaced by monopoly, or when private capitalist production in which the incentive is a desire for maximum profit is replaced by social production with the satisfaction of the needs of society as its aim. Axiomatization and formalization role of mathematics in political economy. It is obvious that the conclusions arrived at by deduction are logically necessary only if inference has been logically faultless. Two means are used to ensure that inference is free from logical error. The first is the axiomatization of theoretical economic models, i.e., the explicit specification of the assumptions which form the premises of inference, where the role of the directives of inference is played by the laws of formal logic registered . The second is the formalization of inference, and in particular the use of mathematics. The formalization of inference consists in making use of the schemata established by logic, while mathematics is just a more specialized formalization of inference, in which, among other things, magnitudes appear registered. Many economic categories are magnitudes like value, price, profit, production cost, amounts of commodities, etc. Others are not magnitudes, like wage earner, capitalist, competition, monopoly, etc., but the frequency of their appearance is a magnitude: the number of wage earners in the population of a country, the number of factories in socially owned industry, etc. Mathematics is consequently particularly important as a tool of deductive inference in political economy. Strictly speaking, all deductive inference dealing with magnitudes is mathematical inference, even if it is not formalized, i.e., even if it does not use mathematical formulae. For example, the inference mentioned above concerning the equalization of the rate of profit in various branches of production is a mathematical inference, although it is not formalized. The whole economic theory is full of this kind of mathematical inference, even though there may not be a single mathematical formula in a given book on the subject. The formalization of mathematical inference in political economy is, however, necessary, and that for two reasons. First, in order to ensure that reasoning is free from error. It is difficult to avoid error in reasoning in political economy when the premises are complicated, without the axiomatization and formalization of inference. Secondly, because non-formalized inference is only possible within very narrow limits when the relationships between magnitudes are being dealt with. Without formalization we would be unable to solve a great number of problems, e.g., the problem of the allocation of sources of supply to consumers in order to reduce transport costs to a minimum, or the choice of the most effective variance of investment. The deductive part of political economy, i.e., economic theory, must use formalized mathematics. The (e) is, of course, no need to use axiomatization and formalization, when the assumptions of the theoretical model are uncomplicated and the course of inference is simple. To insist on axiomatization and formalization in such cases would be unnecessary pedantry, a waste of effort. Here non-formalized language is quite sufficient. Premises in deduction are results of induction. The conclusions drawn by deduction are, as we have pointed out, logically necessary. On the other hand, they are objectively necessary, i.e., necessarily in agreement with reality, only when the premises of deduction are true. That the sun will rise tomorrow is a logically necessary conclusion from the premise that the earth revolves round its axis. But it is objectively necessary only if the earth really revolves around its axis, and it will cease to be so when the earth ceases to revolve around its axis. Thus, faultless deduction is no guarantee of the truth of conclusions. Conclusions are only true if premises are true. In political economy, as in other disciplines dealing. 140. With the empirical world, the premises of deduction are a result of induction-based observation. We know that induction, however, is not an infallible mode of inference. The truth of the premises, in this case the particular observations, do not guarantee the truth of the conclusion which generalizes these results. This is because induction is incomplete registered. Therefore the premises on which deductive reasoning in political economy is based may be false, in spite of the truth of the observations made. For this reason, conclusions inductively inferred in political economy must be treated with caution. The correctness of the inference and the precision of the observations which serve as the basis of its premises do not guarantee the truth of its conclusions. It is particularly important to establish precisely the historical scope of the validity of the conclusions drawn inductively. They may be true inside certain historical limits and false outside them. The same is true of conclusions drawn deductively from premises consisting of the inductive conclusions mentioned above. 4. Reductive inference as instrument of verification. Final conclusions drawn from the premises supplied by induction and arrived at by deduction are verified. It can then be stated whether the premises are true or false. Verification is thus reductive inference. Reduction, however, is not an infallible mode of inference either, because a true conclusion may result both from a true premise and from a false one. For example, I was born in January, therefore I was born in winter. In deductive inference, if the statement that I was born in January is true, then it follows that the statement I was born in winter is true. On the other hand, in reductive inference, from the statement that I was born in winter, I infer the truth of the statement that I was born in January. Yet I could have been born in winter, even if I had been born in February, and not in January. In this case, a reduction stating that I was born in January is false, since a true conclusion here results from a false premise. Hence, if in the process of verification it is stated that the conclusion obtained by deduction is true, this fact does not guarantee the truth of its premises. On the other hand, reduction can enable us to assert that the premises used in deduction are false, for if verification shows the conclusion to be false, the premises must also be false, since a false conclusion results only from a false premise. To return to our example, if I was not born in winter, then I was certainly not born in January. Hence, the verification n. 142 of the assertions of political economy can lead to the rejection, as certainly false, of only those assertions in which the conclusions drawn deduction are shown to be false. Of those assertions whose conclusions prove to be true, it can only be said that they may be true, there is no certainty that they are true. In other words, in political economy as in other disciplines concerned with the study of empirical reality, verification can only disprove beyond any doubt assertions whose conclusions are at variance with reality, but it cannot with certainty confirm the truth of those assertions whose conclusions agree with reality. In the latter case, however, verification can establish that these assertions are probably true. In practice, verification consists in checking not one but several of the conclusions which follow from a given premise. If all the conclusions prove to be true, then the greater their number, the more probable it is that the premise is true. It is sufficient to mention that the truth of the premise that I was born in January inferred from the statement that I was born in winter, becomes more probable if I add that I was born in a month which has 31 days. For then the range of the logical possibilities, which was 3 months January, February, March, is reduced to 2 January and March. Sometimes the verification of a greater number of conclusions following from a given premise so reduces the range of the possibilities that the result of reduction becomes certain. If, for example, it is stated that I was born in winter, in a month that has 31 days, and in a month in which an equinox does not occur, then it is certain that I was born in January, since the possibilities of my having been born in February or March have been excluded. If it can be said after verification that a greater number of conclusions following from a given premise is TME, then this increases the probability of the TMTH of the premise, since the number of alternative true premises leading to the same conclusions has been reduced. The more alternative premises, which can be excluded by verifying additional conclusions, the more probable is the truth of the premise in question. We therefore try to draw from a given premise such conclusions as reduce the number of alternative premises to a minimum. Sometimes, a careful choice of verified conclusions makes it possible to eliminate alternative premises entirely. The truth of the premise is then certain. More frequently, the number of the alternative premises can be so reduced that the truth of the premises may be regarded as almost certain, i.e. certain from a practical rather than a logical point of view. The majority of verified assertions in the disciplines dealing with the empirical world are true in this practical way, example the law of gravity and other established physical laws. The same is true of those laws of political economy which have been established beyond doubt, example the laws of supply and demand in the exchange of commodities. The possibility that the verified conclusions of which these laws are the premises result from other premises is so small that such a possibility is in practice disregarded. The less probable it is that the conclusion would be true regardless of the truth of the premise, the more probable is that the premise is true, since in such a case the possibility that the conclusion results from some other true premise is still less. If, for example, the electric light in my flat fails, I may infer that a fuse has blown. This is a probable but not a certain inference, since the failure may be due to a fault at the power station. The less frequently, however, such faults occur at the power station, the greater is the probability that the failure of the light is connected with the blowing of a fuse, and the greater the probability of the inference that the premise, that a fuse has blown, is true. In this way, by drawing for the purpose of verification conclusions, whose confirmation, if we exclude the premise under consideration, is improbable, it is possible to bring reductive inference nearer to practical certainty. Thus, when verifying the laws and theories of political economy, if we check a greater number of conclusions drawn from them and select such conclusions, the probability of whose confirmation, regardless of the truth of the laws and theories in question, is small, WK may reach a practical certainty that these laws APD theories are true registered. It is not always possible to obtain such a result in a single verification procedure. When this is so, additional conclusions are drawn from the premises under verification whose confirmation is rather improbable if the premise is not true. The verification of these additional conclusions still further reduces the range of possibility of alternative premises. In this way practical certainty may be obtained, and sometimes by way of successive approximations even complete certainty. Economic policy as the practical application of political economy. The knowledge of economic laws furnished by political economy serves a practical purpose. The practical application of the laws discovered by political economy is the task of economic policy. Economic policy consists in making use of economic laws in order to achieve certain desired results. As we know, all economic laws can be reduced to laws of causation registered, i.e., laws which state a relationship between cause and effect. The way in which economic policy operates consists in putting into effect such causes, which, in conformity with economic laws, bring about as their effects the ends desired by economic policy. Economic policy sets itself certain aims and uses certain means to accomplish them. In order to achieve these aims, economic policy must employ M/ans made up of causes which have these aims as their effects. This demands a knowledge of economic laws and their application. Without a knowledge of economic laws and without their application, economic policy fails and is ineffective. The economic process then develops spontaneously. The ability to apply a knowledge of economic laws in economic policy consists in using laws which correspond to the degree of concreteness of the aims of economic policy. The aspects of the economic process which are to be changed by economic policy may be more or less general. This determines the level of generality or concreteness of the economic laws which are to be employed. The use of laws which are too concrete to bring about a change in aspects which are more general leads to the aim being achieved only in part or not at all. We say then that the means used are too weak. The use of economic laws with a wider scope of validity in order to change particular individual aspects of the economic process usually results, over and above what was intended, in additional unintended effects. This is like curing a sprained ankle by amputating the leg. We say then that the means are too strong. Practical ability in economic policy, the art, so to speak, of economic policy consists in choosing means which are appropriate to the kind and scope of the aims. Economic policy attempts to influence the course of the economic process in the direction man intends. Consequently, it strives to eliminate, wholly or in part, the spontaneity of this process. Thus, an effective economic policy is possible only in a social system which favors the elimination of spontaneity in the economic process. Under free competition capitalism, where laissez-faire prevails, there is no room for economic policy, since the economic process is in principle left to its own spontaneous course. Economic policy exists only in a confined area in which the state regulates the economic process in the form of monetary and credit policy, customs policy, etc. Under monopoly capitalism, the intervention of the state in economic life increases, and the field of operation of economic policy correspondingly broadens. Under monopoly conditions, capitalist corporations develop their own economic policies, making use, for their own purposes, of economic laws like the laws of the market. Since, however, the economic laws which are decisive in the development of the capitalist formation continue to operate spontaneously, economic policy influences only certain aspects of the economic process and then often proves ineffective, because the results intended are disturbed by the spontaneous operation of uncontrolled factors. It is only under socialism that economic policy acquires greater possibilities, and, most important, the possibility of guiding the development of the economic process as a whole. We may divide economic policy into two parts. One is socio-economic structure policy, and is concerned with the formation of the structure of production relations and other economic relations. The other, current economic policy, is concerned with the development of the economic process and its various aspects within the framework of given economic relations. The former employs laws with a high degree of generality, the latter applies more detailed laws since it is concerned with the realization of narrower ends. Elements of a current economic policy appear under capitalism and develop as the state and organizations of big capital increasingly interfere with the economic process. In these conditions only a limited part of political economy, i.e., that part dealing with certain detailed economic laws corresponding to the needs of current economic policy, is actually applied. Socio-economic structure policy, on the other hand, even though some of its nuclei are to be found under capitalism, only. Finds a broad field of application when production relations begin to change from capitalist to socialist. Only then those branches of political economy which deal with general economic laws, with the mode of operation and the development of the social formation, its most important branches also take on a practical significance. Then the whole of the science of political economy takes part in the practical shaping of reality. Political economy becomes an instrument of economic policy consciously directing the entire economic development of society. Chapter 5. The principle of economic rationality and praxeology. Economic activity and technique. Human economic activity is conscious and purposive activity. In the general economic conditions determined by production and distribution relations, certain economic stimuli together with certain ways of reacting to these stimuli make their appearance. This finds expression in the economic laws of human behavior which we have discussed above. Economic stimuli determine the aims of economic activity, i.e., economic incentives. The reaction to these stimuli consists in the application of certain means in order to realize these ends. Economic activity consists in the realization of given ends by the use of certain means. The set of means serving to realize the end together with the mode of application is the technique of a given economic activity. We thus talk about the technique of production and the technique of distribution, and, more specifically, we distinguish between agricultural technique, mining technique, the technique of steel production, the technique of chemical production, transport techniques, trade technique, the technique of financial operations, and many others. In the broad sense of the word, the term technique is synonymous with the term method, which, as we know, denotes a systematic mode of behavior directed to the achievement of a given aim. The technique of economic activity has, however, a special feature in that the means which it uses are material objects and the ends which it achieves are connected with material objects. Production consists in the manufacture of material objects, i.e., goods, by the use of the means of production which are also material objects. Distribution is the division of goods among men, and hence the division of material objects. Its performance requires the existence of material objects which we call the means of distribution. Even the performance of services which directly satisfy the needs of men requires as a rule material means. Moreover, normally the service has a material effect. The technique of economic activity is thus a material technique and consists in the use of material means in order to achieve material ends. Such technique is frequently called technics. Technique realizes the goal of an activity by evoking causes which have the effect of characterizing the end. The means employed by a technique are causes having the desired end as their effect. The achievement of this end, or the effectiveness of the technique, consequently depends on the employment of such means which, as causes, in accordance with the causal laws existing in that particular field of activity, have the intended effect. A knowledge of these laws and the ability to make use of this knowledge constitute the conditions for the effectiveness of technique. The degree of effectiveness of a technique depends on the extent of the knowledge of the appropriate causal laws and on the ability to make use of them. In the material technique applied in economic activity, it is the knowledge and ability to make use of the appropriate physical, chemical, biological, and also psychological laws which determine its effectiveness. The study of the various types of material technique used in economic activity is called technology. Thus we have, for example, the technology of ship construction, the technology of land and water transport, the technology of storing meat products, the technology of showing films, etc. Technology is thus the study of the means used to realize the various aims of economic activity, dealing with a vast assortment of material techniques. The aims which are actually realized in the course of economic activity, and the means which are applied, depend on the economic conditions in which economic activity takes place, and also on certain properties of the economic activity connected with these conditions. Traditional character of economic activity in natural economy. Before the development of commodity production and commodity money exchange, or when such production and exchange have not yet developed fully, production and distribution are devoted to the direct satisfaction of needs. This is what is called natural economy. The stimuli determining the aims of economic activity are concrete needs. A great variety of needs results in correspondingly diverse aims of economic activity. Thus there are various IMs like the acquisition of different kinds of food, clothing, housing, weapons, artistic objects, amusements, etc. These needs are, we know, the product of that set of conditions of social life, which we call the culture of a given society. In a given culture, then, human economic activity has particular aims. These aims are established by custom and morality, approved by religion, and sometimes also sanctioned by legislation. The means employed to realize these aims, the technique of economic activity, are discovered and established by collective experience, and are molded in the social process of labor by, as it were, trial and error. Collective experience, molded in the process of labor, discovers new means, evaluates their effectiveness in practice, retains those which are effective and discards those which are not. In this way a spontaneous natural selection of means takes place and the technique of economic activity is developed. The aims of economic activity thus established together with their corresponding technique are carried over by tradition. Each new generation of society takes over aims and techniques of economic activity which have arisen from a particular culture. Economic activity realizes goals established by tradition with the help of means established by tradition without carrying out a reasoned analysis of either. This kind of economic activity is called customary and traditional activity. It is true that slow changes do take place in the aims and means of economic activity, for in every society the law of the progressive development of productive forces is at work in greater or less degree registered. This, as we know, is the result of the mutual interaction on each other of man and the artificial environment which he creates in the social process of production. These changes take place spontaneously and as a rule so slowly that they do not affect the traditional character of economic activity. In the life of the individual these changes are too minute to affect the traditional aims and means of his economic activity carried. Only in periods of sharp contradiction between production relations and the nature of productive forces sudden and great changes do take place in the aims and means of economic activity. Once agreement has been re-established between the relations of production and the character of the productive forces, a new set of aims and means of economic activity is established, becomes customary, and is passed down by tradition. Economic activity again becomes a customary, traditional activity. Thus, within the framework of social formations in which natural economy prevails, economic activity is customary and traditional. This is a fact familiar to anthropologists, ethnologists, and economic historians. The American anthropologist Herskovits states, the element of tradition is thus of great importance in determining the forms of technological and economic aspects of culture no less than of any other aspects registered. Sombart, the historian of capitalism, in describing the traditionalism of economic activity in pre-capitalist social formations, wrote, empirical, traditional economy means economy as it has been taught and handed down, and to which people have become accustomed. In deciding on some undertaking or activity, a man does not look in front of him, to his goal, he does not exclusively consider the purpose of his decision, but he looks back to the examples and experiences of the past registered. He goes on to explain, from our birth onwards, and maybe even before, our environment imposes itself upon us and obliges us to follow a particular path of ability and evolution. Our knowledge, study, activities, feelings, views of our parents and teachers are handed down to us. To the power of tradition, later in life, a second equally strong force is added, force of habit, which makes a man inclined always to do what he has done before, so that as a result he is still more firmly held into the groove into which he has slid. Moreover, a particular member of a group, in trying to show that he is a worthy member of this group, particularly esteems the cultural values which characterize his group. In this way primitive man is set on the track of an existing culture by various forces. The internal unity of all these individual features of pre-capitalist economy, as of the whole of pre-capitalist cultural life, find their expression in a basic concept of life as perpetuation. Economic activity in pre-capitalist societies was similarly described by Max Weber, who, however, emphasized two other elements in his explanation of the problem. These two elements were the interest of certain social classes or groups in the preservation of traditional forms of activity, and magico-religious sanctions. Weber writes, "At the beginning we find traditionalism and the sanctity of tradition everywhere, which will only allow activity and economy of the kind which has been practiced by previous generations. An inability and general reluctance to leave accustomed paths is the main reason for adhering to tradition. This primitive traditionism may, however, become much stronger in two circumstances. In the first place, material interests may be involved with the maintenance of tradition. Even stronger is the effect of the magical stereotypization of activity, the fear of altering a traditional way of life for fear of supernatural harm. This generally corresponds with the interests of priests, but its basis is a general belief in supernatural dangers registered." Marx drew attention to the importance of class interest as a factor in maintaining the traditionalism of economic activity in pre-capitalist formations. Writing about the feudal mode of production, he says, "It is thus obvious that in the primitive and undeveloped conditions on which the social production relation and its corresponding mode of production are based, tradition must play an all-powerful part. It is equally obvious that, as always, it is in the interest of the governing section of society to sanction the existing state of things as the legal one and to consolidate as legal the framework created by custom and tradition registered. Separation of gainful activity from household activity in a commodity money economy. Change in structure of ends of economic activity. Since natural economy prevails in pre-capitalist formations, economic activity in these formations is mainly traditional and customary. This has survived right up to the present day wherever considerable elements of peasant economy have survived. The development of commodity production and commodity money exchange, however, which begin in pre-capitalist social formations, undermines the traditionalism of economic activity. This occurs with peculiar force when the capita-ust mode of production is developed and the whole of production becomes commodity production, and not only products but labor power is the object of commodity money exchange. The whole process of production and distribution then takes place in the conditions of commodity and monetary economic relations. Commodity production and commodity money exchange lead to the severance of the direct connection between economic activity and the satisfaction of needs. Human economic activity falls into two separate kinds of activity, gainful activity and household activity. Gainful activity consists in the production, sale, and resale of goods, in order to obtain a certain amount of money, or money income. Money income is spent on the purchase of goods which in the household are adapted and used to satisfy various needs carried. All these are household activities. The division of economic activity into two distinct kinds of activity leads to a new system of economic aims. In the household, the aims of activity are still directly dictated by needs. These aims are multiple, corresponding to a variety of needs for food, for clothing, housing, entertainment, etc. Gainful activity, on the other hand, has only one aim, to obtain money income. This aim is always and everywhere the same, independent of the form which gainful activity may take. Whether it is agricultural production or industrial production, marine transport or trade in timber or textiles, financial operations, or the performance of wage labor, medical or artistic services, or other concrete kinds of gainful activity, their aim is always the same, to obtain money income. This aim is also independent of the concrete needs to be satisfied by the proceeds of gainful activity. Whether it is a matter of supporting a family, of medical treatment, of tourist travel, of amusements, of philanthropic activity, or of other concrete needs, gainful activity, which is to ensure the possibility of satisfying these needs, has always one and the same aim, money income. The division of economic activity into gainful activity and household activity thus produces a general end, the realization of which is the condition for the realization of all other aims of economic activity. The aims connected with household activity and determined by various needs can only be realized insofar as the end of gainful activity, i.e., the obtaining of money income, is realized. In these conditions, the end of gainful activity is the FCE end, since on its realization depends the realization of all other aims. This gives rise to a specific structure of ends. One end, that of obtaining money income, becomes the means of realizing all other ends, or aims. The aims of economic activity are connected with each other by the fact that there is a common means for their realization, which means is in turn the end of gainful activity. Instead of parallel aims existing side by side, as in natural economy, there is a system of ends with a definite structure. The key end of the system, the obtaining of money income, becomes the focus of all human economic activity. Gainful activity becomes the foundation of all economic activity. The development of a structure of ends in economic activity makes it impossible to preserve the traditional character of this activity in its entirety. The aims of domestic economic activity can and, as a rule, do preserve their traditional and customary character because they are determined by traditional cultural conditions, social status, and its corresponding way of life. The end of gainful activity, on the other hand, is imposed ineluctably by the economic relations of commodity production and commodity money exchange. Money income in a commodity money economy is an economic necessity, independent of a society's cultural traditions. This necessity acquires the nature of an economic law of commodity money economic relations. Without money income, all other economic activity is impossible. This undermines the traditional and customary set of aims of economic activity, whatever they may be, introduces gainful activity as the key end and transforms the set into the structure referred to above, composed of mutually connected aims with the key end as its focus. Thus the end of gainful activity is independent of the cultural setting of society and the traditional aims of the economic and other activities connected with it. Since in gainful activity there is one end only and not as in natural economy a multiplicity of aims, all the means and operations of this activity, the whole of its technique, are subordinated to this one common end. We express this by saying that an integration of means by a common end takes place. This integration combines the means into a purposive system of applying them. By comparison with natural economy, this creates quite new conditions for economic activity. In natural economy there are a great variety of parallel ends and an equally great variety of means. Some means are specifically applied to particular ends, others may serve various ends. This complicated system of ends and means is established by tradition and becomes the object of traditional and customary economic activity. On the other hand, the fact that in gainful activity there is only one end, that this end is unconditionally necessary and that all means are subordinated to this one end, simplifies activity, making it easy to analyze. The integration of means through the end of gainful activity wrenches them from their traditional and customary paths. For integration requires at all times the evaluation of the usefulness of a given means from the point of view of the end of gainful activity, i.e., money income. Unsuitable means are discarded, without regard to the tradition on which they are based, and the choice of means is made on the basis of a calculation of their relation to the money income that can be attained. Rationality, the characteristic of gainful activity. Thus, in a commodity money economy, both the end and the means of gainful activity break with tradition. Gainful activity becomes an activity based on reasoning, a rational activity. The end of gainful activity emerges with logical necessity in the process of reasoning as the indispensable condition for the realization of a and b other aim of economic activity, while the means are evaluated by applying logical inference to the known laws of nature, economic relations, and concrete facts. In this connection we distinguish two kinds of rationality of action, factual rationality and methodological rationality. The first occurs when the choice of means corresponds to the true objectively existing situation, i.e., to the actually existing facts, laws, and relations. Factual rationality of action is thus synonymous with its effectiveness. The second, Methodological rationality means that the activity is rational from the point of view of the knowledge possessed by the agent, or, in other words, that the logical inference determining the choice of means is correct within the framework of the knowledge possessed, without going into the question of whether this knowledge is in agreement with the actual state of things. It is obvious that the rationality of gainful activity is methodological rationality, because the inference involved in this activity is based on the knowledge possessed by the individual carrier out this activity. At all events, only methodological rationality is a property of activity as a mode of behavior. Factual rationality is a matter of the adequacy of the knowledge on which the activity is based. The transition from customary and traditional economic activity to rational gainful activity, i.e., the rationalization of economic activity, is made gradually, in keeping with the development of commodity and monetary relations. This transition is hampered by the fact that apart from gainful activity there are alternative methods of obtaining the means of satisfying needs, in the form of direct production and distribution. The feudal lord and peasant, and even the hand worker as yet not completely severed from the cultivation of land, the rearing of animals and other forms of labor for his own needs, still have available means of satisfying their needs other than gainful activity. Money income is still not an absolute economic necessity. It is only with the development of the capitalist mode of production that commodity and monetary relations become general, even labor power becomes a commodity, and gainful activity becomes a universal economic necessity. The whole process of production and distribution becomes a rational economic activity, and traditionalism in economic activity is restricted to domestic economy. In production and distribution the traditional activities linger on only in peasant economy, where even under capitalism natural economy persists on a considerable scale. Asterisk. The factor which is the turning point in the transition from traditional and customary activity in production and distribution to rational gainful activity is the emergence and activity of the capitalist enterprise. An enterprise is a group of people systematically engaged in gainful activity. Capitalist enterprise is distinguished by the fact that the material means of gainful activity are the private property of one person or group of people, who employ hired workers. These workers are rewarded with wages. In a capitalist enterprise, economic activity is for the first time concentrated on money income as its sole and exclusive end. The large-scale activity of the class of owners of such enterprises, the bourgeoisie, results in the spreading of commodity and monetary relations. The Communist Manifesto, written in 1847 at a time when the capitalist mode of production was spreading throughout Western Europe, sums up the changes brought about by the capitalist mode of production in the following words: the bourgeoisie, wherever it has got the upper hand, has put an end to all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations, and has left remaining no other nexus between man and man than naked self-interest, than callous cash payment, and further on, all that is solid melts into air, all that is holy is profaned, and man is at last compelled to face with sober senses his real conditions of life and his relations with his kind registered. Rational economic activity spreads from the capitalist enterprise to all classes and social strata. All are drawn into the economic necessity of gainful activity. Quantification, measurability and commensurability, of the end and means of gainful activity. Category of profit, the development of commodity and monetary relations, and especially the capitalist mode of production, by singling out and making gainful activity general and by turning it into a rational activity based on reasoning, leads to the quantitative measurability and commensurability of the end and means of this activity. A quantification of the end and means takes place and is expressed in uniform units of measurement in monetary units. The end of gainful activity is from the very beginning a quantitative category expressed in monetary units. Quantitative categories are also formed by the outlay of means, but they are at first expressed in different physical units like pounds, yards, quarts, and pieces. Commodity money exchange leads to the expression of this outlay in uniform monetary units so that various outlays may be compared as constituent parts of cost, expressed in money. At the same time they become commensurable with the end of gainful activity, money income. It is then possible quantitatively to compare the end achieved and the means used and to express the result of this comparison in monetary units. In pre-capitalist forms of production and commodity exchange, this commensurability is still incomplete since it does not include the outlay of labor. The capitalist mode of production, by transforming labor power into a commodity and thus into an element of cost expressed in monetary units, achieves the full commensurability of the means and end of economic activity in a capitalist enterprise. The quantitative comparison of money income with the cost incurred finds its expression in the economic category of profit. Profit becomes the uniform, quantitatively measurable end of the activity of capitalist enterprise. Calculation and bookkeeping in capitalist enterprises, the quantification of end and means in uniform units of measurement and the emergence of the economic category of profit means that the rationality of the operation of an enterprise finds expression in calculation, the monetary reckoning of all the components of income and cost. Bookkeeping is developed. This at first appears in capitalist enterprises engaged in trade where the quantification of the end and the means appears earliest, D&D then gradually spreads. 162. To all kinds of enterprise. The complete calculation of all the elements, together with key results of the activity of an enterprise, was made possible the invention of double-entry bookkeeping, which consists in connecting all accounts dealing with individual operations of the enterprise with one main account synthesizing the whole activity of the enterprise. The next step was the introduction of a separate account called the capital account which, together with the account of income and expenditure, makes it possible to evaluate the value of the property of the enterprise in terms of money. Calculation is the expression of fully developed rationality in the activity of an enterprise, since it consists in the quantitative comparison of all the constituents of income and cost, together with changes in the value of the property, thus employing logical and mathematical inference. Calculation is also an instrument which serves to make that rationality more precise, and is especially a means of fully integrating the means through the end within the framework of an enterprise. By the use of calculation, the means employed by an enterprise are evaluated from the point of view of their profitability. The material technique of production and distribution, like all other operations, is strictly subordinated to the unique end of the enterprise: profit. Maximization of profit an economic necessity for a capitalist enterprise. The quantification of the aim of gainful activity results in a tendency to its maximization, i.e., to the realization of the end to the greatest extent possible in the circumstances. This happens because this end is the means of realizing all other ends of economic activity. If it is realized in a greater degree, then the greater the number of other aims which may be realized and the greater the number of needs which can be satisfied. The tendency to the maximization of money income develops together with the development of commodity and monetary relations. It appears in pre-capitalist social formations, frequently threatening to undermine the traditional way of life established there. This arouses counteraction, especially on the part of the ruling class and the strata connected with them, living in a natural economy. Aristotle drew attention to this, noting that the desire for riches in the form of objects of use is limited, for the quantity of possessions of this kind capable of making life pleasant is not unlimited, while the desire for money is unbounded, to such an extent that the quest for riches in the form of money knows no limits to its aim, but is an end in itself. Registered. In the Middle Ages, the tendency to the maximization of money income was denounced by the teaching of the Church, which declared that man's possession of worldly goods ought to be such as made possible a life appropriate to his station. Registered. Life according to one's station was enforced in the Middle Ages by numerous sumptuary laws which attempted to limit the expenditure of burghers growing rich on commodity money exchange. However, the growth of commodity production and commodity money exchange, the development of capitalism in commerce and shipping, and the subsequent development of capitalist industrial production gradually broke down this resistance. The expression of this process is the mental and moral revolution in the period of the Renaissance, Humanism, and Reformation. The tendency to maximize money income was finally recognized and later even approved. The immediate result of the penetration of feudal agricultural production by commodity exchange was the attempt to increase money income from land rent and a growth in peasant exploitation registered. The tendency to the maximization of money income is the inevitable consequence of the breakdown of economic activity into gainful activity and domestic economic activity. Like calculation, UT is the expression of the rationality of gainful activity. Rational activity directed to one single quantified end must tend to the realization of this end to the maximum quantitative extent possible in given conditions. A failure to desire the realization of this end in the greatest measure would indicate that apart from this end there existed other aims, that this end is not the only one. The tendency to the maximized phi of money income cannot be fully developed in conditions in which there exist other possibilities for obtaining the means of satisfying needs beside gainful activity. A peasant, for example, may give up the maximization of his money income in favor of the employment of part of his own products in his own domestic economy. A wage laborer may give up the maximization of his money income in favor of working in his own garden or in order to conserve his health. In a capitalist enterprise, on the other hand, there can be no alternative. To the drive for profit, everything is quantified and calculated in monetary units, everything is bought or sold for money, and profit is the only end of the enterprise's activity. In a capitalist enterprise, the maximization of profit is an economic necessity. The principle of economic rationality and its two variants, the principle of the greatest efficiency and the principle of the economy of means. The maximization of profit in capitalist enterprise is accomplished by the application of a general rule of procedure which is called the economic principle or the principle of economic rationality. This is a general principle of procedure when the end and means of activity are quantified. This principle asserts that the maximum degree of realization of the end is achieved by proceeding in such a way that either for a given outlay of means the maximum degree of realization of the end is achieved, or that for a given degree of realization of the end the outlay of the means is minimal registered. The first variant of this procedure is called the principle greatest effect or the principle of greatest efficiency. The second variant is called the principle of the minimum outlay of means, or the principle of economy of means . When applied to an enterprise where all outlays of means are part of a uniform category of cost, the second variant may also be termed the principle of minimum cost. Both variants lead to the same result. Proceeding according to the first variant, we take as a starting point the outlay of all the means at our disposal and immediately obtain the maximum degree of the realization of the end which is possible with the means at our disposal. Proceeding according to the second variant, we take as a starting point a certain degree of realization of the end which we obtain with a minimum outlay of means, while we use the economized means in order to raise the degree of realization of the end. This leads to the maximum realization of the end possible with the means at our disposal. These are thus two equivalent variants of the principle of economic rationality. The use of means in accordance with the principle of rational economy is called the optimum use of means. The use of means other than optimum is called waste. Waste is a symptom of irrational action. It means that the aim of activity to the maximum degree possible for the means possessed is not attained. It can thus be said that the application of the principle of economic rationality consists in the optimum use of means, in the elimination of waste. Principle of economic rationality as historical product of capitalist enterprise. The most important case of the application of the principle of economic rationality is that of the capitalist enterprise. This principle shows itself here in full for the first time in the history of the development of human economic activity. It could not show itself earlier, i.e., in natural economy. For in natural economy there is a multiplicity of aims of economic activity, quantified in various degrees and not commensurable with each other, nor are the means commensurable either. In these conditions activity follows the customary and traditional paths. Traditionally established aims are realized with the aid of traditional means. The development of commodity production and commodity money exchange gives birth to gainful activity with its uniform quantified end. The development of capitalist trade and the capitalist mode of production produces the capitalist enterprise where all elements of activity are quantified and subject to calculation, and where there is one single end, the maximization of profit. In the activity of the enterprise, the principle of economic rationality is evolved together with the two variants of this principle, the principle of greatest efficiency and the principle of economy of means. This takes place gradually in the course of the development of the capitalist mode of production. In the earlier period of capitalism, the enterprise is still connected with household activity or with other forms of natural economy. Apart from money profit, the owner of the enterprise has other aims which he can realize within the framework of natural economy. This hampers his striving for the maximization of profit. However, as the elements of natural economy disappear and the enterprise is completely separated from the household and from all elements of natural economy, commoditization of profit together with the application of the principle of economic rationality begin to rule the enterprise undividedly. This is most clearly seen in the application by the enterprise of the second variant of the principle we have discussed, the principle of economy of means. This principle is an obvious and characteristic feature of capitalist enterprise. Marx drew attention to this when he wrote, "The economies realized in the application of constant capital, this method of getting a certain result out of the means of production with the smallest possible expense is regarded more than any other power inherent in labor as a peculiar gift of capital and as a method characteristic of the capitalistic mode of production. The principle of economic rationality is an economic necessity for capitalist enterprise, not only because it is the only way to realize the end of the enterprise, but also because competition between enterprises ensures its application, threatening bankruptcy to enterprises which do not use it. The race between enterprises to lower costs throws out of the market those which get left behind and are unable to keep up. It forces them into bankruptcy and liquidation. The natural selection carried out by competition allows only those enterprises to survive which have shown themselves able to apply the principles of economic rationality. Thus, for a capitalist enterprise, rationality in economic activity is not only the result of economic stimuli peculiar to capitalist relations of productions and exchange, but is quite simply a vital necessity. There is no room for sentiment, for traditional values not quantified in money, nor for traditional slackness in gainful activity. Everything gives way to the iron necessity of maximizing profits. Registered. Behavior guided by the economic principle, the principle of economic rationality, is thus the product of historical development, a feature of a certain historical stage in the development of economic relations. It is not, as is sometimes falsely stated, a universal property of human economic activity. On the contrary, as we have seen, throughout the long period of previous history, human economic activity has been customary and traditional. The aims and means of this activity slowly change, and in some periods even change suddenly, but the activity remains traditional in character. Only the development of commodity and monetary relations and the capitalist mode of production created conditions in which part of economic activity, gainful activity, is rationalized and the end of activity is unified and quantified. Complete commensurability of end and means, the calculation of all elements of activity, the maximization of profit as the only end, all these are finally realized in capitalist enterprise. The principle of economic rationality is then applied in its entirety. Its application is enforced by competition which penalizes with bankruptcy any deviation from this principle. Thus, in the course of a long process of historical development, the practice of proceeding according to the principle of economic rationality has been formed, and with practice has come its conscious realization in human thought. Registered. The problem of the transformations which this economic necessity undergoes in monopoly capitalism demands separate consideration. This will be given later in this book. Operation of the principle of economic rationality under capitalism restricted to private activity and antagonistic in character. The first historical triumph of the principle of economic rationality thus takes place in the capitalist enterprise, but it is a limited and distorted triumph. It is limited because it covers each enterprise individually and does not embrace the whole of the economic activity of society, the whole social process of production and distribution. The rationality of the activity of a capitalist enterprise is confined to private economic rationality and does not mean social economic rationality. The rationality of the activity of a capitalist enterprise consists in the application of the economic principle in the realization of a private end. For the maximization of private profit, it does not serve any end embracing the whole of the economic activity of society. It is a result of the private ownership of the means of production and of its consequence the anarchic character of the capitalist mode of production. The private ownership of the means of production will admit private economic ends for individual enterprises only, each of them struggles for the maximization of its own profit. There is no common end covering the whole of the social process of production and distribution, an end to which the activity of all enterprises would be subordinated. In other words, within a capitalist enterprise all means are integrated by the end of the enterprise. On the other hand, when the means of production are privately owned, there is and can be no integration of the economic activity of society. For this the social ownership of the means of production is indispensable. The distortion of the principle of economic rationality is the result of the antagonistic character of capitalist production relations. Within the framework of capitalist production relations, the maximization of profit by an enterprise is effected by the exploitation of the class of wage laborers, for profit is part of surplus value. The application of the economic principle by capitalist enterprises is the source of a continual pressure by the owners of the enterprises to increase the amount. 174. Of surplus value, often at the risk of the health, safety, and even the lives of the workers. This is most easily seen when a capitalist enterprise applies the second variant of the economic principle, the principle of the economy of means. The economy of means for a capitalist enterprise is economy in the costs of production, that is, economy in material outlay, and economy in expenditure on labor power, that is, economies in wages. The first leads to conditions of labor which neglect the health and safety of workers and their personal needs as workers. The latter results in a constant pressure on wages and a reduction in the number of employees, often leading to mass unemployment. Discussing the application of the principle of economy to the means of production, Marx states, in conformity with its contradictory and antagonistic nature, capitalist production proceeds to add to the economies in the use of constant capital, and thus to the means of increasing the rate of profit, a prodigality in the use of the life and health of the laborer himself. Such economies are, the overcrowding of narrow and unsanitary rooms with laborers, or, in the language of the capitalist, a saving in buildings, a crowding of dangerous machinery into one and the same room without means of protection against this danger, a neglect of precautions in productive processes which are dangerous to health or life, such as mining, etc., not to mention the absence of all provisions to render the process of production human, agreeable, or even bearable, for the laborer. From the capitalist point of view, such measures would be quite useless and senseless. No matter how economical capitalist production may be in other respects, it is utterly prodigal with human life. 28. By constant capital Marx understood the value of the means of production employed. The effort to keep wages at a minimum needs neither illustration nor commentary. If disregard for the health, safety, and lives of workers in the leading capitalist countries has today decreased, and if to some extent the effort to keep wages at a minimum has lessened, this is not a result of the principle of economic rationality applied in capitalist enterprises. All this happens to spite of this principle, as a result of the strength of the working class, its trade union and political organization, and its ability to use this strength. This is shown by the fact that the phenomena described by Marx still exist in the countries in which the working class is weak, unorganized, and deprived of opportunities for political activity, as, for example, in colonies, underdeveloped countries, and in countries under foreign rule or with an undemocratic political system. Thus, within the capitalist mode of production the principle of economic rationality operates antagonistically. The restricted, private character and the antagonistic mode of operation of the principle of economic rationality within the framework of the capitalist mode of production means that its application by capitalist enterprises does not guarantee the optimum use of means from the point of view of society as a whole, i.e., the optimum use of the social productive forces. Maximum economy in the use of means in an enterprise is connected with the social waste of means. This shows itself in the waste of human productive forces as well as in the waste of material productive forces. This applies particularly to natural resources, which are often recklessly exploited by capitalist enterprises, as is the case, for example, with forests, sea fishing, or the exploitation of land. The tendency to reckless exploitation of the labor force and natural resources is a result of the fact that because of the peculiar nature of capitalist relations of production, a capitalist enterprise takes no account of the social need for the reproduction of the labor force and natural resources. Another symptom of the waste of productive forces is economic crisis, a joint result of the limited, private character and antagonistic operation of the principle of economic rationality when applied in capitalist enterprise. Mention should be made of the waste of productive forces which results from the activities of monopolies and oligopolies registered which limit production in order to maintain a monopolistic structure of prices and capital values, as well as the waste connected with the fact that monopoly capitalism is economically incapable of developing the productive forces of backward countries. Thus the principle of economic rationality, applied within the framework of the capitalist mode of production, gives a distorted result, and from a general social point of view a result contradictory to its own logic of the optimum use of means. Use is a result which, as Marx put it, loses for society what it gains for the individual capitalist registered. In spite of these distortions, the rationalization of economic activity within the capitalist enterprise, the practice of proceeding according to the principle of economic rationality, and especially the consciousness of this principle in human thought, all constitute an achievement of historic significance. This is an achievement on a par with the imposing advance in material technique made within the capitalist mode of production, an advance which is itself closely connected with the application of the principle of economic rationality in enterprise. The rationalization of economic activity and the application of the principle of economic rationality in order to maximize an enterprise's profit stimulates the development of productive forces. At present, when as a result of the maturity of the productive forces it is possible and at the same time necessary to pass to new production relations based on the social ownership of the means of production, it is at the same time possible and necessary to pass from private rationality to rationality on a social scale, to social economic rationality. This opens a new phase in the history of the application of the principle of economic rationality. Manning of social economy, realization of social economic rationality. As we have pointed out, social rationality of economic activity demands that the aims of individual enterprises be subordinated to an end which embraces the whole of the social process of production and distribution. In other words, it requires the coordination of the activities of individual enterprises, the integration of their aims by a common end directing the economic activity of society. This coordination is called the planning of the social economy. The need to go beyond the bounds of private rationality and the need to coordinate the activities of individual enterprises, a need for planning, appears to a certain extent even under capitalism. It appears within the framework of capitalist industrial organizations like the trusts and cartels which are formed in the period of monopoly capitalism and as a result of the taking over of various fields of economic activity by the state. Since, however, the means of production are still privately owned, such plans cannot cover the whole of the social economy. It thus extends the reach of private economic rationality but does not change its limited character or its antagonistic mode of operation. Moreover, since the means of production are privately owned, plans of this kind covering a group of capitalist enterprises have a limited effect on individual enterprises. For reasons which will be discussed later in this book, even plans laid down by the state have only a limited effectiveness. 178. Especially with respect to large monopolistic or oligopolistic enterprises, unless these plan form part of their common private economic aims. but even then the rationality of these plans is distorted by the antagonistic character of capitalist relations of production. Social economic planning, that is, the realization of social rationality in production and distribution, is only possible in the socialist mode of production. The social ownership of the means of production changes the character of the enterprise, it becomes a socialist enterprise, maximization of profit is no longer the ultimate end. The activity of a socialist enterprise is subordinated to the general social end, expressed in the plan for the social economy. The social economic plan sets the end in the form of a quantitative measurable target, normally in the shape of national income. The plan also normally determines the more important means served and registered to realize this end, e.g., the volume and composition of investment, production in various branches of industry and agriculture, employment, distribution, etc., and sets targets for enterprises. The category of profit is retained in socialist enterprise but ceases to be the ultimate end of its activity and becomes the means of subordination to the general social end of the plan. Profit serves as a carrot stimulus to the completion of the plan targets and as a test of how far the economic principle is observed. Thus in the socialist mode of production the aims of the activity of individual enterprises are integrated in a common social end determined in the social economic plan *. The scope will become more essential than they have ever been before. Still earlier, in this connection Marx noted the necessity of applying the principle of economic rationality, economy of time together with the planetary division of labor time among various branches of production thus remain the first economic law of common social production. It becomes a law of even greater importance than before. Lenin wrote with a special emphasis of the need to apply bookkeeping and economic statistics in the socialist economy. He considered bookkeeping, applied on the scale of the whole national economy, to be the essential feature of the socialist mode of production. Bookkeeping at state level, the recording of the production and distribution of products at state level is, so to speak, something like the skeleton of socialist society registered star. Lenin frequently emphasized in his writings and speeches the need for a general national accountancy covering the whole social process of production and distribution. The method of social economic balances. Social economic planning is developed by appropriating the categories and methods of the bookkeeping employed in capitalist enterprise and applying them to the whole social process of production and distribution. The chief methodological device has become the balance accounting. The drawing up of a balance for the whole of the social process of production and distribution was first carried out in the Soviet Union, the first country in which the socialist mode of production appeared. The practice of planning the national economy in the Soviet Union requires a whole series of annual balance sheets covering the most important aspects of the national economy. The first balance sheet, covering the whole of the national economy of the USSR for 1923-1924, was published in 1926. At present a balance of output and utilization of materials, of the requirement and resources available for the various branches of production and distribution, of industrial machinery, of foreign trade, of the incomes and expenditure of the population etc., are drawn up each year. Individual balance sheets are combined to form a general balance sheet for the whole of the national economy, which gives a synthetic picture of the social process of production and distribution showing the production and division of the national income and the direction of the appropriate parts for consumption and investment. In the USSR specific balance sheets and the balance sheet for the national economy have become a part of economic planning registered. Balance accounting is an instrument for coordinating the various tasks of the national economic plan, an instrument for integrating all the aims contained in the plan in a hierarchic structure of ends. It is also a method of checking the plan for its agreement with the principle of rational economy, since it makes it possible to ascertain whether and to what degree the various means at the disposal of society are used up. Social economic balance sheets thus play a role in socialist economy similar to that played by calculation in a capitalist enterprise. With, however, one difference, namely that these balance sheets are instruments for control social economic rationality and not private economic rationality like calculation in a capitalist enterprise. The use of social economic balances has spread to all countries in which the socialist mode of production has appeared and in which planning of the national economy has consequently been introduced. Recently, the practice of drawing up balances covering various aspects of the national economy has been introduced in a number of capitalist countries as a result of the ever-growing need to go beyond the bounds of private economic rationality, which we have already mentioned, and the consequent increased intervention of the state in economic relations together with the direct economic activity of the state. The Second World War especially, together with the post-war needs of economic reconstruction, helped to bring this about. The successes of the national economy of the USSR also played a great part in this, as did the desire to make use of the planning methods developed in the USSR in order to rationalize and stabilize capitalist economy ***. The use of balance accounting for the whole of the national economy in capitalist countries is called social accounting or national accounting ***. A method using balances combined with the mathematical formulation of the conditions necessary for the consistency of the aims of a production plan has acquired a special importance. This method, input-output analysis, arose under direct influence of Marx's analysis of the social process of reproduction and the development of the use of social economic balance sheets in the Soviet Union during the period when the first five-year plan was being prepared. Registered. Within the framework of the capitalist mode of production, the significance of social accounting is limited. Social rationality in economic activity is, as we have seen, impossible under these conditions. The significance of social accounting in capitalist countries consists rather in that it produces an awareness of the necessity of crossing the bounds of the private rationality of individual enterprises and ensuring the social rationality of the process of production and distribution. The methods of social accounting, especially input-output analyses, find their full application only in the planning of a national economy, and hence only within the framework of the socialist mode of production. The scientific procedure of investigation connected with these methods are now employed in national economic planning in socialist countries. Registered. After the adoption by capitalist enterprises of double-entry bookkeeping and balance accounting, the social economic balance accounting constitutes the second great historic step in the development of methods of rational economic activity. Bookkeeping appeared in the initial stages of the development of capitalism as an instrument of commercial calculation, the original basis of the application of the economic principle in capitalist enterprise. The social economic balance or social accounting appeared in the initial stages of the development of the socialist mode of production as the instrument of socialist calculation in applying the principle of economic rationality at the level of the national economy. Different spheres of application of the economic principle. The economic principle, or the principle of economic rationality, evolved with man's economic activity. Hence its name. Its application is not, however, limited to economic activity. The economic principle is applied in many other spheres of human activity, above all in technology. The amount of work done by an engine may vary for a given amount of fuel, or, what is the same thing, the amount of fuel used by an engine may vary for the performance of a given amount of work. We speak of a greater or lesser technical efficiency of the engine. When designing an engine, we design one of the greatest possible technical efficiency for a particular cost of construction. Similarly, in planning a power station, we endeavor to obtain the greatest technical efficiency, measured, say, in terms of the number of kilowatts of electric energy produced per ton of coal used, for particular costs of construction. This is procedure according to the economic principle. Another field in which the economic principle is applied is that of military strategy and tactics. Rational strategy or tactics consists in obtaining the maximum strategic or tactical effect with a given number of forces, or putting the same thing in the form of the second variant in obtaining a particular strategic or tactical effect with the minimum number of forces. We find similar examples in all fields of rational activity. The rational method of teaching the piano is that method by which the pupil makes the most progress in a given time. The rational method of transporting loads is that by which a given load is transported with the minimum of effort, or by which the maximum load is transported for a given effort. The economic principle also finds application in scientific research. It appears most clearly in mathematical statistics when a certain parameter is to be estimated or a statistical hypothesis has to be verified on the basis of the smallest possible number of observations. Well known in this connection is the concept of the efficiency of various statistical methods. Thus it can be seen that the economic principle is the principle of all rational human behavior directed to the maximum realization of a given end. Wherever activity is rational and the end is quantitatively measurable, or at least can be expressed in the form of a greater or lesser degree of realization, there the economic principle is at work. Economic activity is the widest field for the application of the economic principle and is the sphere in which the principle first appeared, although not the only one. Moreover, the economic principle has entered and is continually taking over new fields for its application. In the capitalist mode of production, as we know, quantification of aims and rationalization permeates all fields of economic acti/ity, which became the domain of gainful activity and especially of capitalist enterprise. This induces the rationalization and quantification of aims in many other fields of human activity, since these fields are directly connected with gainful activity, or indirectly as a result of the mental climate prevailing in the capitalist social formation. Individual and social fief, together with culture, are rationalized and in part become a field for the quantification of aims. In this way more and more fields of human activity are submitted to the application of the economic principle. The socialist mode of production makes possible further progress of rationalization and most likely also of quantification of aims of various fields of human activity. Social rationality is introduced by the inclusion of the whole social process of production and distribution in a social economic plan, thus necessarily strengthening the trend toward rational behavior in all fields of human activity. Moreover, the superstructure of the socialist social formation has no need of those numerous irrational and even anti-rational constituents which are necessary in social formations based on antagonistic relations of production. On the contrary, in a socialist society these constituents are an obvious hindrance to social development and active attempts are made to get rid of them. Consequently, it is to be expected that the economic principle, that is, the principle of economic rationality, will embrace an ever greater area of human activity. Praxeology, the science of rational activity. In view of the fact that rationality of action is now a feature of many fields of human activity, there arises the problem of discovering what it is that is common to all fields of rational activity. This has led to the general study of rational activity. 189. Praxeology. This is still a very young science. So far the most systematic exposition of its foundations has been made by Tadeusz Kotarbiński ***. Praxeology may be described as the logic of rational activity. For it deals with the methods of inference employed in rational activity. It formulates the general concepts which arise from rational activity. These are concepts like end and means, method, action, plan, effectiveness, efficiency, economy and so on. These concepts are called praxeological categories. Praxeology establishes relations between praxeological categories which are called praxeological principles of behavior. Principles of this kind appear in every field of rational human activity. Economic principle, or principle of economic rationality, is precisely one of these praxeological principles of behavior. Branches of scientific research belonging to praxeology. Operations research and the science of programming. Cybernetics, a science auxiliary to praxeology. Kotarbiński's work on praxeology was the result of purely academic interest and derived from the author's studies in the field of logic and the general methodology of science. Parallel to and independent of Kotarbiński's work, two kindred branches of scientific research have recently developed in direct response to practical requirements. They are operations research and the science of programming. Both developed from military problems during and immediately after the Second World War and very quickly found their application in economic activity in problems like the organization of supplies and transport, the coordination of production, the planning of investment, and so on, registered. The science of programming soon absorbed input-output analysis as one of its constituent parts. Today, operations research and the science of programming are applied in various fields of human activity where a great number of actions intended to achieve a particular aim must be coordinated and where the optimum arrangement of these actions must be found, i.e., a system which will ensure the realization of the end in the maximum degree must be worked out. For this reason these fields of inquiry form part of praxeology. Finally, the third discipline which has developed in recent years, cybernetics, is also linked with praxeology, especially that part of it called the theory of information. Cybernetics is the abstract study of systems composed of elements which mutually interact upon each other. *5. Cybernetics dissects these relations into chains of causes and effects, formulates the mathematical connections between them, and studies the causal chain processes taking place in these systems. Cybernetics has two applications in praxeology. Firstly, when human activity is indirectly aimed at a goal through setting in motion a long chain of interconnected causes and effects. Cybernetics then makes an exact analysis of the processes at work in this chain. Secondly, when external conditions alter in the course of an activity, and especially wet. This alteration is a result of the very activity. In this case, if we want to reach the desired end, it is necessary to change the means of action. This gives rise to the sequence: end means of action, alteration in conditions, new means, new alteration in conditions, etc. The basic element in the effectiveness of the activity is rapid, accurate, and sufficient information about the alteration in conditions which takes place in the course of activity, and the rapid adjustment of the means to the altering conditions. This can be interpreted as a process of learning in the course of activity which takes place in conditions subject to change. Cybernetics analyzes the process. It can be seen that the rationalization of various fields of human activity gives rise to a series of new disciplines dealing with rational activity. These disciplines form constituent parts of praxeology, the general study of rational activity. Furthermore, cybernetics has appeared, a science dealing abstractly with a broad class of very general problems and concerning itself with certain aspects of human behavior as a special case. The significance of cybernetics for praxeology lies in the fact that praxeology uses the results of cybernetics, applying them in the investigation of particular problems of human activity. Cybernetics is a science auxiliary to praxeology. The principles of programming. Praxeology is important in political economy chiefly because it deals with the study of programming. The study of programming is concerned with the question of the choice of appropriate means for the realization of a particular end when the means are quantitatively measurable and the end may be real. 194. Ized in varying degrees. The selection of these means is called programming, and the set of gans chosen for the realization of an end is called a program. Programming is made up of two parts. The first consists in determining the available means and their possible applications, and in establishing the consistency of these various applications. The possible applications are limited by the nature and quantity of the means. Not all applications can be carried out. Nor are all applications consistent with each other. Some applications may be contradictory, and may disagree with each other. This is the case when there are insufficient means for all the applications, or when one application for some reason renders another application impossible. Thus the various applications must be harmonized, or, as we say, the internal consistency of the program must be established. The instrument by which the internal consistency of the program is established is balance accounting. It is for this reason that the study of programming has absorbed various kinds of balance analysis, example input-output analysis. The establishment of the internal consistency of a program is especially important where the structure of the means is complicated and takes the form of the hierarchy of ends which we have already discussed, where second-order ends are the means for the realization of the first-order end, third-order ends are the means for the realization of second-order ends, etc. The internal consistency of a program requires that the structure of ends, in which each end is the means for the realization of a higher order end, should itself be internally consistent. The inner consistency of a program is then a complicated matter and requires the application of special mathematical methods worked out by the science of programming. The second part of program consists in the establishment of the optimum set of means to be used, i.e., a set of means leading to the maximum realization of the end. This is called the choice of the optimum program. The optimum program is chosen only from internally consistent programs, since internally inconsistent programs cannot be carried out in Proof 195. THIS. As a rule, there is a large number of internally consistent programs from which the choice of the optimum program is made. The choice of the optimum program is quite simply the application of the economic principle to programming. As always, this principle may be applied here in two variants, either as the choice of the maximum realization of T-phi end for a given outlay of means, or else as the choice of the minimum outlay of means for the realization of the end to a given degree. Programming problems are solved mathematically registered. The degree of realization of the aim is considered as a mathematical function of the amounts of the various means applied. This is called the objective function. The conditions for the internal consistency of a program are formulated as equations or inequalities, in which the unknowns a, re the amounts of the means applied. The equations are called balance relationships because they express connections between the amounts of various means which are in fact balance relations. A set of particular amounts of the means is called a program. An internally consistent program is a set of amounts of means fulfilling the balance relationships. An optimum program is a set of amounts of means for which the objective function reaches its maximum. By solving the balance relationships, we obtain internally consistent programs. Since we normally assume that the number of balance relations expressed as equations is less than the number of unknowns, there are consequently many solutions, i.e., there are many internally consistent programs. The set of internally consistent programs is called the domain of feasible solutions of the programming problem. In the domain of the feasible solutions, we pick out the optimum solution, i.e., the solution for which the objective function reaches its maximum. This gives us. The reader will find an introduction to the mathematical methods of programming in the appendix at the end of this chapter. 196i. Optimum programs, of which there may be one or more than one. This depends on the properties of the objective function and the balance relationships. It is worth noting that a programming problem can be solved in two ways. One is the method described here of finding the maximum of the objective function for given balance relationships. A second method consists in the construction, on the basis of the balance relationships, of an outlay function, in adopting as a balance relation an equation expressing a particular degree of the realization of the end, and then in finding the minimum of the outlay function. The solution obtained by the second method is identical with the solution obtained by the first method. The existence of two methods of solving a programming problem is called in the terminology of the science of programming the duality of the problem of the selection of the optimum program. This duality corresponds to the two variants of the application of the economic principle. The method of determining the maximum of the objective function or the minimum of the outlay function depends on the properties of these functions. In practice, we distinguish between two fundamental cases. One of them occurs when either the increment in the objective function caused by the use of an additional unit of a particular means, or the decrement in the outlay function caused by a diminution in the use of a particular means by 1 unit, is a variable quantity. Mathematically, this means that the value of the first derivatives of at least one of these two functions is variable. In this case, maximum and minimum values are found in the usual way by the use of differential calculus. The application of differential calculus in programming is called marginal calculus. The second case occurs when the increment and decrement mentioned has a constant value, i.e., mathematically speaking, when the values of the first derivatives of both functions are constant. A method called linear programming is then used. 197. Marginal calculus. Marginal calculus consists in comparing the increments in the objective function caused by the use of an additional unit of various means. if an additional unit of one means causes an increment in the objective function smaller than an additional unit of another means, we may then obtain a net increase in the objective function by substituting a unit of one means for a unit of another. As long as we can go on doing this, the objective function has not yet reached its maximum. The maximum is reached when the increments resulting from an additional unit of a means are the same for all means. It is then impossible to increase the value of the objective function by substituting a unit of one means for a unit of another, i.e., by changing the program. The program is optimum. Similarly, the minimum of the outlay function is obtained when decrements in the value of this function resulting from the diminution by one unit of the means used are the same for all means. As long as this is not so, it is possible to decrease the value of the outlay function by substituting a unit of one means for a unit of another means. As can be seen, the application of marginal calculus requires that the marginal increments of the objective function or the marginal decrements of the outlay function should change in such a way as to allow marginal increments or decrements to equalize in the process of replacing one means by another. For this purpose, the marginal increments or decrements must be variable and must, moreover, vary in a particular way, so as to lead to their equalization. It is sufficient if this occurs either for marginal increments of the objective function or for marginal decrements of the outlay function. For in view of the duality of the problem of selecting the optimum program, this may be solved by applying marginal. Linear programming uses linear algebra and the geometry of linear manifolds. The praxeological meaning of the procedure employed can be explained as follows. Since the marginal increments of the objective function are constant, they are therefore always all equal or all unequal. In the first case, the replacement of a particular amount of one means by a particular amount of another does not alter the value of the objective function. All programs are then optimum since all give the same value for the objective function. This is the trivial case. If, on the other hand, the marginal increments are not equal, the value of the objective function may be increased by replacing a unit of a means giving a smaller marginal increment by a unit of a means giving a greater marginal increment. Because the marginal increment does 199 not vary, it is possible to proceed in this way as long as the balance relationships allow. Hence the limits of this procedure are determined by the balance relationships. Thus, the maximum of the objective function is determined as follows. First, other means are replaced by the means giving the greatest marginal increment. This is done as long as the balance relationships permit. When the possibilities of such a procedure are exhausted, other means are replaced by the means giving the second greatest marginal increment of the objective function. When the balance relationships no longer allow this, then the remaining means are replaced by the means giving the third greatest marginal increment, etc. This procedure is carried out as long as the balance relationships allow, or until the available means are exhausted. The objective function then reaches its maximum within the limits of the possibilities determined by the balance relationships. As a result, it can be seen that the optimum program provides for the application of just as many means as there are effective limitations of the outlay of means in the balance relationships. For individual means are applied successively in order of the size of the marginal increment of the objective function which they cause each up to the limit determined by the balance relationships. It is not possible to use a smaller number of means than the number of limiting balance relationships, since in that case not all the possibilities of increasing the value of the objective function would be taken advantage of. Nor is it possible to use a greater number, since that would mean the partial application of means giving a smaller marginal increment of the objective function in the place of means giving a greater marginal increment. Since in linear programming the value of the objective function increases in stages of which each leads to the limit imposed by the balance relationships, therefore the optimum program is found, as we say, on the border of the four-domain of feasible solutions, that is, the set of internally consistent programs. This can 200 be illustrated by certain geometrical analogies carried. Similarly, the minimum of the outlay function is also determined in stages. First, other mea\shre replaced by the means giving the greatest marginal decrement of the outlay function, etc., carrying each stage as far as the balance relationships will allow. As a result, the optimum program is also found on the border of the domain of internally consistent programs. Methodological links between political economy and praxeology. Praxeology, and especially that part of it formed by the study of programming, is a science auxiliary to political economy like logic and mathematics, economic statistics and mathematical statistics, econometrics, economic history, economic geography and so on. It has a methodological significance for political economy since, wherever economic activity is rational, praxeological principles of behavior form part of economic laws. When economic activity is rational, the economic laws of human behavior are a concretization of the praxeological principles of behavior adapted to particular conditions. This is especially so where the end and the means of economic activity are expressed quantitatively as in a money economy and particularly in a capitalist enterprise. Then the economic laws of human behavior express the application in given conditions of the economic principle, that is, the principle of economic rationality. Knowing the conditions in which economic activity takes place, it is possible by means of the economic principle to infer deductively what laws of economic behavior operate in these conditions. Knowing the conditions in which the activities of different people are connected and interoperate, it is equally possible to infer deductively the economic laws of interplay of human activities. From the fact, for example, that the owner of capital behaves rationally and that the aim of his activity is the maximization of profit, it follows that he places his capital in that field of economic activity in which the rate of profit is the highest. From the fact that the owners of capital have a free choice of the fields in which they wish to place their capital and that competition exists among them, it follows that the rates of profit in various branches of economic activity tend toward a common level. From the fact that in a particular field the owners of the coffee atoll invested there have a monopoly and do not permit the investment of their capital, it follows that in this field the rate of profit is higher than in fields to which there is a free flow of capital. Certain laws of political economy are conclusions deduced from praxeological principles of behavior. The significance of praxeology and especially of the science of programming thus lies in the fact that certain laws of political economy can be deduced from praxeological principles of behavior and especially from the economic principle. In this way the scope of the section of political economy which uses deductive inference, i.e., economic theory, is considerably widened. It also makes the construction and use of theoretic economic models easier. Inductive generalization of the results of comparative observation of the economic process which we referred to above registered, together with certain praxeological principles of behavior, form the basis of the axiomatization of the model registered. The logical and mathematical consequences of praxeological principles as, for instance, the calculi employed in the science of programming, serve as directives of inference in the model *registered. In this way a considerable part of political economy is in fact a system of deductive inference. This deductivization of inference constitutes a considerable methodological simplification in political economy. Many laws of political economy can be easily deduced from the praxeological principles for behavior, while to arrive at them by inductive generalization would demand a laborious examination of numerous aspects of the economic process and complicated historical and statistical analysis. Moreover, it would be considerably more difficult on the basis of inductive generalization to separate essential from incidental relationships, and there would thus remain considerably greater doubt as to whether this isolation had been done well or not. Also, the laws of political economy established on this basis would not have the same force of logical necessity as laws which are deductions from the praxeological principles of behavior. It is for precisely this reason that political economy has, up till now, chiefly concerned itself with the economic laws of social formations in which the predominant part of economic activity is rational activity and, hence, with the laws of the capitalist and socialist formations. For in these two social formations it is possible by deduction to understand economic laws to a large extent on the basis of praxeological principles of behavior, especially the economic principle. Therefore, the economic principle played a large part in the formation of political economy as a science. Study of economic laws by deduction dependent on the rationality of economic activity. Thus, deduction from the praxeological principles of behavior is a shortcut to the comprehension of economic laws. Whether or not it may be used as a means of studying economic laws, however, depends on the truth of the assumption that economic activity is rational activity. As we know, not all the economic activity under consideration is rational activity. In pre-capitalist social formations where natural economy prevailed, economic activity was customary and traditional. Customary and traditional activity still prevails in household. 203. Activity in the capitalist and socialist modes of production. Therefore, before a shortcut to the study of economic laws is taken by deduction from the praxeological principles of behavior, it is necessary to check whether the economic activity under investigation is rational activity or customary and traditional activity. This is ascertained by reductive inference using historicafan statistical verification. It consists in drawing logical and mathematical conclusions from the praxeological principles adopted and in the confrontation of these consequences with actual human economic activity. If the check gives a negative result, it is not possible to use the shortcut to the study of economic laws. In this case, the investigation must be made by induction. As an example of the inductive investigation of economic laws, we might note the study using statistical and monographic analyses of the laws of human behavior in individual peasant holdings where, on account of the partly natural character of this kind of economy, economic activity is not directed to the maximization of profit and is largely traditional and customary activity. Another example is provided by the study of the laws of activity in the household on the basis of an analysis of family budgets. This has led, for example, to the discovery of Engels' law, which states that the percentage of income spent on food diminishes with an increase of the average income per head of the family. Inductive methods of this kind are mainly used in the examination of the economic laws of pre-capitalist social formations. This does not mean that deduction plays no part at all in the examination of economic laws where economic activity is customary and traditional. Deductions can be made from this activity as well. Knowing, for example, the forms and customary levels of feudal rent and the productivity of peasant labor, it is possible to draw various conclusions about the standard of living of the peasants, the incomes of landowners, the rate of surplus labor, etc. It is not, however, possible to use the shortcut referred to above in studying economic laws. The political economy of 204. Pre-capitalist social formations therefore uses deduction to a much lesser degree than political economy of social formations in which the major part of economic activity is rational activity. For deducing of economic laws from the praxeological principles of behavior, it is not sufficient to be sure that the economic activity under investigation is rational activity. It is also necessary to establish by comparative observation what methodological means are used in a given activity. As we have pointed out, when we speak of rational activity, we have methodological rationality of action in mind. Modes of behavior in methodologically rational activity depend on the methodological knowledge possessed by those engaged in the activity and on the external conditions which decide how much of this methodological knowledge is useful. For example, mathematical methods of programming are not always used in activity directed towards the maximization of a quantified end and employing quantified means. A small businessman cannot use them, for example, if he does not possess the necessary mathematical knowledge and has never heard of programming. A large firm, for example, which has a special programming department or employs special consultants, certainly uses them. A small businessman, even if he knows about the possibilities of programming, does not take advantage of them because the cost of expert consultants is too high. Furthermore, economic relations may make it impossible to utilize the methodological knowledge available. A considerable proportion of our knowledge of programming is not used in capitalist enterprises or capitalist states because its application demands a coordination of the activities of individual enterprises, which is only possible when the means of production are socially owned. In this case, the methodological knowledge of rational activity exceeds the possibilities of its application in the capitalist mode of production. Thus, when applying deduction in political economy on the basis of the praxeological principles of behavior, it is necessary to take into account the actual methodological knowledge possessed by people involved in economic activity, and the possibilities of applying this knowledge. This requires comparative observation of the actual economic process and drawing conclusions from this observation by means of induction. The deduction of economic laws from praxeological principles of behavior must contain an inductive element if it is to lead to correct results conforming with objective reality. This element consists in empirically establishing the extent of the methodological knowledge applied in actual economic activity. Without this, the results of the application of the praxeological principles of behavior might prove to be false. Many economists, for example, starting from the assumption that a capitalist enterprise maximizes its profit, draw from this the conclusion that it always makes use of marginal calculus. There have even been attempts, as we shall see further on, to make marginal calculus the methodological foundation of the whole of political economy. It has been found, however, that marginal calculus has a limited application in the activity of enterprises registered. In the first place, the bookkeeping and balancing methods used in practice are not adapted to the needs of marginal calculus. Furthermore, capitalist enterprises have not felt the need to adapt them to these requirements in spite of the widespread theoretical knowledge of the principles of marginal calculus in capitalist countries. Second, because of the properties of production technique, the objective function and balance relationships are linear or nearly linear and are not suitable for the application of marginal calculus. It is significant that while in practice capitalist enterprises either disregarded or made little use of marginal calculus registered, linear programming was adopted very rapidly. Thus laws deduced from the principle of the maximization of profit on the basis of the assumption that enterprises always use marginal calculus do not reflect the true economic laws operating in the capitalist economy. A similar error is committed by those economists who suppose that within the framework of the capitalist mode of production such methodological means of rational activity are employed which can be applied only when the means of production are socially owned. General appraisal of the significance of praxeology in the rationalization of economic activity. The results obtained by praxeology must consequently be used with caution, without ascribing to those engaged in economic activity the employment of methodological means which are known to praxeology as a science but which are not known to those engaged in economic activity or which lie outside the scope of practical possibilities. On the other hand, the popularization of these results leads to an increase in the methodological rationality of economic activity. Especially important in this respect are the new sciences of operations research and programming as well as praxeology's auxiliary science, cybernetics, which quickly find practical application. When employed within the framework of the capitalist mode of production, they increase the private rationality of the activity of capitalist enterprise. At the same time, however, they often aggravate the antisocial consequences resulting from the antagonistic nature of capitalist relations of production. In the socialist mode of production, they can become a powerful instrument in increasing the social rationality of the social process of production and distribution. Therefore, praxeology, especially such branches of it as operations, marginal calculus has, however, recently found expression in methods of bookkeeping used by capitalist enterprises. CJG. Zielmiski, Skala marginalna praktyka big biznesu, Zysi gospodarche, 1959, number 16. The Mathematical Foundations of Programming 207. Research and programming have great importance in the planning of the socialist economy. It may be that after double-entry bookkeeping and balance accounting and after social economic balances, they will form a third historic stage in the development of the methodological means of rational economic activity. Appendix. The Mathematical Foundations of Programming. 1. Programming os a mathematical problem. Let Z be the degree of realization of the end, and she, xj, x, the outlays of various means, the number of which is n. the objective function is written z equals j su xi, xn. It is supposed that the degree of realization of the end and the outlays of means are non-negative quantities, i.e. that z(o) and 11(o), for I equals 1, 2, n. To simplify calculation, it is also assumed that the objective function has continuous first and second partial derivatives. Finally, it is assumed that the degree of realization of the end is an increasing function of the outlay 11 of any of the means, i.e., that 0. Balance relationships are expressed as M equations equals CR. Balance relationships, some or all of them, can also be inequalities. Ri11 xi, xnxcr. By multiplying where necessary by -1, any inequalities can be reduced to this form. These inequalities may however be changed into equations by adding the auxiliary variable x plus r to the left-hand sides. We then get instead of an inequality the equation 0 r su 11, xn, plus x plus r equals 0. In which x plus r 0. For the sake of symmetry of notation, the auxiliary variables xn plus r may also be introduced into the objective function. This function then takes the form z fluid xlt x2, xfty x/t x tvrt4-2, asterisk 208. In these equations the right-hand sides are constants, i.e., cr equals const. For r equals 1, 2, it is also assumed that the functions appearing on the left-hand side of the balance relationships have continuous first and second partial derivatives, and that d0 are that for every balance relationship. d(r) 77 registered 2, m, ij equals 1, 2, n, I(j). z. z0 to the power of 7th. This means that an increase in the outlay of one means requires a decrease in the outlay of some other. The assumption thus indicates that the possibilities of the application of the means are subject to limiting constraints. It is not possible to increase the outlay of all the means. The balance relationships express the concrete character of these constraints. It is also assumed that Mn, and that the Jacobian of the balance relationships is not equal to 0. We can then express M of the variables xi, x, as functions of the nm remaining variables. Since the order, in which case, in order not to change the properties of the function, it is necessary to assume df dx equals 0. Identically for any values of the auxiliary variables x plus r, in this way balance relationships can always be expressed in the form of equations. The Jacobian is a determinant of which the elements are partial derivatives of the functions that form the left-hand sides of the equations. Since Mn, the rows of the determinant contain only m derivatives, e.g. d0 d0 to z d11 dxm d0, d0 to z dx2, d0n, d0m dxx dx2 dxm. If the Jacobian is equal to 0, the number of variables which can be expressed as functions of the remaining ones is less than m. In general, if the rank of the matrix, for which the Jacobian is the determinant, is mk, then mk variables can be expressed as functions of the nm plus t remaining variables. According to the terminology which we use below, there are then nm plus k degrees of freedom. The Mathematical Foundations of Programming 209. Of the numeration of variables is arbitrary. We express xi as functions of x plus I, x plus 2, x, which is written xi equals I xm x, xm plus 2, xn. It is seen then, that only the choice of the outlay oi nm means can be made freely. Once such a choice has been made, the outlays of the remaining m means is determined by the functions. This is expressed by stating that the choice of the outlays of the means has nm degrees of freedom. A set of values of the variables xi, x, x, example x, i.e. a set of definite outlays of the various memes, is called a program. The set of programs which satisfies the balance relationships is called the set of internally consistent programs. As we have shown, the set of internally consistent programs has nm degrees of freedom, which means that in this set the outlay of nm means can be freely chosen. Let us now consider the following geometrical interpretation. Every program xj, xl, xn is a point in dimensional Euclidean space. Since x/0, all the programs are contained in that part of space consisting entirely of points with non-negative coordinates. The assumptions x-0 are therefore called boundary conditions since they determine the boundaries of the space within which the programs are contained. The set of internally consistent programs occupies that part of space which satisfies the conditions of the balance relationships. This part of space is the domain of feasible solutions of the problem of programming. Programs outside this domain are not internally consistent and therefore do not constitute feasible solutions. The domain of feasible solutions has only nm independent coordinates corresponding to the nm degrees of freedom of the set of internally consistent programs. Thus the domain of feasible solutions is a dimensional geometrical object suspended in dimensional space. The task of programming is to choose the optimum program from the set of internally consistent programs. In the geometrical interpretation, the problem is to choose the optimum point in the domain of feasible solutions. The optimum program is the program which gives to the objective function the maximum value in the domain of feasible solutions. The task thus reduces itself to the problem of determining the values of the variables xl, xi, x, for which the objective function reaches its maximum, while xl, xj, x, satisfy the additional conditions of the balance relationships. The simplest way of solving this problem is by the use of w hat are called the Lagrange multipliers. This method consists in introducing an auxiliary function, called the Lagrange function, which is defined as follows. 210 L, uneasy face, dash 2, caret RL caret RCR. V equals 1. The coefficients AI, AJ, are for the moment undetermined. They are the Lagrange multipliers. We note that when the balance conditions C3 are satisfied, that is, in the domain of feasible LE solutions, the sum on the right-hand side of the expression is equal to 0. This means that in the domain of feasible solutions, the Lagrange function is identical with the objective function, may thus be carried out in two stages. We first determine the usual maximum of the Lagrange function for arbitrary values of the multipliers AJ, AJ, A caret, and then we choose values for these multipliers which satisfy the constraints. The maximum of the Lagrange function obtained in this way is identical with the maximum of the objective function for the constraints imposed by the balance relationships. The conditions E. It follows from the expression that these values depend on the values assumed by AI, A2, AM, i.e. they are functions of these multipliers. This is expressed by writing xi equals gi. When these functions are substituted for su x caret, x in the balance relationships, these relationships then take the form caret equals cr. This gives m equations with m unknowns. From these equations we find the values of the multipliers aj, a2, am. If these values are symbolized aj, aj.am, and substituted in the functions, the following values are obtained equals f. Registered, this result may be extended to the case noted in N2, when the balance relationships are inequalities. It may then happen that RCR0 for certain values of the subscript r. We then assume a equals 0 identically, and thus the sum appearing on the right-hand side of the model is still equal to 0 in the domain of feasible solutions. Asterisk as a rule a.0, since otherwise the sum appearing on the right-hand side of the formula would be indeterminate. On the other hand, aj equals 0 in the case when the balance relationships are inequalities and r, c, 0. The mathematical foundations of programming 211. These are the values of the variables xi, x comma, x, for which the objective function reaches its maximum subject to the constraints imposed by the balance relationships. Since, if a constant quantity is added to, or subtract from, a function, the values of the variables for which that function reaches its maximum remain unchanged, we may, instead of the Lagrange function, take the following function. lx backslash, caret 2, caret l caret 2 caret ri, caret 0, s, caret 2, szqxzf, sphi c dot, r equals l, where const. The maximum of this function is equal to the minimum of the asterisk function with the sign changed, i.e., of the function ti equals m equals, cr dash equals 1. This function is identical with the function mk equals 27a dot, r equals l if the condition slash equals so is fulfilled, that is, for a constant degree of realization of the end. The problem of maximization of the objective function subject to balance relationships can thus be replaced by the problem of finding the minimum of the function, under condition that the degree of realization of the end is held constant. The function is a weighted sum, the value of which depends on the outlays of the means xi, xn, x, it assigns to these outlays a single numerical value. Therefore this function a may be called the outlay function. The function thus establishes the commensurability of the various means. The task of programming can hence be formulated in two ways. One consists in maximizing the objective function subject to given balance relationships, the other in minimizing the outlay function for a given value of the objective function. The existence of two variants of the problem of programming is called the duality of this problem. The second variant of the problem of programming is solved in the following way. In view of the condition we have only L independent variables among xi, x2, x, one of them, say xn, is a function of the remaining variables registered. Registered the expression of one variable as a function of the remaining variables on the basis of the equation is always possible because backslash of our assumption slash n 212. The condition. The values a, x%, a, and x backslash, x, xl determined in this way are the same as those obtained by the application of the first variant. Hence, the values xl, x% introduced into the balance relationships satisfy the conditions set by those relationships. The outlay function then takes the value 0, as can be immediately seen from the expression. This is the lowest value of this function which it is possible to obtain within the limits of the condition. The other values of the outlay function must be positive. A positive value of this function is an indication of waste of means and can serve as a measurement of this waste. The Lagrange multipliers appearing in the outlay function have a praxeological significance. As can be seen from the example, the outlay function appears as a weighted sum. The components of this sum CRO, 2, FLI, express the degrees of non-fulfillment of individual balance relationships, they indicate the extent to which these relationships have been overstepped. The multipliers A caret, AJ, A caret are weights attached to the overstepping of individual balances. The values AJ, A registered, AJ, of the Lagrange multipliers are these weights in conditions of the optimum use of means when all balance relationships are fulfilled. They are indicators expressing the weight for a given degree of realization of the aim, possessed by the limitation of the possibilities of using the means which results from each balance relationship registered. Finally, it should be mentioned that the solution of the problem of programming is invariant under any monotonously increasing transformation of the objective function. If the objective function slash is replaced by a monotonously increasing function of it f, chosen arbitrarily, then the function f reaches its maximum for the same values of the variables xi, x2, xn as does the function slash. This follows from the fact that the value of the function f always increases when the value of the function slash increases and always registered assuming 0 r11, x2, xn, cr0 for a non-optimum use of the means we always get a 0. This is because the outlay function has a positive value for all values of 0 r0, which is only possible if x are 0. An exception is the case when the balance relations are inequalities and when 0 for an optimum use of the means. We then have a equals 0 identically. Here the balance relation does not restrict the use of the means and its weight is 0. All other balance relationships have positive weight. The mathematical foundations of programming 213. Decreases when the value of the function / decreases. This means that in order to solve the problem of programming, it is only necessary to know if the value of the objective function increases or decreases, and it is not necessary to be able to measure its change in value. In other words, it is sufficient that the degrees of the realization of the end can be ordered, it is not necessary that they should be measurable. 2. Marginal calculus. If the objective function and the balance relationships have the required properties which are discussed later, the programming problem can be solved by the use of differential calculus. The differential calculus used in solving this problem is sometimes called marginal calculus. Applying differential calculus, we find the conditions necessary for the maximum of the Lagrange function. They are as follows. Or m r(L). In view of these conditions may be written more simply, namely, df do o equals 1.2, /. These are also the conditions for the minimum of the Lagrange function, as is immediately obvious. Thus both variants of the programming problem lead to the same necessary conditions. The conditions constitute n equations, by which we determine n values such x as functions of the multipliers aj. 2. Above. When these functions are substituted in the balance relationships, then m equations with m unknowns to I, aj, a, are obtained above. By means of these equations we determine the values aj, /, which finally makes it possible to determine the values jr, x%. Y registered, for which the objective function reaches its maximum subject to given balance relations, and for which the outlay function reaches its minimum subject to a given value of the objective function. The praxeological significance of the equations is simple. The left-hand side of these equations represent the marginal increment of the objective function caused by the outlay of the given means. The right-hand side represents the marginal increment of the outlay function caused by the outlay of the given means. The equations state that in the optimum program for every means the marginal increment of the objective function is equal to the marginal increment of the outlay function. 214. This condition can be formulated differently. The following equations result from the equations. Backslash. df z d11 underscore dx do z d11 dx. These equations state that in the optimum program the marginal increment of the objective function per unit of the marginal outlay of an individual means is equal for all means. If these equations are inverted, do z underscore dx caret z dx, we find that the marginal increment outlay of the means necessary to obtain a unit of marginal increment of the objective function is equal for all means. These two formulations correspond to the two variants of the programming problem. The conditions are necessary both for the maximum and minimum of the functions under discussion. In order to ascertain whether a maximum or a minimum is involved, it is necessary to find out whether the condition sufficient for a maximum or a minimum is fulfilled. For the maximum or minimum of a function subject to constraints, this condition can most readily be formulated by using the Lagrange function. The condition sufficient for the maximum of the objective function subject to the given balance relationships is do z llz d caret l equals backslash xj 0 I equals ij equals backslash r equals a. For the values x backslash x caret determined by the equations, and for all values of z and dxj. It is immediately seen from that this condition is equivalent to the condition d caret u0, i.e., to the sufficient condition for JHC minimum of the outlay function subject to a given value of the objective function. This again shows that the two variants of the programming problem are equivalent. The necessary conditions and the sufficient condition have the following geometrical interpretation. As we know, the domain of feasible solutions is n-dimensional geometrical object suspended. The mathematical foundations of programming 215. In n-dimensional Euclidean space, the objective function is n-dimensional hypersurface in n-dimensional space. For every given definite value xo equals x caret, x, there exists a projection of this hypersurface onto n-dimensional space. This projection is n-dimensional hypersurface. The greater the value of xo, the higher that hypersurface is situated with respect to the origin of the system of coordinates, which follows from the assumption. The necessary conditions state that the domain of feasible solutions is tangent to one of the projections representing the various values of the objective function, i.e., to the projection corresponding to the smallest or greatest value of the objective function. At the tangential point, the objective function reaches its greatest or smallest value in the domain of feasible solutions. The sufficient condition states that in the vicinity of the tangential point the dimensional hypersurfaces which are projections of the objective function are convex to the domain of feasible solutions. Because of the convexity, the domain of feasible solutions is tangential to the highest placed of the hypersurfaces mentioned above, i.e., the objective function is maximized. An analogous geometrical interpretation can be given for the minimum of the outlay function subject to a given value of the objective function. In this case there is only one projection of the objective function onto the / dimensional space. This projection now constitutes the domain of feasible solutions. There are, on the other hand, many projections of the outlay function, i.e., one projection for every definite value of the function. The minimum of the outlay function subject to a given value of the objective function is determined by the point of the projection of the objective function tangential to one of the projections of the outlay function. The sufficient condition states that in the vicinity of the tangential point the projections of the outlay function are concave to the projection of the objective function. Because of this the projection of the objective function is tangential to the lowest situated projection of the outlay function, i.e., this latter function is minimized. The geometrical interpretation outlined here can most easily be visualized for /I equals 2ai to m equals 1. The objective function is then z equals f. The balance relationship is p equals c. The necessary conditions assume the form zz. The geometrical interpretation of the inequalities is such that everywhere outside the tangential point, the projection of the objective function is further from the origin of the coordinates than the domain of possible solutions. 216. The projections of the objective function onto the plane form a family of curves L, each of which corresponds to a definite value of z equals z. This is shown in Fig. 1. The domain of feasible solutions, determined. Fig. 1. By the balance relationships, is represented by the curve C. The tangential point P is that point in the domain of feasible solutions which is situated on the highest of the accessible curves L, that is on pound comma. It is true that the points R and S are also in the domain of feasible solutions, but they are on the curve L caret, situated lower than the curve L caret. It is true that the curve 3 pounds is situated higher than the curve 0 pounds, but it is inaccessible, given that all its points are outside the domain of feasible solutions. Figure 1 also shows the significance of the convexity of the curves pound to the curve C, as implied by the sufficient condition. This condition is satisfied in figs LA, LB, and IC. In Fig. ID, on the other hand, the curves pound are concave to the curve C. As is immediately obvious, in this case the tangential point P is situated on the lowest accessible curve pound, the objective function is minimized. The case in which the outlay function is minimized may be visualized with the help of Fig. ID. In this graph the curve C is interpreted as a projection of the objective function whose value is given. The curves pound are projections of the outlay function such that each curve corresponds to a definite value of this function. The tangential point P is that point of the curve C which is situated on the lowest accessible curve pound. Here the significance of the sufficient condition. The mathematical foundations of programming 217, which asserts that the curves L are concave to the curve C, is also obvious. This condition guarantees that the outlay function is minimized. Fig. 1 also shows that it is not necessary to be able to measure the degrees of realization of the end, it is sufficient if their order is known. The monotonously increasing transformations of the objective function f have the same projections on the plane as the function. 2 equals / The projections of the function f on the plane are given by the differential equation. Whe(EF) is the derivative of the function f with respect to the function /. Since f0, this equation is equivalent with the equation df plus jsa equals 0, which is the differential equation of the projection of the function /. Hence the maximization of the function z equals f is also the maximization of all its monotonously increasing transformations. This reasoning can be extended to cover any number of variables xi, xa, x. All monotonously increasing transformations of the function 2 equals / have the same projections onto n-dimensional space as the function we have dealt with. 3. Linear programming. The application of marginal calculus requires that the objective function and balance relationships possess certain properties in the first place. The equations must have a solution. In the geometrical interpretation, this means that there must be a point of the projections of the objective function tangential to the domain of feasible solutions. Such tangential point may not exist. Moreover, if condition is not satisfied, the objective function may have no maximum is not satisfied, the outlay function may have no minimum. It can be seen that marginal calculus can only be applied to a special kind of objective function and balance relationships possessing properties satisfying the conditions or an especially important case in which marginal calculus cannot be applied is linear programming, i.e. a programming problem in which the objective function and all the balance relationships are linear. The objective function then takes the form registered. This is a so-called linear form. The general form of the linear function is n I equals L 218 2 equals QJ11 I caret L, and the balance relationships take the form n caret Bri 11 equals CRI equals I. In these expressions a dash, Bri and C are constants. As before, it is assumed that mn and that the assumptions n are satisfied. The problem is to find those values of the variable su x2, x, for which the function reaches its maximum under the constraints. It can easily be seen that marginal calculus cannot be applied here, since the necessary conditions here take the form m o equals caret Bri r equals L. The variable su x caret xn do not appear in these equations, so that they cannot be used to determine the value of these variables. Furthermore, these equations are self-contradictory, for there are more equations than the undetermined multipliers aj, a, unless the quantities a and Bri are chosen in such a way that there are not more than m independent equations. It should also be observed that all the second derivatives of the function and of the expressions are equal to 0. Therefore d caret L or d caret L are also equal to 0 and condition or is not satisfied. Thus we can see that marginal calculus is of no use in the solution of linear programming problem. The solution of the problem of linear programming is most clearly set out with the help of its geometrical interpretation. The individual balance relationships form dimensional hyperplanes suspended in an n-dimensional Euclidean space. There are m such hyperplanes. The feasible solutions are formed by the points which lie simultaneously on all m hyperplanes. The domain of feasible solutions is the set of points which are common to all m hyperplanes, that is the set of points which lie at the intersection of those hyperplanes. This set forms an dimensional convex polyhedron ***. Projections of the objective function form a family. This form can always be changed into a linear form by the introduction of a new variable z equals zoq, i.e., by measuring the value of the function so that at the point z equals 00 it is equal to 0. The intersection of two straight one-dimensional lines forms a zero-dimensional point. The intersection of two two-dimensional planes forms a one-dimensional straight line, and the intersection of three two-dimensional. The mathematical foundations of programming 219. Of dimensional hyperplanes. The point of the polyhedron, the surface of which constitutes the domain of feasible solutions, tangential to the projection which is situated highest, determine the maximum of the objective function. The projections situated lower correspond to lesser values of the objective function, those which are situated higher are inaccessible, since they lie wholly outside the domain of feasible solutions. Thus, the geometrical interpretation of the linear programming problem is similar to the geometrical interpretation of the marginal calculus. The difference lies in the fact that in this case the domain of feasible solutions is a polyhedron, an angular geometrical object, which cannot touch at ever point the hyperplane which is a projection of the objective function. This angularity means that differential calculus cannot be applied to the determination of the tangential points. The polyhedron is tangent to the hyperplane at its highest vertex, which determines the maximum of the objective function in the domain of feasible solutions. Apart from the highest vertex, other vertices of the polyhedron may touch a projection of the objective function. If there is only one vertex of the polyhedron tangent to a projection of the objective function, then the solution is unique. If there are two, then the polyhedron touches a projection of the objective function with the whole of one edge, i.e., a straight line joining the two vertices. If there are three, then the polyhedron touches the hyperplane which is a projection of the objective function with the two-dimensional area of the triangle determined by the three vertices. Generally, if k vertices are tangent to a projection of the objective function, then the polyhedron touches that projection with a kl dimensional so-called simplex determined by those vertices. The solution of the linear programming problem is unique or not according to the number of vertices of the polyhedron which are tangent to a projection of the objective function. If k vertices of the polyhedron are tangent to a projection of the objective function, the solution has k degrees of freedom. The values of the variables xi, x caret, can be chosen arbitrarily, and the remaining variables x asterisk, x caret plus I, x n are linear functions of the former. The solution thus depends on the shape of the polyhedron constituting the domain of feasible solutions caret and is determined by the highest vertex of the polyhedron. The position of the projection of the objective function determines whether other vertices of the polyhedron are tangential to this projection as well, and consequently v either the solution is unique or not and how many degrees of freedom it has. Planes forms a zero-dimensional point. The intersection of two three-dimensional hyperplanes forms a two-dimensional plane. The intersection of three S-dimensional hyperplanes forms a straight line, etc. 0. N. 220. This geometrical interpretation can be visualized when nm equals 2 or nm equals 3. The domain of feasible solutions is then the surface of either a two-dimensional polygon or a three-dimensional polyhedron. For example, etn equals 10 nm%. The domain of feasible solutions is then the surface of a polygon on the plane, suspended in 10-dimensional space as shown in Fig. 2. In view of the boundary conditions xj-o, we are only interested in that part of the polygon which corresponds to the non-negative values of the coordinates. The projections of the objective function onto the plane form a family of straight lines L. The maximum of the objective function in the domain of feasible solutions is determined by the highest vertex of the polygon, tangent to one of the straight lines L. Fig. 2a shows a case where there is only one such vertex A. In Fig. 2b there are two such vertices, A and B. The solution is given by the segment of n has 1 degree of freedom. Taking in turn n equals 10 and m equals L, the domain of feasible solutions is the surface of a three-dimensional polyhedron, the faces of which are planes. The projections of the objective function are also planes. The polyhedron may touch the highest projection of the objective function with one vertex, with an edge, or with a face. Corresponding to these possibilities we have solutions which are unique, which possess 1 degree of freedom or which possess 2 degrees of freedom. The computation of the solution of the linear programming problem is carried out by the methods of linear algebra. There are several algorithms, which starting from arbitrary values of the variables xi, 2, xn in the domain of feasible solutions lead by a finite number of successive steps to the values of these variables which maximize the objective function in this domain registered. These algorithms are corrected with the geometrical interpretation which we have set out, since they consist in gradually passing. Registered algorithms of this kind have been worked out by G.B. Dantzig, maximization of linear functions subject to linear inequalities, in Activity Analysis of Production and Allocation, New York 1951, R. Frisch, Principles. The Mathematical Foundations of Programming 221. From the lower to the higher vertices of the polyhedron. If there are a great number of variables and balance relationships, the practical work involved is very great. This is where electronic computers become extremely useful. The introduction and spread of these machines have had a great deal of influence on the increased practical application of linear programming. It is worth noting the especial simplicity and symmetry which characterizes the duality of the programming problem when the programming is linear. The problem of maximizing the linear function subject to the linear constraints is equivalent to the problem of minimizing the linear function m. V equals R equals L subject to the linear conditions m. Br krai. R equals T. The same constants ai, Br, Cr appear in both problems, but the number of variables changes from n to m, and the number of constraints from m to n, while the coefficients of the function in one variant appear as constants in the constraints of the second variant, and these constraints become inequalities. The proof is simple. Substituting the left side of the equation for Cr in the expression, we get mnnm. V equals Br 11 equals Br Kr equals Li equals Li equals Lr equals L. In view of we have n. I equals Lie, Z. This holds for all values of x are satisfying the equations and for all values of satisfying the inequalities. Hence it follows that min Z max. Of linear programming, Oslo 1954, and the multiplex method for linear programming, Oslo 1958, R. Dorfman, P.A. Samuelson and R.M. Salo, Linear Programming and Economic Analysis, New York 1958. They are described in most textbooks dealing with linear programming. See, for example, J. Lace-Alt, Programme linéaire et calculateurs électroniques. Revue de recherche opérationnelle, Volume I, Number 4, Paris 1957. They must be inequalities because Mn, otherwise the number of equations would exceed the number of unknowns. They could be changed into equations by introducing the auxiliary variables m plus I, am plus 2. A, in a similar way to that given in N1 on p 207. 222. Also holds. There is however a value of the function v and a value of the function z, let us call them n4, such that wo equals O. This occurs when xr satisfies m of the inequalities as equations and xm isn plus 2 equals jcn equals 0. Then mmm. Wo equals she br k equals ai 11 equals zoe equals lr equals li equals I. In view of the inequality, this is, however, only possible when equals umin and zo equals z max, because otherwise it would be possible to disprove this inequality by decreasing the value of v or increasing the value of z. We thus get min zx. The minimization of v thus means the maximization of z and vice versa. It is possible to obtain the same result by substituting the left side of the equations for ai in and taking into account. Both variants of linear programming are thus equivalent. From this proof it follows that when is fulfilled, no more than m of the values x can be different from 0, they are then, because of the boundary conditions, positive. It is, however, obvious from the equations that at least m of the values x must differ from 0, for otherwise there would be more equations than unknowns and the equations could not be independent. As a result, we find that in linear programming the optimum program embraces exactly m positive outlays of the various means. The number of means used is equal to the number of balance relationships in the first problem. The weights A attached to individual balance relationships may thus be ascribed to individual means used in the optimum program. They may be regarded as valuations of the significance of these means arising from the existence of the constraints imposed by the balance relationships. The second variant thus consists in the minimization of the joint significance of the means used, of which the linear function is the expression. In other words, we could say that this variant consists in choosing such valuations of the various means as to minimize the obnoxiousness of the balance constraints. The linear form is connected with the outlay function in the following way. In linear programming, the outlay function has the form min_m_n_m equals sbrl11 cr equals $xr bre 11 ykcfr equals l l/r equals li equals lr equals l. The linear form is the subtracted term on the right-hand side of this expression. It is the valuation of the joint significance of the balance limitations which appear in the outlay function. The mathematical foundations of program NIG 223. Thus it appears that the problem of linear programming may be set out in the form of the two following equivalent variants. One variant consists in the direct determination of the optimum outlays of the means xi, xj, xn. The second variant, on the other hand, consists in determining the valuation /uk- of individual means for which the minimization of the significance of the balance limitations takes place. In linear programming there are two separate problems: the problem of determining the optimum outlay of the means, and the problem of determining the optimum valuations of individual means. The separation of these two problems is a specific property of linear programming. Finally, it should be noted that in linear programming the degrees of realization of the end is always assumed to be measurable. This follows from the assumption that the objective function is linear. Only linear transformations of the objective function preserve its linearity. Therefore, the only possible transformations of the objective function are changes in the unit of measurement and changes in the ZERP point. In this way, the application of linear programming is limited to the case where the degree of the realization of the end is measurable. 4. The question of the existence of an objective function. As can be seen, marginal calculus docs not always serve in solving programming problems. In such cases, other methods of maximizing the objective function must be used, example linear programming. There are also situations where, although marginal calculus can be formally applied, it does not lead to the maximization of the objective function because such a function does not exist. This purely formal application of marginal calculus, for which there is no corresponding maximization of the objective function, we shall call marginal pseudo-calculus. Here, the symbols of marginal calculus are used, but they are empty of objective content. The symbols df40 equals 1, 2, dot, which appear on the left-hand side of the necessary conditions, dot may be interpreted as the coefficients of Pfaff's differential equation. N. X registered I equals I. The solution of which is the objective function slash. The coefficients slash are then partial derivatives of that function, its marginal increments, and we may write accordingly. 224. It is known, however, that Pfaff's equation does not always have a solution in the form of a function OL all the variables jcj x, and this depends on the rank of the matrix, where /ifzfn high 2, hin. 21 22 20 \hn 2, hnn. Hij dxjz0j equals 1, 2, n. Such a solution exists when, and only when, the rank of the matrix is not higher than 2. If the matrix is of higher rank, the equation is satisfied by a set of several independent functions, each of which depends on only some of the variables 11, x caret, ar dot. The number of these independent functions is at least as great as the rank of the matrix caret registered. In order to verify whether or not an objective function exists, we take the marginal increments determined by the equations and write df/i equals caret I dy zxj. In order to visualize this result, let us take the case equals 3. If the rank of the matrix does not exceed 2, the solution of Pfaff's equation is a function of 3 variables z, uneasy face. Its projections onto the space are a family of surfaces determined by the equation /is 3, then the solution of Pfaff's equation is a function of 2 variables, whose projections, determined by the equation /equals const, form a family of lines situated on any surface in the space. When equals 4 and the rank of the matrix is greater than 2, the function satisfying Pfaff's equation may represent, according to the rank of the matrix, lines or surfaces on 3-dimensional objects in the space. They are then functions of 2 or 3 variables from xi, xa, xs, x4. Or one less if the rank of the matrix is even. And %. The Mathematical Foundations of Programming 225. These expressions are inserted in the matrix and we note the rank of the matrix. If the rank of the matrix is such that the differential equation possesses no solution in the form of a function of all the variables xi, x2, x, no objective function exists. In such a case there exist only various partial functions, each of which includes only some of the variables xi, xa, x. Such functions shall be called functions of partial effects. These partial effects are uncoordinated and are not subordinate to a common objective. In other words, there is no integration of the means by a common end. In such a case the symbols df equals / represent only the marginal increments of these uncoordinated partial effects, and not the marginal increments of a common objective to which all the means would be subordinated. The equations are then not the criterion of the maximization of anything. Neither are they the criterion of the minimization of the outlay function, since the condition that the objective function has a definite constant value has no meaning because the objective function does not exist. This is what we call marginal pseudo-calculus. Those who follow the subjectivist trend in political economy and treat marginal calculus as an instrument for maximizing utility make use of marginal pseudo-calculus. This will be discussed in the next chapter. N. V. Chapter 6. The subjectivist and the historical trend in political economy. The Marxist and other trends in political economy. Their relation to classical political economy. The concept of political economy set out above derives from Karl Marx. It defines a subject and method of investigation which, when applied to objective reality, give rise to definite economic theories. The subject matter and method of investigation together with the economic theories resulting from them constitute the Marxist trend in political economy. Its characteristic feature is that it conceives the economic process as a social process of the production and distribution of the material means of satisfying human needs. It investigates the economic relations between men which appear in the course of this process and the connection between these relations and the mutual interaction of man and nature which occurs in the social process of labor and leads to the development of man's social productive forces. On this basis the Marxist interpretation establishes economic laws which although resulting from conscious and purposive human activity are nonetheless objectively necessary, independent of human will and consciousness, because man acts under specific social conditions and because the productive forces which he develops have specific properties. The Marxist trend in political economy further maintains that now it becomes possible to reshape economic relations so that the operation of economic laws ceases to be a spontaneous process and is made ever more effectively to serve the aims which man consciously sets himself. The Marxist trend is not the only one in modern political economy. Other approaches exist alongside. These may be classified as variations of two main trends, the subjectivist and the historical. Both have something in common with the Marxist conception, but the common features which the subjectivist conception shares with the Marxist differ from those which the historical conception shares with the Marxist. This is because all lines of thought in modern political economy derive from various attitudes towards the classical political economy which developed in the 18th and at the beginning of the 19th century, and which, apart from the physiocrats, constitutes the first scientific system of political economy. Marxist political economy is based on classical political economy and has incorporated its most important achievements. At the same time it takes a critical attitude towards classical political economy, stressing its connection with a particular historical stage in social development and emphasizing the historical nature of economic categories and economic laws. The subjectivist conception, instead, is the last link in the development of a line of thought which took over from classical political economy certain elements dealing with aspects of the process of exchange and finally ended in isolating the subject of its investigation from historically shaped economic relations. The historical trend originates from a criticism of classical political economy for its failure properly to take into account the historical character of economic categories. This criticism has finally led either to a denial of the existence of economic laws or to the view that economic laws have their source in mental attitudes characteristic of particular periods of history and not in objective social relations and the properties of productive forces as the Marxist conception maintains. Classical political economy is the point of departure for all contemporary trends in political economy. The Marxist conception took over the most important achievements of classical political economy and at the same time adopted a critical attitude towards them, stressing their historical conditioning and limitations. A new interpretation of the whole of political economy emerged. The two other trends, on the other hand, have one-sidedly stressed, and consequently distorted, certain elements of classical political economy, either of its achievements or of its criticism. The Marxist conception contains all the true statements which are to be found in the other two interpretations, that is the real attainments of classical political economy preserved in the subjectivist trend, and the correct criticisms of classical political economy found in the historical trend. The true elements in the other trends are nevertheless combined in a distorted picture of the economic process as a whole and do not adequately reflect reality. It is therefore necessary to subject these trends to critical analysis. We do not intend here to give a history of the development of political economy, we shall confine ourselves to a discussion of the way in which the subjectivist and historical trends treat the subject matter and the method of political economy. Subjectivist trend. Its connection with vulgar economy. THFE subjectivist trend has developed indirectly from classical political economy. The connecting link is formed by the theories of the epigony of classical political economy which Marx contemptuously called vulgar economy registered. Vulgar economy isolated the study of the economic process from the analysis of relations of production, the foundation of classical political economy, especially of the economic theory of David Ricardo Carrad. Vulgar economy thought that the economic relations between men originate in the process of exchange and not in the social process of production. It did not consider the economic process as a social bond emerging among men in the labor process but looked at it from the point of view of the individual entrepreneur buying and selling on the market registered. Krzyzewski described vulgar economy as a theory in which nothing was taken into account except single individuals made up into simple arithmetical sums. Carrad no notice was taken of the fact that the single producer is only a member of a vast and coherent system of the division of social labor in which some are cobblers because others are tailors or agricultural laborers, that exchange, sale, and purchase, is only a form peculiar to a particular period for the mutual exchange of effort, and that behind the relations of buyer and seller lie concealed the relations between the various producers, members of a social organism of the division of labor registered. In vulgar economy the subjective relation of the purchaser and seller to the goods bought or disposed of began to come to the fore. This question eventually became its central problem. Instead of examining the objective social relations appearing in the process of production, attention was devoted to the subjective attitude of Carrad to objects serving to satisfy his needs. The subjectivist trend in political economy was finally formulated systematically in 1871 in the works of Carl Menger and William Stanley Jevons. Subject matter of political economy according to the subjectivist conception, analysis of man's relation to goods on the basis of the economic principle. The element of classical economy on which the subjectivist conception drew was the economic principle. In classical political economy there was a more or less clear assumption that gainful activity is directed to the maximization of money income, and in particular that the maximization of profit is the chief incentive in the process of production. The original form of this assumption was the assertion that in gainful activity men are guided by their self-interests, that is, they strive to obtain the greatest possible amount of wealth. As Adam Smith writes, it is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, or the baker that we expect our dinner, but from their regard to their own interest. We address ourselves not to their humanity but to their self-love, and never talk to them of our own necessities but of their advantages registered. Similarly, Ricardo remarked that self-interest guides all speculations in trade registered. This assumption, which is quite simply a statement that in a system of commodity production and commodity money exchange there is a tendency to the maximization of money income, was then erected into a general principle governing all human economic activity. This led to the concept of economic man homo economicus, who behaves strictly according to the principle of the maximization of his economic advantage. The extension of the principle of the maximization of money income to the maximization of all kinds of loosely defined economic advantage was finally given precise expression in the doctrine of utilitarian psychology. According to this doctrine, all human behavior is governed by the desire to experience pleasure and avoid pain. Man strives for the maximum pleasure and the minimum pain possible in a given situation. Many of those who held the doctrines of vulgar economy were followers of this theory registered. This theory was finally embodied in the subjectivist concepts of Jevons, according to whom all economic behavior consists in maximizing the surplus of pleasure given by the possession of goods over the pain connected with the effort of obtaining them. According to Jevons, economy is a calculus of pleasure and pain. Pleasure and pain are undoubtedly the ultimate objects of the calculus of economics. To satisfy our wants to the utmost with the least effort to procure the greatest amount of what is desirable at the expense of the least that is undesirable, in other words, to maximize pleasure, is the problem of economics. In this way Jevons shifts the point of emphasis to the analysis of the relation of man to the objects satisfying his needs. Here economic science becomes simply the study of behavior governed by the economic principle with the aim of maximizing the pleasure of possessing goods. Another interpretation of behavior according to the economic principle, not connected with utilitarian psychology, is closer to the tradition of classical political economy, where it was assumed that man strives for the maximization of money income. According to William Nassau Sr., every man desires to obtain additional wealth with as little sacrifice as possible. Maximization of a psychical magnitude, pleasure, is replaced by the maximization of wealth, which, in a money economy, is the same as the maximization of money income. John Stuart Mill went even further and treated the maximization of wealth not as an actual fact but as one of the aspects of human activity. Human activity has various aims and wealth is only one of them. According to Mill, political economy examines only one aspect of human activity and leaves the rest to other social sciences. Mill writes, "Political economy considers mankind as occupied solely in acquiring and consuming wealth, and aims at showing what is the course of action into which mankind, living in a state of society, would be impellia if that motive were absolute ruler of all their actions registered." The object of study of political economy is thus behavior according to the economic principle with the aim of acquiring wealth. However, this behavior is considered as only one of many kinds of possible behavior. The concept of utility according to the subjectivist conception. Both these interpretations come to the same thing. According to the subjectivist conception, political economy ceases to be the study of the social relations arising in the process of production and distribution, i.e., the study of economic relations between men, as in classical political economy. It even ceases to be the study of market exchange, hke vulgar economy. Instead, political economy becomes the study of the relation of man to the objects satisfying his needs, to the goods the possession of which causes pleasure or constitutes wealth. In this it is assumed that man's behavior towards goods is governed by the economic principle. He maximizes what is usually called utility. Utility is maximized by the use of marginal calculus, which appears here in the form of the calculus of marginal utility. Hence the subjectivist trend came to be the marginalist trend, or, More strictly speaking, the subjectivist conception appears in a number of variations depending on the interpretation of the concept of utility and the field in which this concept is applied. The hedonistic interpretation, pleasure, derives from utilitarian psychology and treats utility psychologically, as pleasure, satisfaction, welfare, etc. This is an interpretation which appears originally in the subjective school. We meet it in Jevons, Menger, Bombauer, and Marshalp. Later another interpretation appears which might be called praxeological. This conceives utility as a degree of realization of the aim of economic activity, independent of the nature of the aim. Whether it is a question of pleasure in the psychological sense, or of money income, or of political power, or of a particular moral social aim is a matter of indifference. The praxeological interpretation of utility is something quite separate from the question of the nature of the aim and confines itself to the statement that economic activity has a certain end which may be understood as a magnitude permitting of various degrees of realization. Recently, instead of the term utility, preference is more and more frequently used in this interpretation. In this praxeological interpretation, the subjectivist trend leaves aside all psychological considerations and transforms itself into a logic of rational choice aimed at the maximization of preference registered. Within the subjectivist trend there are also certain differences as to the extent to which the concept of utility is applied. The Austrian or psychological school considered all economic activity to be a striving for the maximization of utility. The calculus of marginal utility was to both gainful activity and to household activity. This was the school of marginal utility par excellence. The Lausanne school, together with Marshall and the so-called neoclassical school which derives from him, omitted the ification of the concept of utility and the calculus of marginal utility, to household activity. Gainful activity, on the other hand, was regarded as the maximization of money income, and here the concept of utility was not introduced. In the more modern praxeological conception this difference disappears, for the maximization of preference includes both the maximization of money income in gainful activity and also the maximization of utility in household activity. Gainful activity and household activity are both subject to the same principle of the maximization of preference obtained by the ification of marginal calculus. The tendency of the subjectivist trend to transform political economy into a branch of praxeology only one step separates this concept from the transformation of political economy into a branch of praxeology. This consists in separating economic science from any definite object of study. As long as economic science was conceived as concerning itself with the relation of man to the objects satisfying his needs treated concretely as the aims of normal economic activity, it still had a definite field of investigation. Separated from this, it is changed into a formal science concerned with rational behavior maximizing any kind of magnitude. John Stuart Mill showed the way when he stated that political economy is not concerned with a particular area of human activity but with a certain aspect of it. Then all that was needed was the assertion that political economy deals with a certain aspect of all rational human activity, that is, behavior according to the economic principle, regardless of what kind of activity this may be. This conception of the subject of political economy became widespread among subjectivist economists and is considered as the methodologically most advanced interpretation. The clearest and most consistent exposition of this conception is given by Lionel Robbins. Economics is the science which studies human behavior as a relationship between ends and scarce means which have alternative uses registered. According to this definition, economic science is not concerned with a particular field of human activity but with certain aspects of this activity. Robbins puts this quite clearly: the conception we have adopted may be described as analytical. It does not attempt to pick out certain kinds of behavior, but focuses attention on a particular aspect of behavior, the form imposed by the influence of scarcity. It follows from this, therefore, that insofar as it presents this aspect, any kind of human behavior falls within the scope of economic generalizations. We do not say that the production of potatoes is economic activity and the production of philosophy is not. We say rather that, insofar as either kind of activity involves the relinquishment of other desired alternatives, it has its economic aspect. There are no limitations on the subject matter of economic science save this caret registered. Economic science understood in this way is a general study of behavior governed by the economic principle, a study which has an application in all fields of human behavior in which the economic principle applies. According to Robbins, the economic aspect of human activity consists in the fact that since the limited amount of means available can be applied in a variety of ways, it is necessary to choose the ends for the realization of which these scarce means are to be used. A choice of this kind, however, assumes that there is a hierarchic structure of ends, that some ends are more important than others. Without a hierarchy of this kind, it is impossible to make a rational choice of ends. On the other hand, the fact that a hierarchy of aims exists, presupposes that particular aims are the means to the realization of one principal end. In this case, the choice of ends according to their relative importance is equivalent to the maximization of the principal end I.e., proceeding according to the economic principle. Economic science is thus the science of the use of scarce means guaranteeing the maximum degree of realization of a chosen end of human activity. Political economy is thus finally transformed into a branch of praxeology, into a science of programming. Ludwig von Mises writes, out of the political economy of the classical school emerges the general theory of human action. No treatment of economic problems proper can avoid starting from acts of choice. Economics becomes a part, although hitherto the best elaborated part, of a more universal science, praxeology 21. As a result of this change in character, political economy ceases to be an empirical science dealing with real phenomena and becomes a formal logic of choice in which the only criterion of truth is the agreement of theorems with the axioms adopted. When to actual human activity, this logic of choice is empirically true insofar as the activity is governed by the economic principle. The theorems of this kind of political economy do not require empirical verification. All that needs to be shown is whether a particular procedure is governed by the economic principle or not. Some subjectivist economists H.K.E. Mises go even further and state that economic science praxeologically conceived is knowledge of the laws of actual human activity a prior 1 caret. The separation o subjectivist economic theory from the problem of social relations. Consequently, economic science as understood by the subjectivist school is a study having very little in common with classical political economy or its critical continuation, Marxist political economy. The study of economic relations among men is replaced by the study of the relation of man to things. The study of a particular field of human activity is replaced by what is quite simply a branch of praxeology, the study of a particular mode of human behavior. By concentrating on the relation of man to things, subjectivist economic science has lost contact with the problems of social relations. Economic theory, conceived in this way, ceases to be a social science. By concentrating on a formal mode of human behavior instead of examining a definite field of human activity, subjectivist economic science is cut off from the problems of the actual economic process. It ceases to be an empirical science in which statements are verified by confrontation with reality. The study of the economic laws operating in objective reality is here replaced by the formulation of praxeological principles of behavior. This change in the character of political economy is indicated by the replacement of the old term political economy or social economy by the new term economics, widely used by subjectivist economists. By its transformation into a science dealing with the relation of man to things, political economy, as we have observed, ceases to be a social science. All theorems, whether of the theory of marginal unity or of the mo/e recent praxeological logic of choice, are applicable in their entirety to an isolated individual living outside all social bonds. For these theorems deal exclusively with the relation of man to things in isolation from any kind of human social relations. For this reason they can be illustrated by reference to Robinson Crusoe, an example very popular among subjectivist economists. Menger refers in his exposition to an inhabitant of the virgin forest, the inhabitant of an island, an individual on an uninhabited island, a farmer who works alone etc. Registered Bombardk begins with, a man sits by a spring of drinkable water and goes on to give examples like a traveler in the desert, a farmer cut off from the world, a colonist whose cabin is situated in a virgin forest etc. Weiser begins his exposition with the theory of simple economy Einfach Wirtschaft, in which the relation of man to thing appears in isolation and undisturbed by social relations. This simple economy can be understood either as the economy of an isolated individual or as the economy of a whole society in relation to nature, excluding the problems of interhuman relations. He writes, the theory of simple economy begins with the ideasing assumption that the economy is that of one person, because the whole of mankind, considered as a unity, is opposed to nature, the opposition of interests and parties and reference to economic legislation are excluded, just as they were in the case Robinson Crusoe's Economy 25. Finally, turning to modern literature, Robbins asserts that in order to explain economic life it is necessary to turn to the working of the laws of choice, which can best be revealed by considering the behavior of an isolated individual. The subjectivist trend and economic laws. An interpretation of this kind which eliminates social relations from economic science and which makes it possible to illustrate all its assertions by referring to Robinson Crusoe, would suggest that economic laws are universal, they are not limited in their historical scope, as the Marxist interpretation maintains, but are the same always and everywhere where economic activity takes place. Robbins puts this clearly, the generalizations of the theory of value are applicable to the behavior of isolated men or the executive authority of a communist society as are to the behavior of men in an exchange economy too. According to this view, economic laws are universal laws of economic activity. Historically conditioned social relations may influence the concrete form in which these laws manifest themselves, but they cannot change their basic character. For these economic laws are drawn from man's unchanging attitude to things and not from social relations which continually alter over time. Robbins says of economic laws, it is true that they are based upon experience, that they refer to reality. But it is experience of so wide a degree of generality as to place them in quite a different class from the more properly designated historico-relative assumptions. It is only failure to realize this and a too exclusive preoccupation with the subsidiary assumptions which can lend any countenance to the view that the laws of economics are limited to certain conditions of time and space, that they are purely historical in character, and so on. Registered. In asserting the universality of economic laws, the subjectivist trend apparently agrees with the attitude of classical political economy to economic laws. Classical political economy held that economic laws are eternal and failed to realize their historical nature and their limited historical seek, just as it failed to realize that economic categories are also historical. Marx was the first to assert this historicity and based his criticisms of classical political economy on this. But this agreement is only apparent. Classical political economy held that economic laws are laws of nature, since it held that the social relations of commodity production and capitalist production of which these laws were the expression were also eternal and natural too. Registered. For classical political economy, economic laws dealt with objective reality, like the laws of nature. According to the subjectivist trend, on the other hand, the laws of political economy are praxeological principles of behavior which indicate which procedure guarantees the maximization of utility or preference. The transformation of economic laws into praxeological principles of behavior. The earlier representatives of the subjectivist trend assumed that men do actually behave according to the economic principle. They thus considered that praxeological principles of behavior according to the theory of marginal utility are in actual economic activity and that they reflect the regularities which appear in reality. This being so, praxeological principles of behavior could be considered as actual economic laws. This view had to be modified, however, when economic science began to be considered as a science dealing, not with a particular field of human activity, but with a particular aspect of it, when it became a logic of rational choice used in behavior governed, why the economic principle. The laws of a science of this kind do not deal with objectively real processes, they are not empirically established and cannot be verified by experience. Such laws are principles of inference employed in the maximization of the magnitude which is the aim of activity, thus they are similar in character to mathematical and logical theorems of which, in fact, they are an avocation. In some circumstances, as we have seen, praxeological principles of behavior can be useful as premises from which true economic laws can be deduced, but are not themselves economic laws registered. The role of exchange in subjectivist economic theory. The conception of political economy as the study of the relation of man to thing without taking social relations into consideration, however, proves insufficient. Subjectivist economic theory cannot stop at Robinson Crusoe and resist the application of its knowledge to the problems of the economic activity of men living in society. When confronted with the real economic process, subjectivist economic theory has to face social relations and take them into consideration. Human relations are taken into consideration when the problem of exchange is examined. Consequently, subjectivist economics is composed of two parts. The first part forms the foundation and deals with the economic activity of an isolated individual. Here the basic theorems dealing with the relation of man to thing in behavior governed by the economic principle are evolved. In the second part, the results of the first part are applied in the explanation of the exchange of goods among men. This two-storied construction is typical of subjectivist economic theory. This appears very clearly in Wieser, who divides economic science into the theory of simple economy Einfachwirtschaft, and the theory of social economy. He sees the relationship between the two as follows: after showing how an individual calculates and manages his AFLR and IRS according to the theory of simple economy, we then proceed to show how numbers of individuals who, where property is privately owned, meet for exchange striving for their own economic advantage establish prices, and 6 and the basis of these prices create a national economy. Walras, Pareto and others construct their systems in a similar fashion. First they consider the economic activity of an individual who maximizes utility or preference, and then the activity of individuals encountering one another in exchange. This is more or less the standard method of presenting the system of economic theory according to the subjectivist conceptions carried. In deducing human relations from the phenomena of exchange, the subjectivist trend shows its kinship with vulgar economy, which holds that social relations originate in the process of exchange and not in production, as asserted by classical political economy and subsequently by Marx. The subjectivist trend, however, has a peculiar approach to the human relations which emerge in exchange, as a result of which they cease to be social relations. Separate individuals, engaged in economic activity quite independently, establish relations with each other through the exchange of goods. Exchange consists in the relinquishment by each individual of something he wants less in return for something he wants more. Exchange is here the supplementation of the economic activity of isolated individuals. Its effect is simply the resultant of the subjective attitude of various individuals to the objects they buy and sell. The Senti-L problem remains that of the relation of man to things, in this case his relation to the goods exchanged. The relations among men which emerge in the process of exchange are purely incidental and have no essential significance. The basic issue is the relation of man to things. As Robbins writes, the exchange relationship is a technical incident indeed, which gives rise to nearly all the interesting complications, but still, for all that, subsidiary to the main fact of scarcity registered. Exchange is thus merely a complicating factor in the relation of man to things. Apart from his attitude to his own possessions, he also has a relation to the possessions of other men. The relations between men are here only connecting links in man's relation to things. This conclusion is the opposite of the Marxist conception. The Marxist conception does not exclude from political economy the examination of the relation of man to things, to goods. Economic relations are relations which develop between men through the medium of things, relations of the type, man-thing-man registered carried. Their essential feature is that they are social relations, relations between men. The relation of man to things is a mere link in the relation of man to man. It is of interest for political economy only insofar as it constitutes a link of this kind. Then, and only then, does man's relation to things have social significance, then, and only then, does it become an object of interest for political economy. The subjectivists, on the other hand, look at the problem from a completely different point of view altogether. They are only interested in the relation of man to thing, and relations between men are taken into account only insofar as they constitute a link in the relation of man to thing, a link resulting from the fact that a desired object is in the possession of another man. Thus the subjectivist trend, even when it is forced to concern itself with exchange, does not investigate social relations but confines itself to the consideration of relations between men as links in the relation of man to things. Subjectivist trend implies the liquidation of political economy. By consistently avoiding the examination of social relations, the subjectivist trend avoids the consideration of those great issues which were the concern of classical political economy and today form the subject of Marxist political economy. These are the problems of economic relations among men, relations of production and relations of distribution. Even vulgar economy in its warped fashion dealt with certain economic relations, the relations emerging in the process of exchange. The subjectivist trend, by devoting itself exclusively to the relation of man to things even in connection with the problem of exchange, turned its back on the proper subject matter of political economy. Rudolf Hilferding put this very clearly when he wrote of the Austrian school of political economy. Instead of economic and social relations, it takes as the starting point of its system the individual relation of man to things. It conceives relations from a psychological point of view, as subject to natural invariable laws. It excludes socially determined relations of production, and the concept of the development of the economic process according to definite laws is quite foreign to it. This economic theory is a contradiction of economy. Its last word is the self-liquidation of political economy. What Hilferding writes here applies to the whole of the subjectivist trend. The transformation of subjectivist economics into a branch of praxeology is the last step in its liquidation as political economy. When changed in this way, subjectivist economics ceases to have anything to do with the examination of a definite field of social reality and concerns itself with a particular aspect of behavior all rational human activities directed to the maximization of a given end. Understood as the science of the application of the economic principle, economics becomes a universal science covering the most varied fields of human activity. The economic principle can be applied, as we know from the previous chapter, in many fields: in technology, military strategy and tactics, surgery and medicine, teaching, the art of swimming and horse riding, chess, the art of painting, the methodology of scientific investigation, etc. Every normal man employs the economic principle when he goes every morning to work, taking the shortest route or the quickest tram. Marginal calculus can also be applied in many of these fields. It is used in technology, whenever a particular problem of maximization or minimization is solved by differential calculus. It is applied in military strategy and tactics, example in comparing the effect of committing additional forces in various sectors of a front, i.e., calculating the marginal effect of committing these forces in various sectors of a front. It can be applied in swimming when comparing the marginal effect of various additional movements on the speed of the swimmer. The other method of using the economic principle, the method used in cases where marginal calculus is useless, i.e., linear programming, was developed, as we have already explained, in order to deal with military operations and was only later applied to problems of economic activity. All this would have to be counted as part of the subject matter of political economy if political economy is the study of behavior according to the economic principle. Maffeo Pantaleoni was one of the first to conceive political economy in this way. Like Jevons, he interpreted the economic principle hedonistically, as the effort to maximize pleasure. He called this the hedonistic postulate, an economic theory regarded as the science of behavior governed by the hedonistic postulate, he called pure economy, i.e., economy uncomplicated by the social relations among men registered. Antonio Gramsci commented as follows on Pantaleoni's Pure Economy: the first part of the book, dealing with the hedonistic postulte, would be more suitable as an introduction to a manual of advanced cookery or to a still more advanced manual of postures in the sexual acts sul posizioni diamanti. It is a pity that those who work books about cookery do not study pure economy. The same might be said of those engaged in more discreet and esoteric research on the art of erotic enjoyment registered. It would be difficult to put it more forcibly: the transformation of economic science into a branch of praxeology, whether in hedonistic interpretation or in the form of the logic of rational choice, implies its liquidation as political economy. For this reason many economists brought up in the subjectivist school are beginning to reject the concept of economic science as the study of behavior governed by the economic principle, and are turning back to the traditional idea of political economy as the study of a particular field of human activity and the social relations which result from this activity. Registered, limited and historically conditioned scope of the economic principle. We know that economic activity is only one of the fields of human activity to which the economic principle can be applied. On the other hand, economic activity is behavior governed by the economic principle only when it is rational and directed to a single end which admits of various degrees of realization. For this reason the definition of the subject matter of political economy as behavior according to the economic principle is on the one hand too broad and on the other hand too narrow. As we know, the application of the economic principle in economic activity is the result of a long historical process of development. Before the appearance of commodity production and money economy, economic activity was governed by custom and tradition. Only with commodity production and money economy and the separation of gainful activity from household activity does a uniform and quantitatively measurable end appear: money income. It evolves gradually, together with the slow separation of gainful activity from household activity. Complete separation is only found in capitalist enterprise. Moreover, it is only here that complete quantification and commensurability of all the elements of economic activity, both degrees of realization of the end and outlay of means, is achieved. The economic category of profit emerges. It is only then that the conditions for the application of the economic principle arise. We have also seen that in the capitalist mode of production, rationality of economic activity, finding its expression in the application of the economic principle by the enterprise, is only private rationality of economic activity, and that only in the socialist mode of production is it possible to apply the economic principle to the whole of the social economy, i.e., it is only 251. Under socialism that social economic rationality becomes possible. The activity of a capitalist enterprise is indisputably governed by the economic principle. Here this activity takes the form of the maximization of profit. Here also, in certain conditions, marginal calculus is applied in order to find the optimum use of means. We know from the previous chapter marginal calculus is only one way of denying this, and it cannot always be used. Apart from this, there is another way of determining the optimum use of means, i.e. linear programming. It was caricatured earlier in this book that the application of both marginal calculus and linear programming require that an enterprise possess the appropriate methodological knowledge and that it should be possible to apply it. In the absence of such knowledge, or when it is impossible to apply it, an enterprise will use less accurate methods for maximizing profit, giving poorer approximations and based on simple methods of calculation from the data supplied by bookkeeping and balance accounts. Generally these methods are closer to linear programming than marginal calculus, since they are mostly based on the assumption that there is simple proportionality between the outlay of means and a rise in profit, and that one means can be replaced by another in fixed proportions. These simple methods of calculation might be considered as a primitive version of linear programming, differing from programming worked out mathematically in that it does not deal accurately with the problems of the simultaneous employment of a larger number of means. The essence of the subjectivist trend, however, consists in the fact that it treats household activity as behavior according to the economic principle. According to this interpretation, an attempt is made in the household to maximize a definite magnitude, called utility, by the use of marginal calculus. Utility, as we know, can be regarded either hedonistically as pleasure, satisfaction, etc., or praxeologically as preference. The Austrian school treats the whole of social economy as one vast household, and even in the activity of an enterprise sees an attempt to maximize utility. The Lausanne and neoclassical schools think that the maximization of utility is only to be found in households and (L with enterprise in terms of money cost and profit. The praxeological interpretation of utility originated by Vilfredo Pareto made it possible to treat the maximization of profit in the enterprise and the maximization of utility in the household as special cases of one praxeological principle, the maximization of preference. The ascription of a desire for the maximization of utility to domestic economic activity, however utility is interpreted, is an attempt to extend the principle of maximization, which governs the activity of capitalist enterprise, to household activity, and attempt to interpret household activity as rational activity directed to the maximization of a clearly determined magnitude. Utility plays the same role in household activity as profit in capitalist enterprise registered. Is there a striving for the maximization of utility in household activity? The question arises as to whether and to what extent the extension of the principle of maximization from enterprise to household is justified by the actual economic process. In capitalist enterprise there is quite clearly a quantitatively measurable uniform aim in the form of profit. This aim, empirically verifiable, measurable in monetary units, is made visible in numbers calculated from the data provided by bookkeeping and finds its objective expression in the balance of the enterprise. This aim can be directly and empirically observed. The situation is quite different in the household, where there is no uniform aim open to direct observation. Indirect observation, on the other hand, indicates the existence of a large number of particular aims corresponding to various needs, various kinds of food, clothing, using, entertainments, education, etc. There are hundreds of these aims and often more. If there is a uniform aim which is the object of maximization, then all these aims are integrated by a principal end which is called utility. All the particular aims then form a hierarchic structure of ends arranged according to their importance as means to the realization of the principal end which is utility. Thus the problem as to whether a desire for the maximization of utility exists in household activity reduces itself to the question whether all the individual aims are actually integrated by one principal end. The problem as to whether there is a uniform aim maximized in household activity, i.e. utility, can be solved only by indirect observation showing whether particular aims are actually integrated. The nature of this observation depends on the interpretation of the concept of utility. If the hedonistic interpretation is adopted, such observation can only be internal, i.e. introspective. Weiser clearly uses introspection as a proof that men act according to the principles of the theory of marginal utility, and that they employ the means at their disposal in such a way as to obtain goods with the greatest marginal utility. This is the so-called psychological method. The consciousness of every economically active man, writes Weiser, contains a treasury of experience which every theoretician finds within himself without the necessity of gathering it by the use of special scientific methods registered. Thus, whereas the chemist needs a laboratory, the astronomer an observatory, the historian archives and a library, the economist can lay bare the laws of his science while taking a stroll or sitting in an arm affair and delving into his inner experience. The difficulty lies in the fact that this internal experience is not so unequivocal as the advocates of the psychological method maintain. Many people, and among them many economists, are not convinced from their inner experience that they behave according to the principles of the theory of marginal utility. They consider rather that household activity is governed by custom and tradition and can also call on their internal experience to bear them out. Introspection does not lead to results which are generally verifiable independently of the person who arrives at them. There is thus no way of telling whether the aim postulated by the hedonistic interpretation of household activity actually exists, and still less of knowing whether it is maximized. Thus only the praxeological interpretation of utility remains to be considered. In this case, the question as to whether particular aims corresponding to various needs are actually integrated by the one principal end of utility can in principle be solved on the basis of objective observation. Observation consists in studying the behavior of men in the purchase of consumer goods and noting their reactions when market conditions change. The set of goods which a consumer buys when in receipt of a given income and when the goods are at a given price is noted. He is given the possibility of buying, for the same amount of money, two sets of goods made up differently, and the set he buys is noted. Let us call these sets A and B. If the consumer chooses, for example, set B, we say that the utility of set B is greater than the utility of set A, or, in other words, that the consumer shows greater preference for set B than for set A. Then the consumer is given the choice between set B and a third set, costing the same amount of money, which we will call C. Let us suppose that the consumer chooses set C, i.e., he shows a greater preference for set C than for set B. Finally, the consumer is given the choice between set A and set C. If he chooses set C, this means that he shows a greater preference for set C than for set A. The result of these Euro observations is as follows: preference for B greater than preference for A, preference for C greater than preference for B. Preference for C greater than preference for A. We say then that his preferences are consistent, or using mathematical language, that they are transitive. If, however, the consumer chooses A instead of C, or declares that the choice of carrot or C is a matter of indifference to him, then we say that his preferences are inconsistent or intransitive. The result of these observations is then as follows: preference for B greater than preference for A, preference for C greater than preference for B, preference for C less than or equal to preference for A. The consistency or otherwise of preferences can thus in principle be established on the basis of the observation of choices made on the market. By making a greater number of these observations, example by using additional sets Z, E, F, etc., it is possible to establish the domain of consistency of preferences, i.e., the range of sets within which preferences are consistent. In this domain, preferences form a set ordered according to the magnitude of preference. To individual preferences ordinal numbers can be assigned, example 1, 2, 3 or 1, 5, 12, i.e., in such a way that the greater preference has the larger ordinal number. A set of ordinal numbers of this kind is called the scale of preferences caret. Since within the domain of the consistency of preferences the consumer always chooses the set with the greatest belongs. Empirical studies of family budgets provide a better key to the understanding of the basis of this allocation than marginal analysis based on an unproved premise. This view seems to be much closer to reality than the treatment of household activity on the same basis as the activity of a capitalist enterprise. Household activity is quite simply the continuation of an old mode of activity which covered the whole of human economic activity before the appearance of commodity and monetary relations and capitalist relations of production, i.e., activity based on the habits and traditions of a given social way of life. As W. C. Mitchell writes, the psychological categories important to the understanding of consumers' demand are habit, imitation, and suggestion, not reflective choice. One reason why spending money is a backward art in comparison with making money was suggested early in this chapter. The family continues to be the dominant unit of organization for spending money, whereas for making money the family has been superseded largely by a more highly organized unit. The housewife, who does a large fraction of the world's shopping, is not selected for her efficiency as a manager, is not dismissed for inefficiency, and has small chance of extending her sway over other households if she proves capable. Above all, she cannot systematize all her planning on the basis of accounting like the businessman, for while the dollar is a satisfactory unit for reckoning profits as well as costs, it is not a satisfactory unit for expressing family welfare registered. Recently many economists brought up in the subjectivist tradition, among them some of its former leading theoreticians, have adopted this interpretation of household activity, an interpretation which is closer to the actual behavior of the consumer on the market and which agrees more closely with the general concept of behavior according to the economic principle as a product of historical development. Vilfredo Pareto admitted, when his book was criticized by the math Imitation Vito Volterra, that preferences might be inconsistent and that there could be situations in which there would be no scale of preferences and in which the maximization of preference would be impossible. Registered. He came to the interesting conclusion that the whole theory of the maximization of preference in household activity is unnecessary to explain the behavior of the consumer in the purchase of goods. If this idea is pursued further, we can see that variations in the demand for consumer goods, e.g., the fact that in general demand falls when the price of a good increases and demand usually rises when the consumer's income increases, can be explained without resorting to the theory of marginal utility or to any other form of the theory of the maximization of preference in household activity. It is sufficient to assume that the consumer is capable of making a definite choice, i.e., as Schumpeter says, faced with a given set of prices and a given income, everybody chooses to buy in a uniquely determined way. K. This may also be the case when household activity is governed by habit and tradition. Thus the improvement of the scientific apparatus of the subjectivist trend finally leads to the rejection of the assumption that utility is maximized in the household and to the discarding of the marginal calculus connected with it as unnecessary and empirically unverified. Thus the principle of the maximization of a uniform, numerically measurable end, which governs the activity of capitalist enterprise and which is to a large extent at work in other fields of gainful activity, finds no place in household activity. It might, however, be supposed that the general rationalization of individual and social life, the psychological climate, the rationalization of various fields of human activity also affects behavior in the household. Max Weber held the view that the theory of marginal utility, although it does not express a general regularity in economic activity as the subjectivist trend and especially the Austrian school maintain, is nonetheless the expression of the tendency towards the rationalization of all fields of economic activity in the era of capitalism. According to Weber, this is a theory which will be the better confirmed the more household activity is permeated by the mental climate of capitalism. Weber writes, the historical peculiarity of the capitalist era and the significance of the theory of marginal utility, which follows from it, for the understanding of this epoch consists in the fact that whereas the economic history of some periods has been called, not without reason, the history of uneconomy, in the conditions prevailing today this theory has come closer, is nearer, and as far as it is possible to judge, will tend ever closer to reality and will determine the fate of ever greater numbers of mankind. It is on this historico-cultural fact that the heuristic significance of the theory of marginal utility depends. Weber's theory might be interpreted to mean that the general mental climate of capitalism, the rationalization of an ever greater number of fields of human activity, means that there is a gradual coordination of preferences in the household which become more and more consistent until a scale of preferences emerges. In this way a gradual integration of aims takes place in household activity until that activity is subordinated to the principle of maximization in the same way as capitalist enterprise. To use Weber's favorite phrase, one might say that the spirit of capitalism gradually comes to prevail in household activity. Factors working against the rationalization of household activity under capitalism. It is undoubtedly true that the mental climate of the capitalist social formation favors the rationalization of a vast range of human activities and also has an influence on household activity. But not only the mental climate of rationalization is at work here. Consumer choice is affected by capitalist enterprises who engage in a number of special activities in order to persuade consumers to buy their products. These are activities like advertising, selection of packaging, selection of patterns, the establishment of trademarks, the provision of credit facilities and so on. This activity is called buyer's recruitment or sales activity. In contemporary capitalism this activity has an ever greater influence on the environment in which people live, people are subjected to its impact from an ever greater number of quarters. In periodicals and newspapers, on the radio, in cinemas and through television, by neon signs and advertisements on streets and highways, in trams, buses, and shop windows, man is daily subjected to the assaults of advertisements which, like other forms of persuasion, affect his decisions as a buyer of consumer goods. It is not possible today to talk realistically about rational household activity without taking into account the influence of this constant and intensive recruitment of buyers. The methods of buyers' recruitment can be classified according to the influence they exercise on rationality of household activity. There are those which appeal to the rational reactions of the buyer and those which attempt to take advantage of the consumer's unconscious desires or quite simply his conditioned reflexes. The first is the classical method used in the 19th and first half of the 20th century. This consists in convincing the potential purchaser that the good which is being recommended to him is essential and that it is precisely the product sold by this particular firm which possesses in a particularly high degree the qualities he desires. This is an appeal to the purchaser as a rational being or else an appeal to the buyer's customary Beckbeauer. If this kind of advertising recommends goods which the buyer normally buys anyway, it does not normally change the buyer's behavior insofar as it is governed by tradition and habit. If, however, advertising recommends a new product, one which was previously unknown or which does not form part of the usual purchases of the consumer, then this tends to change the customary and traditional behavior of the buyer by reasoning, that is, to rationalize the buyer's behavior. Since the introduction of more and more new products, formerly unknown or unused, is taking place on a scale unprecedented in the social formations which preceded capitalism, it is to be expected that the sales activity of capitalist enterprises tends to rationalize household activity, although not necessarily to the point of producing consistent preferences and the maximizing of utility. In the 1950s in the main capitalist countries, at first in the United States, and then in Western Germany and other countries, a new method of buyers' recruitment appeared, based on special psychological studies. It gave rise to a special branch of psychology called the psychology of recruitment registered. This new method, instead of appealing to the rationality or the habits of the buyers, takes advantage of their conditioned reflexes or subconscious desires. It is based on so-called motivational research. In the United States there are more than 80 agencies engaged in motivational research for industry and trade. These organizations employ psychologists, psychiatrists, and sociologists. The director of one of these agencies explained the kind of studies that are made. Motivation is the type of research that seeks to learn what motivates people in making choices. It employs techniques designed to reach the unconscious or subconscious mind because preferences generally are determined by factors of which the individual is not conscious. Actually, in the buying situation, the consumer generally acts emotionally and compulsively, unconsciously reacting to the images and designs which in the subconscious are associated with the product registered. The American Wright Vance Packard, who has made a systematic study of the activities of advertising agencies, writes, certain of the probers, for example, systematically feeling out our hidden weaknesses and frailties in the hope that they can more efficiently influence our behavior. At one of the largest advertising agencies in America, psychologists on the staff are probing human samples in an attempt to find how to identify and beam messages to people of high anxiety, body consciousness, hostility, passiveness, and so on. A Chicago advertising agency has been studying the housewife's menstrual cycle and its psychological concomitants in order to find the appeals that will be more effective in selling her certain food products registered. The essence of the new methods of buyers' recruitment consists in appealing to the unconscious and irrational sources of human activity. Packard sums up, this probing and manipulation has its constructive and its amusing aspects, but also, I think it fair to say it has seriously anti-humanistic implications. Much of it seems to represent regress rather than progress for man in his long struggle for a rational and self-guiding existence. The effect of these new methods of promoting sales is to strengthen the irrational element in household activity. There are thus two tendencies in contemporary capitalism. On the one hand, branches of praxeology, HKE operations research, programming, and cybernetics encourage enterprises to develop their methodological rationality. On the other hand, the new methods employed in buyers' recruitment are factors in the derationalization of household activity. Increased methodological Methodological rationality in enterprise and the durationalization of household activity are the THIRD-WO conflicting tendencies which have recently appeared in capitalism. The second of these tendencies is the result of the first, since the durationalization of household activity is caused by the activity of enterprises which in this way maximize their profit. The spirit of capitalism is taking over households, but quite differently from what Max Weber imagined. It does so as the spirit of irrationality. Here the limited and socially warped character of private capitalist rationality can be clearly seen. Final assessment of the subjectivist trend. In summing up, we can say that the subjectivist trend has changed the subject matter of political economy. This amounts to the liquidation of political economy as a social science concerned with the study of the social laws of production and the distribution of material goods. Furthermore, subjectivist economics as a theory of marginal utility or a theory of choice according to a scale of preference extends the principle of maximization employed in capitalist enterprise to all economic activity in all historico-social conditions. There are no grounds for this in economic reality. Subjectivist economists have formulated certain praxeological principles of behavior which can be applied in various fields of political economy. These principles, however, are not economic laws, i.e., laws operating in objective reality. They are methodological rules of behavior forming the subject matter of praxeology, a discipline auxiliary to political economy like logic, mathematics, statistics, econometrics and so on. As political economy, the subjectivist theory must be reckoned a failure. Historical trend. Our analysis of the historical trend in political economy will be considerably shorter. The historical trend developed from a criticism of classical political economy. It originated and developed chiefly in Germany, where it was connected with the great influence exercised by Hegel's philosophy in the 1840s. This link with Hegelian philosophy and certain aspects of its criticism of classical political economy connect the historical trend with the Marxist trend in political economy, which began about the same time. Hegelian philosophy owed its enormous influence on social science to the fact that it interpreted human history as a process of self-generating development of which its internal dialectic was the driving force. This led to the historical interpretation of law, religion, culture, art, etc. Both the Marxist and the historical trend in political economy first appeared in this philosophical climate, equally stemming from a different aspect of Hegelian philosophy and drawing different conclusions from it. Marx and Engels drew on the concept of self-generating dialectical development and introduced a new materialist interpretation of the dialectic as a process in which the opposing forces in the material objective world act on each other. This was the starting point of the materialist interpretation of history, the basis for the demonstration of the historical character of economic categories and laws, and the foundation of a new political economy which conceived the development of economic relations as a dialectical historical process. The historical trend, on the other hand, drew on Hegel's objective idealism, which in the social sciences resulted in various conceptions of the collective spirit as the supposed motor power of historical development. Objective idealism influences the whole development of the historical trend in political economy. The theoretical character of political economy discarded. The historical trend criticized classical political economy's unhistorical interpretation of economic laws, at first hesitantly and then more and more strongly. The first representatives of this trend, the older historical school casting aside the laws formulated by classical political economy, came to the conclusion that in human society in contrast to nature, there is no regularity, and that therefore political economy cannot be a theoretical but only a historical science. At first Roscher still recognized the laws of classical economy in principle and tried only to supplement them with historical material. Hildebrandt rejected the laws of classical political economy and wanted to replace them with economic laws of the development of nations. He maintained that economic development passes through a series of stages: natural economy, money economy, and credit economy. His failure theoretically to elaborate the criteria for this classification of the stages in economic development is particularly striking. His criteria are but a confused mixture of various economic categories, and production relations are not to be found among them. Credit economy is merely a form of money economy, while the opposite of natural economy is commodity production, of which money economy is a manifestation. Keynes finally discarded the thesis that there is any regularity at all in social life, stating that there are no repetitive elements in the development of human societies. The task of political economy is quite simply to set out the historic development of the economic life of nations. According to this conception, political economy is transformed into economic history. Later representatives of the younger historical school in fact concerned themselves with economic history rather than political economy. Their contribution in the field of economic history, accumulation of a great deal of material and the production of a great number of monographs, is very important, but all this is barren of any guiding theoretical ideas. Gustav Schmaler, the leader of this group, tried to synthesize their work registered THIRD. He produced 2 volumes containing a mass of interesting material from economic history which are devoid, however, of any overall idea. One might just as well, as someone remarked, read this book from the end to the beginning as from the beginning to the end degree. Some representatives of the younger historical school tried, like Hildebrandt, to classify historical material into stages of development. Karl Bucher, for example, distinguished domestic economy, urban economy, and national economy. Schmaler distinguished village economy, urban economy, territorial economy, and national economy. Later an additional stage, world economy, was introduced registered. This classification, as can be seen, is based on the territorial extent of economic relations, while at the same time relations of production and relations of distribution are confused. It is sufficient to compare this classification with the Marxist classification of social formations according to modes of production to see that the classification offered by the historical school lacks the basis of a scientifically elaborated theory of social development like the materialist interpretation of history provides the foundation for Marxist political economy. The views of Werner Sommart and Max Weber on the essence and origins of capitalism. In the younger historical school, however, 2 economists came up who tried to overcome these deficiencies in the historical interpretation and provide a theory of economic development, especially the economic development of capitalism. They were Werner Sommart and Max Weber. They both turned to Karl Marx and took from his work the historico-social category of capitalism. In principle they defined capitalism in the same way as Marx, describing it as a mode of production based on commodity production and wage labor. They used a somewhat different terminology, but in principle they're defined. 268. Nischen agrees with that of Marx registered. Sommart emphasized his debt to Marx. Marx's ability to ask questions was his greatest talent. We still live with his questions today. By his brilliant questions he showed economic science the path to the fruitful examination of the whole century. All economists who have failed to assimilate the questions put by him have been condemned to sterility, a fact which we can today state with certainty registered. Weber's work, too, shows that he was trying to give answers to the questions put by Marx. The questions to which Sommart and Max Weber wanted to give answers dealt with the origin and development of capitalism. The answer which they give is based on the historical materialism of Marx, on an interpretation of economic development drawn from the objective idealism of Hegelian origin. According to Sommart and Weber, every historical epoch has its own spirit, consisting in a set of human psychological attitudes which give each epoch its own peculiar character. Hence the key of the understanding of economic development is not the mode of production, i.e., the productive forces and relations of production, but the psychological attitudes forming the spirit of a historical epoch. Sommart employs the concepts of economic system and economic epoch. Economic systems differ from one another by virtue of the nature of 3 elements: economic mentality, embodied in certain economic principles, Wirtschaftsprinzipien; material technique, and the organization of social labor. The character of an economic period is governed by the economic system which prevails within it. The decisive factor for the character of an economic epoch is the economic mentality peculiar to the economic system prevailing in this epoch. This mentality, composed of a set of particular psychological attitudes held by those engaged in economic activity, i.e., the set of values which they recognize, the goals for which they strive, their modes of operation, etc., forms the spirit of an economic epoch registered. This spirit is the mainspring of economic development. I have above all endeavored, writes Sombart, to discover the spirit which prevails in various economic epochs, on the basis of which the economic life of a particular period is determined, and to study its operation. The basic idea of my work is that different economic mentalities prevail in different periods and that this spirit takes on its especial form and in this way shapes economic organization registered. Max Weber's concept is similar, although he gives no systematic formulation. Economic development is determined not, as historical materialism maintains, by the mutual interaction of the productive forces with the base and superstructure of a social formation, but by the internal development of the spirit of particular economic systems and epochs. The main object of Sombart's and Weber's interest was the problem of the origin of capitalism. According to their theory of economic development, the answer to this problem should be sought not in the growth of contradictions between the development of productive forces and the production relations of feudal society, but in a change in the psychological attitudes forming the economic mentality of the feudal system. Both Sombart and Weber emphasize strongly that a change in mentality preceded the appearance of the capitalist mode of production registered. This change consists in the replacement of the traditional feudal values of life in the countryside and the customary guild organization of the crafts in the towns by a free striving for money, profit, enterprise, economy, and disciplined hard work. This new spirit, writes Sombart, infuses economic life. It breaks down the static barriers of the balanced feudal and crafts economy occupied with the satisfaction of limited needs, and hurls man into the whirlpool of gainful activity registered. Max Weber, on the other hand, declares that capitalism originated in a new economic ethic which took hold of men and changed their way of life. This ethic broke down the traditional barriers in the path of free gainful activity and the desire for money, profit, and at the same time made a virtue out of the economy and hard work necessary for the development of capitalist production registered. Max Weber found the source of this new economic ethic in the Reformation. According to Weber, the Reformation transferred the Catholic ascetic ideal from the monastery cell to the daily life of every Christian. It created a new ethic which Weber called inner-worldly asceticism. The teaching of Luther about the secular vocation as a divine calling and Calvin's advocacy of a vigorous participation in economic activity and an ascetic personal life created a new attitude to life. This new attitude, which found its most consistent expression in English Puritanism, produced men who were active and enterprising in economic activity but who at the same time led a hard-working and frugal existence. The economic effect of this was a rise in production and trade and the plowing back of a considerable part of money income in accumulation of capital. In this way Protestantism, and especially Puritanism, gave birth to the spirit of capitalism. Capitalism is the child of a revolution in economic mentality resulting from the Reformation. Hence its origin and development in Protestant countries where Calvinistic influences were strong, as in Holland and England. Such, in brief, is Max Weber's famous theory of the historical causal connection between capitalism and Protestantism registered. Sombart followed a somewhat different path. At first he found the source of the spirit of capitalism in the economic activity of Jews who, and being bound by the ethic of the medieval church which viewed gainful activity with disfavor, engaged freely in trade and provided credit. In this way they formed the spark of the new mental attitude which led to the rise of capitalism registered. Later, however, Sombart abandoned this theory and considering it to be too one-sided sought the origins of capitalism in a complex of factors which awakened the spirit of enterprise and the spirit of the bourgeois way of life. From the spirit of enterprise and from the bourgeois spirit emerged, as a uniform whole, that psychic state which we call the spirit of capitalism registered. Max Weber's work in the light of the materialist interpretation of history. As can be seen, the theories of Max Weber and Sombart are quite clearly opposed to the materialist interpretation of social development, and in particular the interpretation of the origin and development of capitalism. We are not concerned here with merits of these views on the rise of capitalism. We shall return to this problem L-ter in this book. We shall confine ourselves to certain methodological observations. The work of Sombart and Weber brought a great deal of new historical material to bear on the problem of the origins and development of capitalism, but this material could equally well be explained by the materialist interpretation of history. Engels, long before Max Weber, wrote, "The great international center of feudalism was the Roman Catholic Church. Before profane feudalism could be successfully attacked in each country and in detail, this, its sacred central organization, had to be destroyed registered." Engels goes on to explain, the first was what is called the Protestant Reformation in Germany. But where Luther failed, Calvin won the day. Calvin's creed was one fit for the boldest of the bourgeoisie of this time. His predestination doctrine was the religious expression of the fact that in the commercial world of competition success or failure does not depend upon a man's activity or cleverness, but upon circumstances uncontrollable by him. Calvin's church constitution was thoroughly democratic and republican, and where the kingdom of God was republicanized, could the kingdoms of this world remain subject to monarchs, bishops, and lords. In Calvinism, the second great bourgeois upheaval found its doctrine ready cut and dried. This upheaval took place in England registered. Thus Engels interpreted Calvinism as the ideology of the early revolutionary bourgeoisie on a considerably broader scale than Max Weber. The more restricted problem of the connection between the Calvinist Puritan economic ethic and the rise of capitalism was also known to the founders of the materialistic interpretation of history. Marx, for example, wrote, "Protestantism by abolishing all the traditional festivals, and transforming them into ordinary working days played an important part in the genesis of capital registered. He also drew attention to those features of Calvinistic Protestantism which Max Weber emphasized later. However, in so far as the asceticism of the hoarder is combined with active industry, he is rather a Protestant by religion and still more a Puritan elsewhere." Marx writes, "The worship of money has its own asceticism, its own self-denial, its own self-sacrifice, frugality and economy, contempt for the momentary and transient pleasures of the world, pursuit of eternal treasure." Hence the connection between English Puritanism or Dutch Protestantism and the making of Mni. A detailed confrontation of Max Weber's theory of the rise of capitalism with the materialist interpretation of history was undertaken by Karl Koski. Koski also examined the argument to which Weber attached such great importance, that the appearance of a new economic entity preceded the rise of the capitalist mode of production. He came to the conclusion that the economic mentality which Max Weber considered to be a characteristic of Calvinism was the socio-economic attitude of the plebeian hand-working strata in the towns in the period immediately preceding the development of capitalism in industry. This mentality is even older than Calvinism. The mode of thought which was supposed to appear before industrial capital and make its development possible, which was supposed to be the product of Calvinism, is found both among the Puritans and in the communism of the Anabaptists and their predecessors, who were certainly not striving for capitalism. It is the spirit of the rebellion of the craftsmen against the exploitation and waste of feudalism, of the church, of the princes and the usurers, the spirit of sobriety, hard work, economy, and productive accumulation. These mental attitudes did not appear spontaneously, they grew out of contemporary economic and social relations. This religio-ethical spirit finds its explanation not in the spontaneous development of religion and ethics but in the living conditions of the rising class of craftsmen who had the strength and will to shake off the rule of the feudal nobility and all its appendages, economic, political, and ethical. Registered. The mental attitudes of the plebeian petty bourgeoisie were then used by industrial capital, says Koski, in order to injure the workers to labor discipline. Among those capitalists who came from the ranks of the petty bourgeoisie, these attitudes were a stimulus to accumulate capital and invest in industry. Puritanical Calvinism assisted here by giving to this economic menteuty its official religious sanction. The point was, writes Oskar, that the Puritans who had grown rich should not invest in the great trading enterprises, in financial operation, in loans to the state and feudal wasters. They should use their money as God pleased. And the God of the hand workers was particularly pleased with industry, especially commodity production. The Puritan period was one of a rapid rise of the proletariat. The Puritan way of thinking of the rising petty bourgeoisie rejected all amusements and in their place highly valued work, the source of its strength, pride, and honor. This way of thinking must have encouraged diligence on the part of all workers regardless of whether they were employed in their own workshop or in that of other people. The economic mentality of which Max Weber spoke is thus a product of particular socio-economic conditions. It is a part of the historic substratum which facilitated the growth of capitalism. In early capitalist development, these ethico-economic attitudes, strengthened and popularized by religion, became a part of the superstructure of the emerging new social formation. Thus the historical material collected by Max Weber can be fitted in its entirety into the picture of the origin and development of capitalism based on the materialist interpretation of history. Oskar concludes quite correctly concerning the connection between Puritanism and the rise of capitalism. Weber wrote a great deal about this that was important and profound. But he did not destroy the materialist interpretation of history or the picture of the rise of industrial capitalism which Marx gave in Capita v. I. Unhistorical nature of the methodological basis of the theories of Sombart and Max Weber. While discussing Sombart and Weber's theory of economic development, it is worth noting the methodological kinship of this theory with the idea of economic man, which is found in the work of some classical economists and particularly in the work of their epigoni. According to this conception, economic laws result not from definite historico-economic conditions but from human nature, which continually strives for the realization of the maximum personal economic advantage. This idea, as we know, was universalized in utilitarian psychology and played a basic role in the development of the subjectivist trend in political economy. The spirit of various economic epochs or the mentality of particular economic systems are nothing more than the idea of homo economicus appropriately modified. As Schumpeter noted, Weber constructed an ideal feudal man and an ideal capitalist man, but if we put the ideal feudal man face to face with the ideal capitalist man, transition from the one to the other will present a problem which has, however, no counterpart in the sphere of historical fact registered. The same can be said of Sombart's theoretical historical constructions. Just as Homo economicus draws the principles of his behavior from unchanging human nature, so Homo feudalis or Homo capitalisticus draw their principles of behavior from the spirit of their economic epoch. In both cases, economic laws are based on an abstract concept of the mentity of a man engaged in economic activity, not on the concrete historical formation of economic relations between men. Thus in the work of Sombart and Max Weber, the development of the historical trend reaches a point where political economy is interpreted on the basis of unhistorical abstract constructions methodologically similar to the classical and post-classical economic man. The true historical method of interpreting economic laws is discarded. Final assessment of the historical trend. In conclusion, we can say that the majority of the representatives of the historical trend lack a theory of social development which could be used as an organizing idea for the whole of their collected historical material. On the other hand, when there is such a theory, as with Sombart and Max Weber, it turns out to be based on an unhistorical, abstract concept of the spirit of the economic epoch. In this way, the historical trend in political economy, in spite of its undoubtedly useful contribution in the collection of historical material, does not contribute to understanding the mode of operation of various social formations, the dialectic of their development and the historic process of the transition from one formation to another. Thus we find that neither the historical trend nor the subjectivist trend fulfills the requirements for the scientific cognition of the economic laws governing the social process of production and distribution. Both trends lead to the liquidation of political economy. The subjectivist trend leads to its dissolution as a social science, the historical trend leads to its dissolution as a theoretical science. The task of political economy as the study of the social laws governing the production and distribution of the material means of satisfying human needs, first clearly set out by classical political economy, is today carried on and developed only by Marxism. The Marxist conception of the subject matter and method of political economy is so broad that it can make use, as we have shown, of the attainments of the historical trend in the gathering of historical material, just as it can make use of praxeology and auxiliary discipline, to the development of which the subjectivist trend has to a certain extent indirectly contributed. While making use of certain aspects of other conceptions when possible and necessary, Marxism consistently develops political economy both as a theoretical and historical science, a science whose task is to study objective economic laws and their historical conditioning in order consciously to direct the economic development of society. Chapter 7. The social conditioning and the social role of economic science. Two factors causing differences of opinion in science: internal dialectic of cognition and social conditions of development of science. The existence of various trends differing basically in their conception of the subject matter and method of political economy, and reaching basically different conclusions in their researches, calls for a fuller explanation. Differences of opinion and interpretation are quite natural in the development of science. They stem from the dialectic nature of cognition, in which human thought is shaped through the mutual interaction of man and surrounding reality. Scientific knowledge develops from the conflicts between the results of new observations and experiments and the scientific ideas and theories already in existence. These ideas and theories influence the direction of scientific research and indicate the paths to be followed by new observations and experiments. The results of this new research in turn call for a change in scientific ideas and theories and demand an adjustment to the newly discovered facts. New scientific concepts and theories indicate the paths to be followed by further observations and experiments, which again make it necessary to adapt scientific ideas and theories, etc. This dialectic process does not, however, take place smoothly. The scope of newly discovered facts varies, and it is not at first easy to evaluate their significance. Old concepts and theories may be clung to with varying degrees of stubbornness. All this gives rise to different opinions and interpretations in science. Are the work of men who clearly and unequivocally adopted a class position registered? This is even more precisely formulated by the authors of the textbook of political economy published by the Academy of Sciences of the USSR. Is an objective, unbiased, political economy, fearless of truth, at all possible? Certainly it is possible. An objective political economy of this kind can only be the political economy of the class which is not interested in concealing the contradictions and putrefaction of capitalism, or in preserving the capitalist order, and whose interests lie in the liberation of society from capitalist slavery and the progressive development of mankind. A class of this kind is to be found in the working class class conditioning of the development of political economy. The existence and development of scientific economic knowledge is thus dependent on the existence of a social class interested in the true knowledge of economic relations and the laws by which they are governed, and whose aspirations are expressed in a progressive ideology revealing reality. For an ideology of this kind needs a scientific understanding of reality, and this understanding comes to form the foundation of the ideology. The working class is today the only class of this kind, and is at the same time the only class in history which is interested in discovering the whole truth about the laws governing the development of economic relations. Only the working class is interested in full scientific knowledge of economic laws. The bourgeoisie, even in the period when it was a progressive class, was only interested in the understanding of part of this truth, that is, the part dealing with the progressive nature of the capitalist mode of production in relation to pre-capitalist social formations. It was not and could not be interested in understanding the transient nature of the capitalist mode of production, the growing internal contradictions and the decay of the progressive role of the bourgeoisie as a class. The historical social role of the working class, on the other hand, does not contain anything which might hamper the understanding of the truth about the laws governing the development of economic relations registered, for its class interests demand that the relations of production should be so molded that antagonistic classes disappear and that all class divisions in society eventually vanish. Moreover, the working class needs a full understanding of these laws registered. Its aim, and in many countries this aim is already being realized, is the establishment of economic relations which will allow the spontaneity of the operation of economic laws to be overcome and in which social development will be consciously guided by man. This requires, as we know, a true knowledge of objective economic laws adequately reflecting reality. Thus only by linking itself with the labor movement and the historic undertaking of scientific socialism can the science of political economy guarantee itself conditions of full and free development. Only the labor movement and its ideology can guarantee the three conditions necessary for the development of every science interest, material means, and freedom from superstition and prejudices and other impediments to the understanding of REAUD. It is particularly important that the labor movement is interested in the unlimited knowledge of truth and that all attempts to obscure reality are alien to its nature and detrimental to its purpose. For the bourgeoisie and, before that, for the class of feudal landowners or slave owners, the mystification of REAUD was done in their interests as the exploiting classes. The mystification of reality kept the exploited classes in a mental condition which made them ready to submit passively to the exploiters. The working class, striving to destroy exploitation, could only mystify itself, and this would mean self-deception, which could only lead to failure both in the struggle with capitalism and in the construction and development of socialism. Therefore the labor movement, in order to ensure that its activity is effective, needs an unfettered economic science registered, and the continual confrontation of its ideas and views with objective reality. Self-criticism and a constant check of the objective truth of its ideas is an indispensable condition for the practical success of the working class movement. The working class movement's struggle to purge its ideology of all elements obscuring reality. There have been several attempts, during the history of the working class movement, to obscure reality. These attempts, however, were not the result of the interests of the working class but were in fact in conflict with them. They were usually caused by the immaturity of the working class and its inability to free itself completely from mental habits based on traditions thousands of years old. At the outset of the labor movement there were a great number of such attempts to base its ideology on doctrines containing elements of old ideologies, religious, philosophical, pseudo-scientific and others. The founders of scientific socialism, Marx and Engels, waged an unrelenting battle against all such mystification in the ideology of the labor movement. With the maturity of the working class and the development of its consciousness, all these obscurations were eliminated from its ideology so that finally scientific socialism became the dominant ideology of the working class movement. Later, when the working class movement was joined by many people from the petty bourgeoisie and the intelligentsia connected with it, and especially with the transition of capitalism into its imperialist phase and the participation by some sections of the working class in the profits of the imperialistic exploitation of colonies and dependencies, mystifications concerning the role of capitalist monopolies, the policy of intervention in the economy of the capitalist state and certain manifestations of imperialism, began to appear. They appeared as various currents in the labor movement such as revisionism, social imperialism, etc. Illusions of this kind show themselves in the working class movement even today and will continue to show themselves as long as the movement is subject to the ideological influence of capitalism and the penetration of petty bourgeois ideas which are carried in with the influx of increasing numbers of peasants and petty bourgeoisie together with their intelligentsia. Hence the constant rebirth of various forms of revisionism in the working class movement. Scientific socialism consistently struggled in the past with this kind of attempt to introduce elements of ideologies which obscure reality into the labor movement, and will continue to do so in the future. Registered. At one period in the building of socialism, political economy was fettered by dogmatism and by a tendency to transform science into apologetics. This was connected with Stalin's system of the cult of personality. An attempt was made to change the Marxist analysis of the operation of economic laws into an idealistic voluntarist conception of the economic process in which the dialectic of social forces was replaced by the actions of outstanding personalities and their subordinate. 8. Bureaucratic apparatus. Political economy was to constitute the apologetics for the alleged superior wisdom of the acts taken by these leaders and for their specific methods of managing the national economy, which did not keep in step with the rapid development of the productive forces within the framework of the socialist mode of production. This dogmatism and attempt to transform political economy into apologetics did not emerge from the working class nor from the social conditions of the socialist mode of production. They were the expression of an immaturity associated with the construction of socialism in countries formerly backward, in which the working class formed a comparatively small part of a society consisting mainly of peasants and petty bourgeoisie, while surrounded by the hostile forces of imperialism registered. Certain contradictions appeared, of which the cult of personality was a temporary expression, together with dogmatism and tendencies to transform political economy into apologetics. These phenomena stood out particularly sharply when the rapid development of productive forces and the corresponding increase in the numbers, the consciousness and activity of the working class, the progressive socialization of the peasant economy, the creative role of the intelligentsia as the bearer of science and technical progress, the general spread of education and of the scientific state of mind, made it necessary to alter the superstructure of the recently born socialist formation. The contradiction between the swiftly maturing base of socialist society and the methods of management developed in the specific conditions of a transitory period deepened and widened. Thus precisely those forces which had developed from the socialist base of the new social formation started to demand the removal of the distortions connected with the cult of personality, dogmatism, and the tendency to transform political economy into apologetics for methods of managing the national economy which were no longer appropriate to the existing conditions. The path to the correction of these distortions was opened by the XX Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in February 1956, and in Poland by the 8th plenary session of the Central Committee of the Polish United Workers' Party in October 1956. The XXII Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in October 1961 proves that the process of correction is effectively in progress. Union with scientific socialism as the indispensable basis of the further development of economic science. The working class movement and the historical process of the construction and development of the socialist social formation need a complete unfettered scientific understanding of real ity in all fields of nature and of all the processes taking place in human society. The ideology of this movement lays reality bare without any reservations, declares the complete knowability of reality registered, and bases itself on the scientific knowledge of the laws of nature and social development, a knowledge which disregards old superstitions and prejudices, which makes no concession to the conservatism of any class, group, or social stratum. The working class and socialist society are free from conservatism and are interested only in the full and unlimited development of economy and culture. Attempts to restrict the scientific cognition of reality in the working class movement can only be the manifestation of its immaturity, the result of the remnants of old traditional ideologies from which the young working class, like the working class of the period before the rise of scientific socialism, had not yet freed itself. Ideological influences alien to the working class, like revisionism, may also be at work. Finally, these attempts may be the result of distortions appearing in particular historical circumstances, like those at the time of the cult of personality, and which were also an expression of the immaturity of the social situation. In all these cases the working class movement sooner or later rids itself of whatever fetters its struggle for the full and true understanding of social reality. It is forced to do so by its own dialectic of development, for which the full disclosure of reality and the scientific underpast and, sooner or later, force the superstructure to adapt itself to the new requirements of further social development. In this way the working class movement and the historical process of construction and development of socialism themselves overcome any conservative tendencies hampering the scientific understanding of the laws of social development which may arise within them. Thus today the future of political economy is inseparably linked with the working class movement and with the construction and development of socialist society. The separation of political economy from this social base is impossible. It would lead it to paralysis and extinction. The working class movement and the process of the construction and development of socialism face political economy with ever new problems for research, and make it the indispensable instrument for the shaping of social relations and the conscious and purposeful direction of social development on the basis of scientific knowledge. To the science of political economy a great and responsible historical role is assigned. It will be able to fulfill this role only by supplying true knowledge, without fear of prejudices or interests standing in the way of social progress. The words used by Karl Marx over 100 years ago, when for the first time the science of political economy was consciously united with the social emancipation of the working class, are as appropriate as ever. At the entrance to science, as at the entrance to hell, the demand must be posted, qui si convien los der oni sospeto. Oni wilt convien che qui si amor carat. Social productive forces requires a specific form of cooperation and of the division of labor in the process of production. The cooperation and division of labor in a large factory, using large-scale specialized machinery and installations, necessarily differ from those in a craftsman's workshop where work is done with fairly simple tools. The division of labor and cooperation on a large farm, where tractors, combines, artificial fertilizers, and electric power are employed, differ from those on a small and backward family holding, where the land is tilled by old, traditional methods. Krzyzewski illustrates this very well with the example of a railway line. There must be someone in the booking office at the appropriate time, someone else must weigh the luggage, there must be others to drive the engine, check the coaches, and operate the telegraph. The functions for which each of these individuals is responsible are strictly and precisely adjusted to the duties of all the other individuals involved. Each person is, as it were, a living adjunct of this or that inanimate object: the train, the booking office, the warehouse. This